Good morning, Chatty House. What's going on, everybody? Tyler King's getting number one pick. Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi, everybody.
Rustall got the belt.
Nice job, Rust Dog. Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Look at that. Leezy stealing Warrant. We up in here.
We don't have a producer.
We up in here.
I was lied to. R-E.
See, it would have made it better if that guy who is not giving us Joe would have ever got back to me and actually given me free tickets to the concert. I would have been totally fine.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. Hey, if your YouTube thing tells you how much you listen to the show and it's a lot, or listen to this station and it's a lot, tag us.
Post that.
Yeah, post that.
Yeah.
I love seeing that. Here we go. Showtime. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Back after a very crowded weekend at Disneyland. Holy smokes.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness me.
Christmas Disney?
Yeah, man. I hadn't been to Disneyland for Christmas in many, many moons. And so I was really excited to get back because Christmas is my favorite time of year. Disneyland's one of my favorite places.
Mm-hmm.
And the combination of those two things, Disneyland really, if you've never been, just really kind of does it big for Christmas. And it was great. The problem is that everybody wants to go during this time of year.
Yeah.
And man, I shouldn't say it's a problem. It's great. Like seeing people happy and enjoying themselves at a place is a fun thing. It was just I had not been to the parks when it's been that crowded in a long time. But the good news is I was with my good friend Randy and his lovely wife Lindsay, and we had a really great productive weekend despite battling big time crowds.
You know,
it was fun.
I think here where we're at, like we had to battle the weird fog. Like I've lived here forever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like the fog is like your crowds. It was everywhere all the time. And it still is. And I don't know what's going on. This is weird.
Yeah.
Like there's fog here on occasion.
Sure.
But it's like one day it's there and then the next day you don't see it for like, a month. All of a sudden it's like every single day I'm driving through fog. Everywhere I go, I'm like, this is totally bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not, just drive safe. That's all. I hope it clears up eventually. Like I like this weather just to be transparent. I like this weather. I like when it's cloudy. I like when it's gloomy. I like when there's some fog hanging in the air because it makes me want to sit inside and have a cup of coffee and listen to jazz records and enjoy and read a book.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But I also like that for like a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I like about it is that it clears up, usually.
Yeah.
We're on week 3 of
this,
gloom.
Whatever it is. Yeah. It feels like it's Bay Area weather. Like, because I lived in Berkeley for a year.
Yeah.
And we lived at the top of the Berkeley Hills. And one day the fog rolled in, but we were above the fog.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to like this lookout point, and you literally could see it look like all the clouds sitting below us on top of all of the Bay Area. Mm-hmm. All you could see was a very like top of the Coit Tower, little tiny bits of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Everything else, it was
A
perfectly
blanket of fog.
blue, beautiful skies, and then this blanket of fog down below,
Mhm.
like someone just threw a blanket off the hill that we lived on and covered the
Mhm.
entire city. It was totally bizarre.
This is very much like that, only it's also gloomy and cloudy.
Yeah.
But anyways, we got a bunch of sports stuff to get into. We got some Kings to get into. The 49ers and Raiders both had good weekends for different reasons. You have a conspiracy theory, not a conspiracy theory, but we're going to call it that for the sake of the bit. You have a conspiracy theory that we need to get into. The Kings play another bad team tonight. Can they get a win? Lots of weird stuff happened in the NFL. Plenty to get to today over the next couple hours. But the first thing I want to get to is from Saturday. Because Zach LaVine, in the Kings win over the Miami Heat, a win I did not think they were going to get. I was stunned by their performance.
Well, yeah, I mean,
they hung in there against the Rockets for 2.25 quarters, and then the Rockets took over because they're very, very good. And then the Kings went to Miami, and they were just in Miami for 3 days.
Yeah, they 4 nights in Miami. They didn't leave until Sunday. They didn't get there. They left Houston on Wednesday, flew out. Like they spent the entire week in Miami,
going to play a Miami team that has been cooking this year.
Yeah,
they are one of the best offenses in the league. They score like heck, and the Kings don't play any defense. And I was deeply, deeply concerned that this might be the kind of game where the Kings lose by 50. And then they won and controlled the entire game. And part of that was because Zach LaVine went for 29 points in the first half and finished the game with 42. I would love to talk about Maxime Reynaud starting. I would love to talk about your theory. I would love to talk about Keegan Murray adding 16 points. I would love to talk about Russell Westbrook dishing out 10 assists. There's so many things that happened during the game. A new starting lineup, a bunch of guys finished the game, the positive plus minus. Oh my God, look at the Kings. I'd love to talk about all that. But Zach LaVine got asked a question after the game about scoring 42 points, and Zach LaVine said the quiet part out loud.
He did.
Zach LaVine said, according to Ciro Aseo from Hoops Hype, said, quote, "I can do that any night if they give me the damn ball enough." Dog, go away. Like you can't like I get
We have a hostage.
We do.
We have a hostage.
That's what this is. We have a hostage. That's what this is.
We got our first official hostage.
I get it. He's not wrong. Like if Zach LaVine was the focal point, the main focal point of the offense, he would score more points on a night-to-night basis. In theory, the problem is that you can't be like, yeah, we're trying to figure this out. We're all rowing the same direction. We all want to figure this out. We're all frustrated. It turns out he's not frustrated by the losing. He's frustrated that he's in an offensive system that's not like, here, give it to Zach. Everybody else clear out. This is not about the Kings. This is not about wins and losses. This is about Zach LaVine wanting 42 points every night. And the problem for me is like, bro, we also want that from you. Everybody else wants you to score 42 a night as well. Shoot the ball. Be involved.
Okay.
Get a rebound.
So you do understand, like, I sent my son a text. I said, Zach LaVine is cooking. That game ended. My son says, awesome. LaVine's averaging 22 a game over his previous 2. Because the game before he was 1 of 5 from the field for 2 points.
And I promise it's not because the Kings are like, hey, don't pass it to Zach tonight. There's a Zach LaVine problem here. I agree that there's a Kings offense problem as well.
Yes.
This is not to absolve the Sacramento Kings and their roster and the players on it from their offensive woes and some of whatever ails Zach LaVine. But the problem is, Trista Crick was on D-Lo and Casey, as she is every Tuesday when they acquired Zach LaVine, and she's like, yeah, Zach LaVine is going to score 40 sometimes, and then he's going to follow that up with 10. Because that's Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
This is not a new problem that has arisen since he's been in Sacramento, and he's gone from averaging 35 a night to 22 a night, and it's like, wow, God, they just don't give him the damn ball. Like, no, they do, bro. This is a you thing. And everyone knows it. Like,
I get it.
And it's frustrating because he's good. It's frustrating because he can do this, and then he just doesn't. And he goes, "Oh, I could do this every night if they give me the damn ball." Okay, dog.
I think it's funny though because it, like the way this is happening right now, it does tell you that it's extremely difficult. They all think they're the dude,
Yes.
all of them, and you can't play basketball where there is no hierarchy on the team.
I agree.
And the fact that they still haven't eased into roles, whatever those roles might be, and aren't playing to their personal strengths and their strengths as a team is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. You go out and you go 1 for 5 and you put up 2 points. You want to go out there and get it.
Mm-hmm.
I fully get that.
Mm-hmm.
But the 1 of 5 for 2 points should never have happened.
Right.
And that's a problem. And I get it that, like, again, the Miami Heat are one team, but the Houston Rockets have great defenders. They throw at Zach LaVine. They try to take away Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't try. They just did.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but Zach just wilted under that kind of pressure.
That's it.
And so you get to the next game, and it's like, hey, Miami still has some good defenders. I mean, like, you're going out there against Wiggins and Hawkes, and like, there's some good defenders on that team, but his talent should transcend. It should be bigger and better than whatever some guy on defense is. So, like, you can be limited, but that means you go 5 of 17 for 18 points or 17 points. That's, you find your way to get to your 15 to 17 points on a night where you're being locked up. Not 2. 2 just means that you just like, hey, not really here tonight.
Yeah, if every time you play a good defense, you go away.
Yeah.
I have some news about how good you are at offense. Or how effective of a player you are. He had 42 against Miami. The night before that, like you said, 2 against Houston. If you can score 40 every night, explain the 19 against Memphis on 17 shots.
Yeah.
Okay, 34 against Utah in a loss. Nice job. 13 against Phoenix in a 12-point loss. 7 against Minnesota in an overtime win. 7 points on 10 shots. We got 15 against Denver on 14 shots in a win. All right, 26 against Memphis in a loss, and a blowout loss, mind you. 8 points against OKC the night before that. 8 points against San Antonio the night before that. 25 against Minnesota. Didn't play against Atlanta. I'm going backwards in the schedule here. 12 against Denver. 26 against Minnesota. 9 against OKC. 15 against Denver. 31 against Milwaukee. Like, this is just him.
Yeah.
This is not about, don't go out here. What are you doing throwing your teammates under the bus?
Because that's what that is.
That is 100% what that is, and it sucks.
Yeah.
You can't be out here going, we're all trying to figure this out. We all want to figure this out. We're all frustrated. Like, no, you're not. Because if you were, you would use that opportunity as you could take that. He could take that. He could take 42 points against in a really high quality win against the Heat. I want to make sure that that's out there too. That's a good win for Sacramento. That's a good Heat team on the road, tough spot. Kings went and got it. Really, really good work. Zach LaVine could have come out and been like, yeah, feels like we figured some stuff out tonight. Excited to move this forward. This was a stepping stone. This is something we can build off of. And it comes to, well, I could do that every night if I just got the damn ball. Like, man, who's helping? Who's that help? What does that help?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Well,
that sucks big time.
I think it just speaks to the larger problem that's going on with this team. Like, they just aren't on the same page. They just do not have, like, what it takes to want to make someone else better on their team. And then you have the young guys who are coming in and playing out of their mind. And like, hey, we're going to go out there because this is our opportunity. Right? It's like they understand. They got the memo that this is their opportunity to go out there and do something. And it's just, for some of these vets, it's tough. It's why, like I keep saying it, like, this team, they have got to shake this roster up as quickly as possible because it's broken. And what you don't want to have is this young group think that all of this is okay, that all of this infighting and sniping and, saying things to the media that like realistically are offensive towards your teammates. And he's not the only one who's done it. I mean, again, Malik Monk tried not to do it, but was like, it's really hard
Basketball.
when you got a bunch of guys on your team that have never been really ball movers before.
Yeah, guys who have done this for a long time in their careers.
Yeah, like Malik Monk is someone who literally opens his mouth and things fly out of it and all the time, and he doesn't think about what he's saying at all. And then every once in a while he does, and you're like, oh, that was a dramatic pause.
Right.
While you collected your thoughts, so you're not that guy. So you're not this guy. You're not the Zach LaVine guy. It's like, okay, you said it, but you didn't say it. Yeah.
It just really, really bothered me, man. You'd love to see the Zach LaVine that was averaging 30 a night, 30 plus a night through the first 6 games. But the fact is he scored 30, was that 6 games, 5 times in the first 6.
Mm-hmm.
And since then he's hit the 30-point mark twice.
Yeah.
And that's not, I like I said, I don't want to use this to absolve the Kings of anything because you can't. The offense is bad. They don't have an offensive hierarchy. But part of that is because if you're Zach LaVine's teammate, you've watched him score 2 points and get locked up by Houston. You watch him go for 19 in a loss to Memphis. You watch him go for 13 in that loss to Phoenix. What about him on a night-to-night basis? If you're Keegan Murray or you're Dennis Schroeder or you're Maxime Reynaud or Nick Clifford or whoever, what about you is like, man, we need to get that guy the rock?
Yeah.
There's no reason to.
Because what are they supposed to do? Like check in like 3 minutes into the game and see if you're engaged tonight or not?
Yeah.
It's like, is he the good Zach or is he the other one?
Right.
The one that it's not even that he's bad, it's that he's not there.
Yes.
And so that's the question. Like if you're going into, how do you game plan for that specifically? It's very difficult, man.
On top of trying to figure out what the offense is for the young guys just trying to get their sea legs in the NBA. And now you've also got to be like, hey, what version of Zach LaVine we got tonight?
Yeah.
We thumbs up, thumbs down? Yeah. Right in the middle?
Like you almost want to make him like lift his tongue and put a thermometer in his mouth. Hey, I need to see which Zach is showing up tonight.
Which one we got? I don't know, man. That just really, really rubbed me the wrong way. Pause. I did not like that quote from Zach LaVine. But you mentioned some of the young players. There was some stuff to like from that Kings win over the Miami Heat. We'll get into that. We'll get into the weird Domantas Sabonis thing, semi-weird Domantas Sabonis thing that's going on.
Yeah.
Not weird. The non-update. I don't know. We'll talk about where Domantas Sabonis is at and when he could return for the Kings and what that means for Maxime Reynaud. Plus, a ton of stuff happened in the NFL this weekend. Plenty to get into over the next couple hours on the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. I need to do this and that, and I need to do that. There we go. Hi, everyone. And I have to ask James a radio thing that I don't want to say in front of you guys.
All of you guys to know. Hello, everyone. No, Miss Mac, I never push buttons. No. I mean, you saw what happened. Was it on Thursday? I didn't press any buttons, and it still messed up while I was over there running the board. You guys missed the whole first segment. Just had to watch us like we're mimes or something.
You push buttons sometimes. You turn your mic on and off.
I do.
That counts.
Only when I sneeze.
Let me see. What did I want? How do I want to say this?
Word. It's like, yeah, that was all me. The other guy's just,
dude, seriously.
You're welcome.
I was asking James about a potential guest, and the reason I don't want to talk about it on here is in the event that it doesn't happen, then it's not as good.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. That happens on occasion.
Oh, all right. Hang on. We got to turn the mics off again for a second then. Oh, it was great. We had a great time. People watching in Disneyland is always good.
I tell you the time Gabriel Byrne was at Disneyland, I look over there, I'm like, oh, that's Gabriel Byrne.
I don't know who that is.
You ever watch Usual Suspects?
No.
What?
Brother, I don't know how many times we have to go over this.
But that's one that you need to watch that one.
That's on the list. On my old show, we did a bit where we had a Google sheet of movies I need to watch.
Yeah. The Usual Suspects is unbelievable.
Yeah, I just the whole Kevin Spacey thing weirds me out a little bit now.
Yeah.
So that's
I get it.
That's a hurdle I'm gonna have to get over to watch that movie. But yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about that film. The most famous person I've ever seen at Disneyland. I was there at the same time as Bob Gurr. That's the guy who invented the Doom buggy.
Okay.
Among a bunch of other things. He's an Imagineering legend. You watch House of Cards?
Yes.
You know the press secretary?
Yep.
Guy?
Mm-hmm.
Him.
Okay. Yeah.
He was in line at Big Thunder Mountain, like he was getting on, and we made eye contact.
The bald guy?
No. That was the fixer guy. I think his name is Seth.
Oh, yeah.
And we made eye contact, and I did this face at him. I did this face. I went, and he went.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, you recognize me. He's the perfect amount of famous.
Yeah.
He's probably made a lot of money, but also when he goes to Disneyland, he's just going to get people going, is that?
Do I know him from somewhere? I know him from somewhere.
All right, here we go. Hang on.
Welcome back to The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. I'm going to talk about the Kings' new starting lineup. Maxime Reynaud.
I love it.
I'm here for it, man. I think Doug listens to the show. We were just talking about this.
Yeah, I also I said this before the season started that look, I think that there was always going to be a point this year where the hope was that Max would take over for Drew Eubanks and become your backup center.
Mm-hmm.
And you thought it might be in January. You thought it may be December, maybe February after the trade deadline, but that probably was going to be the idea, unless you're just rolling and Drew Eubanks is just incredible. But when Sabonis went down, it's okay, why not? You got nothing else to play for at this point.
Mm-hmm.
What are they, 6 and 17, something
yes.
like that? This is a moment where you should figure out the little things that could actually draw people in to watch, and you should focus on those. It should be about Max Reynaud. It should be about Neat Clifford. It should be about can they actually be rotational players down the road? And right now, this is almost like make-believe rotational player. You're a rotational player because, like, let's be honest, they've got nothing else, and you're losing anyway, so you might as well run these guys out there. But man, he's been so good. Reno has been so good over the last couple of games, and it's just like, hey, this is fun.
Yeah, man. He goes from, so he's played in 9 straight games. He went 18 and a half minutes, 21 minutes, 9, 14, 9, but then 21 and a half, 23, 32, and then he gets the start and he plays 25 minutes. That's a really strong development arc for me.
Yeah.
Whereas this is a second round pick, they've super eased him in. But yeah, they've reached this point of the season where your season's over. Barring a miracle, your season's pretty much over.
Yeah.
You've given this guy legitimate rotation minutes, and now you're in a spot where oh no, Drew Eubanks doesn't get to start right now. That's so silly.
Yeah.
So I love it, man. As long as Sabonis is out, Maxime Reynaud should be starting. And I don't even think it's a question for me. Even if he face plants tonight in Indiana, it's not a question for me. Keep him out there.
Yeah, because look, I think the biggest thing I'd point to is that we hope that in the final 20 games of the season, you might be able to get the guy some burn, right?
Sure.
You might be able to get him some confidence, some things to work on during the summer. When you're part of the rotation 20 games into the season, now all of a sudden you got 60 games to grow, to learn, to hit walls, to get through walls, to understand what it's like to play against, in one game, Alperen Şengün, and then Steven Adams, and then Jabari Smith Jr., and then, we're going to throw Clint Capella in for a couple of minutes. Like, the learning experience that you're getting, the on-the-job training that Reynaud is getting, like, it doesn't always work, and it's not fair to a veteran group if you're winning games to try to bring someone along who's going to slow you down and hurt your chances to win. But that's not what this is at this point. To be honest with you, Max is giving you as like high a percentage chance of winning as anyone else is at that position.
He is right now better than Drew Eubanks.
Yeah.
At least he gives them more than Drew Eubanks does, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if he's better than, but it's close. And the thing I would point out too is, like, you talk about, the last 3 games, right? So he plays 23 minutes against Memphis. He has 6 rebounds. The next time out, he goes up against Houston, which is huge. I mean, that front line is gigantic.
Having a good game against Houston is really impressive.
Yeah. Zach. So the 25 points and 6 rebounds. Okay, I need more from you. If you're going to get 25 and you're going to play 32 minutes, I need more rebounds. Comes out the next night, 25 minutes, 10 rebounds.
Yep.
That's what I need. I don't need you to score 25 every night, but 12 points, hey, that works. 12 points, 10 boards, showed me something.
Yep.
And so I think every one of these opportunities is a way for him to build on something. And I don't know if he's going to be a long-term starter in the league, but I do know that he's showing me more and more that he might be able to be a rotational player.
Yeah.
And so that's a good thing. And these are things that I see teams like the Warriors are really good at this, right? Like Quentin Post had no business playing last year, but then you gave him some burn and he started hitting threes and you're like, he won them a couple of games. So the Kings need to be in the mode where it's like, hey, we don't have a lot of young players, but the young players that we do have, we're actually gonna shine a light on them and see what happens, see how they look in the light.
Yeah.
And so far it's good.
And I think it's important to note here, because you did the right thing there, in my opinion, and there's expectation setting that still has to come with this.
Oh yeah.
It looks like Maxime Reynaud can be a rotation player. This is not, oh my God, he's the starting center of the future. At least not yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 15 games into his career. Not even that, because he didn't play in a bunch of them. But we're
15 games he's played.
Oh, okay. So we are at 15. Okay, so 15 games that he's played. And who knows? He might faceplant against Indiana, lose all confidence, and now all of a sudden it looks like he's an end of the bench guy. But it looks like his development arc is going toward, at the very least, rotation player, that you feel good if he has to start a couple of games, you feel okay about it. I think I think first of all that I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
That's number one. But I just overall point, shout out to Maxime Reynaud. Got to start, played well. And I'm sure my thought will come back to me here in a second.
And like eventually, like look, we're starting to see some of the things that
Love when
he
that
was
happens.
known for in college, right?
Mhm.
So we're starting to see the 3-point shot. The more he's on the court, the more confidence he's going to have. He's up to 1.9 3-point attempts per 36, shooting 30.8%. So that's got to come up. But you're seeing the confidence start to rise. And like I think the biggest thing that I'm going to question again and again is like, okay, number one, what does he look like after a year working with the training staff? So I want to see if he can refine his body in the same way that Keegan Murray has refined his body. Can he become a 4-5 as opposed to a 5? And if he can become a 4-5 as we get along during the season, if he can start to space the floor with the 3-point shot, and he can become a little bit more, say, and don't get me wrong here, I'm not trying to compare him to this player specifically, but if he can do some of the things that Nikola Vucevic can do, where he's shooting threes, or he can do some of the things that we see from Porzingis, where he's shooting threes, or heaven forbid, he continues to refine his body and be better and better, and he starts to look more like some sort of like version of Lauri Markkanen at 7-1, then it's like you might have something here.
Sure.
And you have to foster that. And you also need to see if he can continue to grow like this, can you get him on the court with Domas when Domas is healthy?
Yeah.
Because that's a big piece. Like if you can have a guy who's 7-1 with Domas and can space the floor, can hit the glass and do these things that you're looking for, a big man to do, it just makes life so much easier. And it allows you to move Keegan to the small forward for more minutes. And, there's like a trickle down effect here that happens. So
sure.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing so far. And to be honest, like you're hoping that he continues this growth.
I remember what I was going to say.
Okay.
Just because Maxime Reynaud is getting some minutes and improving and developing doesn't mean that would happen all the time.
No.
Because just because a guy plays doesn't mean that he's automatically going to be good. And so that was what I was kind of getting at with. We'll talk about Devin Carter a little bit later, or Nick Clifford. This doesn't mean, oh man, give Nick 30 minutes a game and he'll automatically be awesome. That's not how it works. But I do think we're at the point of the season where we're giving young players the opportunities when they present themselves. And this one so obviously presented itself. Just makes a lot of sense, because if it turns out that Maxime Reynaud isn't very good, now's the time to figure it out.
Yeah.
And not next season when you start hot and you're going to be a surprise team and you have no idea what you have in Maxime Reynaud, because now you're trying to fit him in, and does he fit? Does he not? Is he improving? Is he not? Can you give him anything? Like, no, now's the time, man. Now's the time to just do it. So I'm glad they're doing it. That was the conclusion on that. You mentioned Domantas Sabonis.
Yes.
Still nothing?
Yeah, so I think this is a strange one, because I went back and I looked. I'm like, when did Domas get hurt? And so he had an MRI on November 16th, and they said at that point, they didn't give us an official update until 2 to 3 days later. But at that point, it was like, hey, we're talking 3 to 4 weeks before reevaluation. I saw Domas on the sidelines with his teammates. We've had no update as far as like a medical procedure, which tells me that they decided to go non-surgical with Domas's knee. So he has a partial tear of the meniscus, and they're trying to let it heal naturally, as opposed to going in and cutting away a meniscus and trying to mess with his cartilage in his knee. But we're over 3 weeks of a 3 to 4 week reevaluation, and we haven't heard anything yet. And again, I don't know when he's going to be on the floor, but we should start seeing that. I mean, he should at least be like starting his return to play, or at least like we should hear that he's going to be out like another week or two. But I think it's something that like I just want to put on the radar, because we are getting closer and closer to that moment. And I do think that there's a point where we do need to see if you can play those two alongside each other with Reynaud, because like, look, Domas can make Reynaud a better player. Like he can, like his ability to pass, his ability to get him open looks and everything else. He hasn't played with a conventional big like that. It's one thing to play with Miles Turner for years in Indiana, but Miles Turner, again, is like a stretch 5. So I kind of want to see what he looks like next to Domas, but we're kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to see when Domas is coming back. And like, look, at some point, you hope that the Kings can at least have like a 2 or 3 week stretch where everyone is healthy and you get to see what the team could have looked like, because I think there is still that what if. We saw what the team looked like when Keegan came back, like right away. Is like, oh my gosh, they look totally different. But then you started to run into issues again. Now, can you get all of them on the court and say, okay, this is what we were trying to do, but at the same time, we also have a slightly more seasoned Maxime Reynaud. Nate Clifford is developing and all these things. So I think we're hoping to see something from on the Domas front any day now.
I kind of wonder if the tenor of this season is going to lead them to, in situations like Domas, to where if they were competitive and fighting for a playoff spot or even a play-in spot, and that was kind of the expectation, is that they would go to the playoffs. If we would already hear like, man, all right, they've got him back on the court and he's doing contact drills and they want to get him back ASAP, or if they're looking at this and going, man, you might still be part of this over the next 3 or 4 years. So we want to make sure that this is not going to be a lingering chronic thing. Take the 4 weeks and then we'll ease you back in because we can play Maxime Reynaud, make sure you're fully healthy, good to go. I kind of wonder if that's how this injury stuff is going to go for them this year.
Yeah, I think that every injury this season specifically might take an extra week. And to be honest with you, Domas needed a 3-week break. His ribs were damaged. He was totally beat up. I mean, you saw it like from the opening tip of like on opening night. He like had
never looked right.
Well, yeah. I mean, he had the hamstring injury coming into the season, and then like you're just waiting for him to get healthy. And the fact is, he wasn't going to get healthy unless he had something like this that shut him down. So while his knee is healing, his hamstring is healing, his ribs are healing. His melon is healing because he's not getting hit every single night. Yeah. Doesn't have a knock.
Yeah, man. We'll see with the Kings. We'll have keys to victory for tonight in Indiana because holy crap, does Indiana stink.
Oh, they're not good.
They are super they are super not good. We'll talk about that when we get to the Kings a little bit later. I want to shift gears and talk about the NFL here on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The 49ers did not play this weekend, but their fortune shifted dramatically.
Yeah.
So they've moved up to the number 6 seed, which was going to happen no matter the result of the weekend. They were at least going to go to 6. They were going to jump over the loser of Bears-Packers, and if they tied, they were going to jump over the Packers. That was going to happen no matter what. Had the Rams or Seahawks lost, they would have moved up to 5. If both of those teams lost, they would have moved up to 2. Those teams won in decisive fashion. So there was never any danger of the 49ers moving up further than 6. But they moved up to 6, which puts them in an interesting spot because now they can't fall out. Even if they lose next week, they don't fall out of the playoff picture.
Yeah.
Which I think is a pretty big deal. But on the other hand, Daniel Jones tore his Achilles yesterday. They believe he tore his Achilles. They believe he's out for the season. I don't know if that's been officially reported yet, but Ian Rappaport said on NFL Network today that he's done for the season. That changes the tenor of the 49ers schedule a lot.
It does.
Because they had that game against Tennessee that we were circling and going, you win that one, you get to 10 wins. That puts you in a great spot. Then you need one of the next 3. At the Colts, home against the Bears, home against the Seahawks. None of those easy games. That Indianapolis game looks much different now. Sauce Gardner's out. He's got a calf thing that they're worried about becoming an Achilles thing.
Yep.
Daniel Jones has an Achilles thing that they say is going to have him out for the year. So the Colts are starting rookie Riley Leonard, who I think is a 6th-round pick.
Something like that.
Day 3 pick.
Yeah, Notre Dame guy?
Yes.
Yep.
So he's going to be the starter when the 49ers visit, at least the presumed starter when the 49ers visit the Colts in 2 weeks. That turns into a game now that you have to win. That turns into a game now, this Tennessee game coming up, that Colts game, depending on how you feel about the Bears, you might even say the Bears game.
Yeah.
The 49ers are now in a spot where if you don't make the playoffs, this season's bad. I had been operating under this idea that, okay, you want to make the playoffs, that'd be fine. That'd be good considering the injuries. If you don't make it, the injuries kind of caught up to you. No, man. you're getting a dreadful Tennessee team.
Yep.
And then you're getting the Colts without Daniel Jones, who had been playing for the most part really well, and without the cornerback that they traded 2 first-round picks for.
Oof.
That should be a win. That should get you to 11. That should get you comfortably into the playoffs, regardless of what happens in the Chicago and Seattle games.
Yep. And
if you fumble this, that is not a forgivable thing.
No, I'm with you. And I'm even going to say, like, this puts you in a position where, like, you're coming off a bye week. You easily could get 3 of these 4. Like, I know, like, the Tennessee and the Indianapolis game, but you roll right there. And you got 2 games left on your schedule, and it's the Bears and the Seahawks. Man, you got to go for broke right there. Like, because one slip up from the Rams, and you can easily, like, move ahead of them and take the division still. I think it opens the possibility of the division being still up for grabs, especially if you've got Seattle the last game of the season. You already have Seattle. You split with the Rams. You have a better conference and division record than any of these guys. And so you're looking at this possibility that, hey, you win these 2, you look at the Bears, you get that Bears win, all of a sudden you're a 12-win team with 1 game left on your schedule. You never know, man. I don't want to say, like, hey, this is it. Like, they're rolling. But also look at you win the West. I hate to say, you win the West, you're getting a first-round bye.
Very, very likely, yeah, because if you're winning the West, it means you won out.
Yeah.
The Rams played Detroit this week.
Yeah.
Seattle, you already have 1 win. You got them in week 18. If to win the West, you would have to win that game. And you would probably need I don't think Seattle's going to lose prior to that. So if you're winning the West, yeah, it very, very much means that you're the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you have a bye in the first round.
And all of a sudden we're not worried about that first round, whether you can get through a team like Philadelphia.
Watch these dudes lose to Tennessee.
That would be very much a Kings
I
thing.
finally buy in a little bit and watch them lose to the worst team in the league.
Yeah, because
second worst.
Hey, the Rams play the Lions, followed by Seattle.
Yeah, the Niners need Seattle to win that one, I think.
Well, if they want to, well, yeah, I mean, they could.
Unless
the Rams lose this week and the Rams beat Seattle, and then all of a sudden you're coming down to the last 2 weeks. All of a sudden, this is getting really, really interesting, where I did not think it was going to be this interesting. Even like the Bears, like I hate saying it for Bears fans out there, but it does feel a little Coltsy. It does. Like I want to say that they're a better team, but it feels a little too early for them to be this good.
I have thoughts on this. I have many thoughts on this that I would like to get to in a bit. We'll stick with football because it was a good weekend for the Niners, and was it a good or bad weekend for the Raiders?
Yeah.
I can't tell. We'll figure it out next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chris. This does kind of feel like a heat culture kind of season. And you know what? I want to say that that's like the Niners culture. I'm not gonna side with TC here, but I am gonna say that I think it's the 49ers with Robert Saleh. Like, I think that guy means that much, that he's going out there with some nobodies on the defensive side of the ball, and he keeps like throwing up aces. It's just like amazing coaching this season from Saleh.
You hate Kyle Shanahan too. That's so crazy.
Who?
You.
No, I don't hate
That's
Shanahan.
he's the man.
No, I think Shanahan's wonderful.
Man.
I do, but there are times where like I get frustrated with his play calling. But I don't hate Shanahan. But I think that Robert Saleh has done, like,
he has.
It's just like his impact is spectacular.
Kyle Shanahan won a bunch of games with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
That matters.
No, it does. Yeah.
George Kittle was out for a bunch of the year. Ricky Pearsall's been out for a bunch of the year. Jawan Jennings is super banged up.
Yep.
Saleh's going to get a head coaching job again, though.
Oh, yeah.
He's been very, very good.
I would just pay him a lot. I wouldn't.
The thing is, though, that Jets team was super not good.
Yeah. Well,
Very strange.
I would just keep paying him. Just give him whatever it is that you need to pay him to keep him. Like, if you can keep him for one more season, especially with all those young players, and develop someone else to take over for him. That you're going to leave. You're going to lose. Excuse me.
Well, that happens. Saleh did have that Jets defense playing well. They just needed a quarterback, and then their quarterback got hurt. Didn't he have an interview with Vegas? So, TC, you think Mac Jones, they should have drafted Mac Jones over Trey Lance? That's been your take since 2021? Too bad he can't because Mac Jones is still under contract next year. Hate to see it. I do think it's going to be interesting to follow if they trade him or not.
I have a silver lining for what
30
we're going
seconds.
to talk about next.
For who?
For the Raiders.
Okay. A silver and black lining?
Oh?
Do you know why he's a solid ass QB, TC, in your eyes? Because of Kyle Shanahan. Because of Kyle fucking Shanahan. That's why.
Amen.
That's why you think he's solid.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've come full circle on this.
Yeah, because Sam Darnold, did you think he was solid? No, not until he played here.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Shout out to the Niners coaching staff, man. It's a good group.
It is a good group, man.
Really good group.
Good group. Keep them together. Keep them together.
Do you know what coaching staff shouldn't stay together?
Yeah, I do.
That of the Las Vegas Raiders. Decisions made, man. I to me, you cannot move forward like this.
Yeah.
I want to talk about why it was what good happened for the Raiders this weekend, but it's just so clear that nothing is happening that you can feel good about moving forward with into 2026.
I
say this as a pro Pete Carroll guy.
Yeah.
I say this as somebody who very much thought the Raiders would at least be competitive this year because of Pete Carroll.
We thought they might go 500.
You were like, man, 10 wins on the table. They get a couple of bounces. A bad call go their way.
Yeah.
Like, and now they're in the running to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
There's just nothing happening with the Raiders that makes me think, like 24-17 yesterday, it was not even close to that close.
No. Yeah.
It's done. The Pete Carroll thing is done. His career is done. The Raiders need to be done. You need to wash your hands of this. It was a massive, it was a good swing. I liked the swing. It's not working.
I'm going to give you the one silver lining about this.
The silver and black lining?
The silver and black lining.
Oh.
In previous years, they've had guys like Antonio Pierce, and they've had other coaches that are just trying to win and trying to set some culture and trying to do something to earn a job or to show that they're ready or whatever. Pete Carroll is a guy who's been around the league long enough that's looking at the scoreboard, that's looking at the standings and going, okay, whether I'm here or not, this team is better with 2 wins. And that is not what's happened. You remember, was it last year or the year before where it was year before where they were like the number 4 pick in the draft. And in the last week and 2 weeks of the season moved to number 13 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was Antonio Pierce's first year.
Yeah, and that was because he kept trying to win. Just win, baby. It's like, no. It's too late. You can't just win now.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't matter if you win. But I think Pete Carroll's going to glide this thing in smoothly. Give it, like here they can have, I was thinking of a glider, nothing else, Kyle, until you gave that look.
Go on.
But just kind of move this thing the right way, and the right way for this franchise is for them to go get a top-tier quarterback at the top end of this draft or a top-tier offensive lineman, someone that can be a franchise-changing piece. Because that's the thing. They have too many franchise, like building block guys, to be this bad, but it's because they built their team wrong.
Right.
And so if I'm looking at Genty's a keeper, Bowers is a keeper,
Max Crosby is one of the best defensive ends in the sport.
Yeah. Now, not only will you get the first pick and the second pick in the first round, but in the second round, in the third round, in the fourth round, where you can start to accumulate the offensive linemen that you need to be functional. It's just really crazy.
Do you want to know another silver lining?
Uh-oh.
Do you know what the Raiders' schedule looks like to close the year?
Oh, I'm going to guess it's Chiefs, Broncos. I'm not looking at Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, and one other good team.
No, not quite.
Okay.
So they're at Philly this week.
Oh, okay. Well,
against a Philly team that's trying to win. I don't think they win that one.
Okay.
Then they're at Houston.
Yep.
Against a Houston team that is rolling right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're getting that one. Tough one against New York on December 27th. That's the Giants. They got the Giants, who currently, and this is why it was a good weekend for the Raiders currently hold the number 2 pick in this year's draft. They are tied at 2-11 with the New York Football Giants, who they play in Week 17 in a game that may be for the number 1 pick.
Oh, yeah.
Or loser gets the pick. Because the Raiders then finish the year on January 4th against Kansas City in a game that Kansas City may or may not be trying in. It looks like they're probably going to be out of the postseason race by January 4. So I don't know what version of Kansas City you're going to get in that game, and maybe the Raiders just get up for a division game and torpedo their chances at the number 1 pick. But in the world where Kansas City still has an outside shot, and okay, they're going to try, the Raiders have a very real chance to go 0-4 with one of those losses coming against the team that is currently ahead of them in the NFL draft.
Yeah. All of that's good.
And I just don't know how you finish out a year. What were they, 2-4?
To start?
Yeah, so there were 2-4. You cannot move forward with a coach who lost 11 consecutive games.
Oh, man.
And it wasn't, you mentioned they drafted Ashton Genty 6th overall because they had Brock Bowers and they had Jacoby Myers and they signed Geno Smith. And all right, this is going to be a group that's supposed to be competitive. They did not tear it down to the studs. Year one of Kyle Shanahan, 2017. That was a tear down to the studs. This team is probably going to suck, and the coach is going to stick around no matter what because they're building something. This is a Raiders team that was trying to be at least competitive, and they've been anything but. Their week 1 win over the Patriots, total fluke.
Oh, yeah.
Their other win was against the dreadful Tennessee Titans.
Yep.
Or 2-11, tied with the Raiders. This is just that you can't. This has been a of all the bad Raiders seasons, this has been among the worst.
Yeah, that 24-41 against a bad Commanders team in week 3. They lost 6-40 against the Colts. They lost 0-31. 31-0 Chiefs.
Yep.
Like you're losing, but you're losing.
Lost to the Cowboys by 17. You lose to the Browns by 2 touchdowns. You follow that up with a 17-point loss to the Chargers. You lose to the Broncos by 7 in a game that was never close.
No. Although I will say that, man, the Raiders are a different team when Brock Bowers is healthy. Like, he's really, really good.
He is a extremely impactful player.
Yeah.
But again, like you said, that's a foundational piece.
Yeah.
You're just going to roll forward with the coach that lost you 11 consecutive games and go, yeah, this is the one. He wanted Geno Smith on purpose. His kid's still the offensive line coach. Like, what are we doing?
That's not good.
And the worst part is number 2 in the draft.
The worst part is I'm wondering, wait, Pete Carroll's son or Geno Smith's son? Because both are possible.
No, Geno's not that old.
He's 35. He could have an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, I guess. Hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. Mitch, what do you want?
Hey, what I want? How you doing? I'll take a large. Happy holidays. I'm just kidding.
My man.
Take a large pizza. I think on the Seattle division, I think Sam Darnold. I mean, that's a tough division. I think all those 2 teams will probably get in because the Bears are pretty good, but they're the running game. Just something about. I think that defense just not gonna stop the other team. Okay, and with the Raiders, I think they're like 7 quarterbacks to beat.
All right, thanks, Mitch.
We lost him.
Lost him.
It was a bummer because his signal was clear. He wasn't in the wind.
Yeah, I know. It was brutal. Yeah,
I'm sure it's cold.
I think barring a disaster, the NFC West is going to get 3 playoff teams for sure. The Raiders have been eliminated, by the way.
Yes.
Raiders not going to make the playoffs.
No.
Yeah, man. They're in a bad spot. It reminds me. It feels. I want to get back to the Kings via the Raiders in a bit. We'll also have keys to victory for the Kings tonight in a imminently winnable game. Can they make it 2 in a row? We'll find that out next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Yeah, we don't have a producer here. That was just that was just Mitch, like his signal cut. I did think it was funny that he wanted a large pizza.
A large farva.
Can I get a liter of cola? You mean a large? No, I don't want a large.
My dad just hit me with a stat. The Raiders have never won a game that Brock Bowers has scored a touchdown in. Oh my God.
That is awesome.
All right, this can go here.
I was telling Kyle earlier, I went to Gwen Stefani on Saturday night. She was absolutely phenomenal. Great show. But tickets were really expensive. And she stopped at an hour and 15 minutes and the lights came on and no encore and the show was over. I was like, wait, that's it? Like nothing else? Like even like another 20 minutes, you would have felt like, okay, that was, I mean, the energy, everything else was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how can you charge that much for an hour and 15 minutes of somebody's time?
Especially Gwen Stefani.
Yeah.
She has so much music and so many things she can do.
She didn't sing, like she has multiple Christmas albums, I guess, not a single Christmas song. Like it felt
gross.
Like we got to get this thing over with as quickly as possible.
All right. Come back. Hour number 2, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Jesse Tapia helping us out on the ones and twos. We have not a conspiracy theory, but some dot connecting from our very own James Ham about looking into his crystal ball on a move the Kings may or may not be making in the future. And I want to get to that. But before we do that, we were talking about the Raiders a bit in the last segment and their dreadful weekend, but their move up in the NFL draft standings or the NFL draft order, and maybe that matters. But the thing that really hit this weekend for me was that the Raiders head coaching decision is now pretty easy at the end of this year.
Yeah.
The Pete Carroll era is over, and it was over really before it started. This hasn't worked. And they've just kind of reached a point where even if you want to go, well, Kyle, it's not his fault. The GM didn't do enough. Their offensive line, they've not done X, Y, and Z. It's his first year. You got to give him time, blah, blah, blah. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that you can move forward with the same coaching staff when it looks like you're going to end your season with 11 consecutive losses. In a year where there was some level, some however small manner of expectation, they have face planted in a massive, massive way.
Yep.
And I want to spin this to the Kings because I sort of wonder if this season gets the same way, if it never really stabilizes, where things just continue to go sideways. It might be injury. It might be a trade. It might just whatever it is, but they end the season with losing 18 of 20, 15 of 18, whatever, and they win 25 games. Does this just turn into a year where it's just scrap it all and we need to just fully start over? Because that's where it is for the Raiders for me.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder because I think by scrapping it all, you mean like Doug Christie out, everybody out.
Yeah.
Just clear, except for Scott Perry, who's like
Scott
rebuilding.
Perry
whatever.
would be making that call to go, okay, hang on, we're resetting everything. This didn't work so much. But on the other hand, it's different because the reason I say that is because the Raiders had some level of expectation. I don't think that existed for the Kings.
Yeah, I will say that. That's one thing that Scott Perry is like quietly said. Like, did you hear us say playoffs?
Mhm.
Like, and the answer is no, you did
No.
not.
Mm-mm.
No, I mean, the players might have said like their expectations were to defy the odds and do
Course.
something that nobody thought that they would do. And like, okay,
Every player on every team should say that every year.
yeah. So, I it's a weird situation though, because I think the biggest difference is that Doug Christie's a 55-year-old first-year head coach, and Pete Carroll's what, 74?
Conservatively, yeah.
Yeah, like Pete Carroll is like in the twilight of his career.
Yeah, he's 74 years old. 75 at the beginning of next season.
Yeah, so I think that the difference that I would make is that I would point to is that some of the young players that Doug is working with are developing in front of your eyes.
Mhm.
And so the goal this season has got to be like, hey, let's see what Max Reno is. And hey, let's see what Nate Clifford is. And hey, let's see if we can get Keegan to go from 12 points a game to 18 points a game. That's where you're heading. And then if he's able to accomplish some of those things, then I feel a little more confident with him moving forward as somebody who might be able to bring along a young group.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Like if you're resetting everything, like
Mhm.
why do you need to spend a bunch of money on a coach if you're resetting everything? If you're
Mhm.
gonna go with draft picks and young players and
Right.
blow this thing up, And so for me, that's where I think the difference is. Like, to be honest, I think both teams should be looking at the lottery more than anything else at this point, or the equivalent for
Yeah,
the
the
NFL.
draft.
Yeah, the draft.
Mhm.
They should be looking towards the draft. And like I'm looking at this year's draft, and there's like 8 deep of top tier talent
Mhm.
and probably 20 deep of really good NBA player.
Mhm.
This is a phenomenal draft. And it's one of the first drafts where we're kind of clear of the COVID era. It's one of the first years that we're looking at kids that were in this group of kids were in junior high and or maybe even freshmen in high school
Mhm.
when the pandemic hit. And
Yeah.
so everything gets spun out of control, right?
Mhm.
And so I do think that it's had like a pretty huge impact on not only players staying in college longer, but also like the development of the players who are coming into the league.
Yeah.
But this is like considered a great draft. And for me, it's like, hey, go ahead and draft it, like try to play for a draft pick for once. And that's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Because you do still have talent on this team, and you're going into a game tonight against a team like Indiana where it's a winnable game.
Very much so.
But wins hurt you, and you don't want to lose all the games. But
I have a theory on this, and with the draft lottery now, we're seeing that it matters less that teams tank. Like it's just we're seeing over and over again, and so I wonder, especially in this year's draft, and especially with the way the lottery has been shaking out. I think it's better because the Kings aren't going to be in a situation where they're like picking 14th or 15th.
Yeah.
Like I think they're going to be one of the 8 to 10 worst teams in the sport, no matter what they do.
I totally agree.
And so for me, I'm doing everything I can to, no matter what tiny scraps of this it is, trying to do whatever you can to, we talk about building culture and build winning habits.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go into a game against Indiana and go, okay, Zach LaVine's sitting, DeMar DeRozan's sitting. We're going to make it really clear what we're doing here. No, man, go out and try and win. And what's the absolute worst case there is that they wind up picking like 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
But if it's in service of Maxime Reno got a bunch of starts and man, he really improved. And Nate Clifford got to play a bunch down the stretch and he got a lot better and actually helped them win some games. Fine. I would way rather that and pick 10th than everything was awful and terrible and pick 2nd.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But I think that there's a way in which, number one, you can start trading away big ticket players right now. And what you're getting back clearly isn't going to be that player, but also might be someone that you can move off of, that you can waive, that you can just get rid of for the rest of the season, let them go play for somebody else, and like scour the G League for a couple of guys that may or may not have some skills that you'd like to see if they can develop to the next level, and just clear out a bunch of stuff. And so, like, I think there's a way to make this season. Again, it's broken right now. And when you see a player like Zach LaVine come out and say something that, to be honest, should be offensive to all of his teammates.
Yeah.
Like when you see that, it's like, okay, well, can you get rid of Zach? Can you move Zach and not worry about what you're taking back as long as it's not extended contracts? Or maybe it's one guy who's on a 3-year deal, but it's at like $10 million a year, as opposed to paying out $49 million for Zach next year. Can you move DeMar DeRozan for, again, if it's John Collins and you give John Collins a run here for a couple of weeks and say, okay, we know what we got there. John, you can go ahead and leave after the trade deadline, and we're gonna buy you out, and you can go ahead and see if there's somewhere else you can go pick up with, and good luck, be on your way. That's fine. Sure. And so there's ways to clear out some of like what I would consider at this point like clutter in your lineup, and just get back to like the real basics, like who are you, Keon Ellis? Who are you, Keegan Murray? Can Keegan Murray, in a bad situation, like it's okay if like what we saw from Cam Johnson last year, where he goes out and he averages 19 point something points per game. He averaged that because he's on a team that was so bad that somebody had to score.
Right.
Well, I kind of want to see if Keegan can do that. Like, go show me that you can average 22 points per game on a team that nothing matters, but that's okay. It's okay to go out there and play and perform and get better. So that's kind of where I'm at with this season too. But I would be playing for not a number 8, number 9. Like you should be, if you're the Kings right now, you should be looking at ways that you can be in it for the top pick in the draft.
Sure.
But you should be looking at the top 4 and going, okay, how do I secure that? And whatever it takes to get there, you got to do it.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Because there are some really, really bad teams in the league.
There are teams that are better at tanking than you are. Yeah. The worst part is
further into their tank.
They're tanking teams, and then there are teams like the Kings that are just bad. That's tough.
Right. Yeah. Tough spot to be in for sure. Let's get to one of those bad teams is the Indiana Pacers, who the Kings play tonight. We have some keys to victory for you right now. James Ham, how do the Kings get a win tonight against Indiana? Should we start doing keys to losing?
Oh, well.
Should we flip this on its head?
Maybe. Okay. Like for me,
if we're just gonna go full tank,
it's like, hey, I know you already. I'm gonna test the theory of putting your money where your mouth is. Hey, Zach LaVine, here's the ball 37 times. You go ahead and shoot every single time. You go for 100 tonight. That's fine, because if we can somehow showcase you and show that you have this in your bag, and you can go for 45 games in a row, and maybe someone goes, hey man, it's just a bad situation. And maybe they will bite on Zach LaVine. So my first key is go ahead and feed that guy. Feed him. And let's see how that goes.
There's always dumb teams. I totally get it. But shout out to the GM that watches Zach LaVine cook for the Kings here, because they keep giving him the ball and they're showcasing him and they go, oh, it's different this time. The guy's 30. Shout out to that GM who decides that he's the one. This is the time that it's for real with Zach LaVine.
You remember that? I told you when they traded for him.
Yeah, man.
This is who he is.
He is. He's exactly that guy.
You had 11 years of footage. Go ahead and watch it.
Yep.
Go ahead.
But maybe they can showcase him and get a GM to bite. Number 1 for me, get to the bucket. The Pacers are 27th in 2-point percentage allowed and 22nd in 2-point attempts allowed. Jay Huff, the man, the myth, the legend, is leading the NBA in blocks per game among qualified players.
The big Amish.
They are not this awesome defensive team. The Kings don't shoot a ton of threes anyway, and are not particularly effective at shooting threes. So cool. Live in the paint, live in the mid range, get your 2-point shots. The Pacers are not particularly good at defending them.
I'm with you.
Number 2.
Let Max Reno get it. Just like give him the ball. Like, let's see what he's got. Like, let's see if he can get comfortable enough that maybe he can play alongside Domas.
Mhm.
The more minutes he gets, the more comfortable, the better he's going to get, the
It appears
stronger
that
he's
way.
going to get, the more physical he's going to get. He's going to raise his game to match the people around him. And I feel this way because he is an absolutely brilliant young man.
Mhm.
Super, super smart.
guy. For
And
sure.
he is figuring it out along the way, and I love what I'm seeing. So that's my key. Like, give him the ball. Don't give the ball to Max to Zach LaVine.
All right. Number 2. I need the Kings to do the bare minimum on defense. Whatever the basement is.
The bare necessities.
Yeah, bro, I'm serious. Here's some of the things that Indiana, not Indianapolis. We're not talking football. Here's the things Indiana finishes or ranks last in the NBA. Assists, field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, and they're 29th in scoring. Have some pride, dude. Like, that's it. We talk about like building winning habits and building a culture. Go into this game against this team that is not good on either end of the floor. They have wins over Golden State, Charlotte, Washington, and then they've beat Chicago twice. And if you've not been following along, Chicago has been ass recently. Have some pride and don't be on that list.
Yep.
Play defensively against the Pacers the same way you played defensively against Miami. Lock in that same way against a team that's good and against the team that might be the worst in the league.
I just don't know that they know what that means.
I think you might be right.
Yep.
Number 3.
Morney Clifford.
Yeah.
Career high 15 points against the Heat. Now we need to see more. Just go ahead and put him on the short list of players that need to play 24 minutes a game.
Yep. That has to be one of the priorities going forward.
Yep.
Number 3 for me, get a body on Jay Huff. Do your work early against my guy, Jay.
That's right.
I don't know. I just wanted to talk about Jay Huff for a second.
I love Jay Huff.
Big Jay Huff guy. Very, very sad that this Pacer season is going the way it is because I thought there was a chance when he went to Indiana. They're like, oh man, maybe we get showcased a little bit.
No.
It's gone a little sideways.
It has.
Salute to Jay Huff, though. Maybe you don't get a body on him.
Oh no, he's torn up the Kings multiple times. He's one of those guys.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay Huff. Big fan. All right. We learned a lot about the NFL this week. What did we learn from the NFL? What does it mean for the 49ers? What does it mean for the Raiders? We'll get into all of that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matz and Jesse Tapia helping us out on the Insiders, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, shoot. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, no running back today. Wait, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. No purple and black today is what I meant. Okay.
Yeah. The Kings game's at 4, isn't it?
Yeah, it's at 4 o'clock.
Boy.
We also have a fun game to play when D'Lo and KC come in.
No. We still have to talk about the conspiracy theory. We didn't get to that.
Yeah, right. That's why I said dang it at the end of the...
Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
Should have been the tease. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You know, actually, hey, G-Money, Trae Young has a player option for $49 million next year. Oh, I would do a straight up trade right now. Just like, hey, Trae Young for like LaVine for Trae Young. Not giving them anything else. Oh no, Leezy, we're still working the beam scheme. We just didn't hit the button. The beam scheme. Someone asked Ben Mathurin for 25 tonight. I think Mathurin is hurt. Am I wrong? Hang on, I have it right here. Tyrese Halliburton out. Quentin Jackson out. Cam Jones, which I didn't know was a player, is out. Aaron Nesmith is out. Ben Shepherd is out. Obi Toppin, who's a bad man.
Obi Toppin is a bad man.
He is out. So, yeah, you're probably right. Benedict Mathurin going for 47. Him and Pascal Siakam will take turns drubbing the Kings. I really like Aaron Neesmith. I liked him in the draft.
That's a good player.
What is it, Vanderbilt? Is that where he is? I started watching player videos this weekend for draft picks.
Didn't the
Prospect.
Celtics just kind of give away Aaron Neesmith?
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but he wasn't like gonna play for the Brown.
Right.
They were too good for him.
Pretty much, yeah. They won a title like the year after, I think.
Damn. Kuminga getting a DNP last night is just a brutal look.
Saw that coming.
You know what you don't do right now? You don't give up a first-round pick for Jonathan Kuminga.
No.
We do not do.
Giving up any picks for Jonathan Kuminga.
Nope. This was always a possible outcome that they should have known.
Mm-hmm.
This was the outcome.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yep.
What's he averaging? Oh, he's averaging 12.4 points per game.
Yeah, that's the thing, is even when he's played, he's just not been very good.
43.8% from the field, 32% from three.
Yeah, he's getting walked down by Pat Spencer. If Jonathan Kuminga approached the sport the way Pat Spencer approaches the sport, he would be Michael Jordan.
Yeah. Yeah, I also love Steve Kerr trying to make, I was trying to get Guy Santos. It's like
if Jonathan Kuminga played the sport the way Guy Santos plays the sport, he'd be Michael Jordan. Guy Santos is a dog.
He is. But he's also last in their team in minutes per game. It's like,
played last night.
We got to get that guy some minutes. Like, which guy? That Guy. I think that's how you say his name.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Tapia helping us out. We'll get to James. I don't even want to call it a conspiracy theory.
Well, it's
your theory. It's just a theory.
It's just a theory.
Yeah, there's.
Are we gonna do that right now
here.
or no?
No. I want to. It's called a tease, people. We're coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll have James Ham's theory on what's going on with the Sacramento Kings. It involves Devin Carter, Dennis Schroeder, and the trade rumor mill. We learned a lot in the NFL this weekend. That's where I would like to start, though. Why is that happening? I don't like that. See, I don't like the fact that when I say the word serious, my phone's AI bot goes, I got it. What do you need?
No, I shut that off. No.
I use it for driving. Use it constantly when I drive.
Oh, all right.
It's anyways, it's fine. It's fine. What do we learn in the NFL this week? Here is thing number one I learned in the NFL this week. The Texans are for real.
Yeah, that defense.
Ooh, Texans defense is for real. It's in the AFC, that might just be enough. I don't know if you're going, because typically in a playoff matchup, you go in and you say, well, I like this quarterback more than this quarterback, or I trust this quarterback more than this quarterback. It looks like Patrick Mahomes is not going to be involved. It looks like Lamar Jackson is not going to be involved. It looks like Joe Burrow is not going to be involved. I just don't know that there's anybody in the AFC that you look and they go, wow, that team is just a buzzsaw. And I think the Texans are going to have to score 30 points.
There's no offense in the AFC right now in the playoff picture. It's like, yeah, I'm confident they can score more than 15 points against this Texans defense right now.
There's really not.
Well, yeah, at this point, all you need the Texans to score 17, 20, and you're fine.
Yeah. If you told me Josh Allen did it, I wouldn't be shocked. But I'm not going into a game like, oh, the Bills are definitely scoring 4 touchdowns today.
Yeah, you're also like Trevor Lawrence. Is Trevor Lawrence can beat you up?
Gross. No.
Bo Nix.
Nope. Don't trust him.
Yeah, I mean it's too early for Drake May.
Yeah, man. If you just told me, that this is the year the Texans are on a run, sure.
Okay.
A Broncos-Texans matchup ends about 13-10.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they might be the
2 defensive touchdowns.
Exactly.
Like the Commanders from last year, where it's just like they got into like a little lane, the Texans, where they can get all the way to a certain point. You know, you're like, hey, I would not be surprised if somehow they made it to the AFC Championship game. Yeah, they're playing really well. Not offensively. Offensively, they're meh. But
that's the thing is I don't want to. That's where it gets tough. Is their defense might have to hold somebody to like 3 in a game, depending on who they're playing.
Yeah,
but the Texans are here. The Texans have very much arrived. That's a very, very good team.
Yep.
If you're a 49ers fan, do you find yourself pulling for Houston?
Yeah.
I just rock with D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he's a very, very good coach.
And I also I like CJ Stroud. I'm hoping he figures it out. Watching a young quarterback kind of like fail and hoping that he like rebounds, and because he was so good 2 years ago. And then last year it was like, oh, not great. And then this year it's like, okay, you're building something again.
Yeah.
You're trying to get back in on the right path.
Yeah. The other thing I learned this week. Actually, I don't know what I learned. I can't decide if I learned that the Bears are actually good or if the Packers are actually fine.
Both.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
The Packers are better than I thought they were 2 weeks ago. But so the Bears were down in that game, then they tied it late, and then Green Bay took the lead, and then Chicago had the ball in the red zone with a chance to score in the final 2 minutes, and Caleb Williams threw an interception on a 4th and 1 and ended the game. But Chicago hung around, which I think is impressive. But I can't decide if Chicago really hung around against Green Bay, that team is legit, or if Green Bay let Chicago hang around and Green Bay's not legit.
Okay, so
I learned that I can't figure out the NFC North.
Okay, I'm also going to add this too. Are you more in on the Packers since like 3 weeks ago you picked up Christian Watson and all of a sudden he's become a star?
Yeah, Christian Watson coming back has been a big deal. Jaden Reed coming back, I think, is a big deal.
That's the other thing. They got Jaden Reed back and Christian Watson back,
their
and all of a
defense
sudden
is good.
Their defense has always been good, but can their offense do enough like to keep them rolling? And all of a sudden they're getting healthy, which to me is a pretty good sign for them and their playoff future.
The other thing I learned this week, the Ravens and Chiefs are both officially cooked.
Oh yeah, they're cooked.
And I'm not sure that it's as easy as one offseason for either team. The Chiefs have a lot of stuff to figure out.
Yeah, I think the first thing they need to figure out is how to waive Noah Gray. But after that, I think like their offensive line is so bad, and they did the whole rebuild of their offensive line a couple of years ago, and it did not work at all. Like when you're walking into a must-win game, and on the first play of the game, you have an offensive lineman go down on the first play, and like they're carting the guy off, whatever, or helping him off the field. And then they're like, all right, making his career debut, like, oh, game over.
No.
Like an offensive line is so incredibly important.
No.
And a guy made his NFL debut in week 14 of the NFL season with your season on the line. And that's not to say he played poorly or anything. It's just the idea of that. It's just not good.
It's really hard to stay good in the NFL for a long period of time.
It is.
You have to just constantly churn through draft picks that fit your system, that perform well, and they've not done a good enough job. It's the same issue the 49ers ran into.
Yeah. And it's funny because yesterday was like a realization for a couple of players because the Zach Ertz injury was just horrible.
Brutal.
Right. And you look and you're like, man, Zach Ertz has been in the league forever. You look, he's 35. Like, that's it. That's why he's crying on the sidelines. Like, he knows his career just ended. And then last night, watching the end of the Chiefs game, and Kelsey like goes out. First of all,
been cooked.
He dropped the ball that shouldn't have been dropped. Then he popped the ball up in the air that caused the interception that ended the game, basically. And then they're like, well, his final year of his contract, and you're like, oh,
it's over, man.
This is how he goes down. He goes out like this.
Yes.
Yeah, it's tough.
He's one of the greatest tight ends of all time. He's gonna be a Hall of Famer. Got it.
Yeah.
He's going outside.
Yeah, I mean, he's got on the season, he hasn't been bad. He's got 750 yards and 5 touchdowns. It's just like once they started dropping passes, and then Mahomes, his response was to short arm stuff, and then like every time he needed a big catch, he would hit guys in the hands and they would just flat out drop it. Like the lack of concentration in that game is something that I have not seen from a Chiefs team.
Yeah.
And it was just like it permeated the entirety of their offense.
Yeah.
Every guy dropped like a wide open pass that meant something.
I heard somebody say that the Chiefs resemble the late tenure Andy Reid Eagles. And I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Last thing I learned this week, and I'm ready to say this, and I don't say this lightly. The Buffalo Bills are a team of destiny.
Oh, no.
They are.
Yeah?
They just are.
Okay.
They had no business winning that game yesterday. They had no business beating the Cincinnati Bengals yesterday.
Yeah.
Cincinnati was better for that entire game.
They were.
And then you get the most insane pick six you've ever seen in your life. And then you get on the next play a batted ball tip drill interception, game over.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to what we were just talking about. Josh Allen is going to be far and away the best quarterback in the AFC in the playoffs by a lot. They're going to have a massive advantage at the most important position in every single game. If they don't do it this year, if this is not the year for Josh Allen, I don't know that it's ever going to be the year for Josh Allen and the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where you look at how yesterday's game went. You look at how the playoff picture is falling for them, and you think, all right, this is it. The Bills are a team of destiny.
Yeah.
But actually, because it's week 14 and we're not saying that after week 3.
I don't even think it was week 3 with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
49ers.
3 years ago.
Yeah. The other thing I want to point out is the Bengals, like watching Joe Burrow go out there and like he was so good.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what they reminded me of? And like this is well before Kyle's time. But I was watching them play, and I think it's the 1991 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Young gets hurt. Steve Bono steps in, and the Niners are cooked. And he just starts winning one game after another. And they finish the season with him going on he's 5-1 to finish the season.
Mm-hmm.
They finished the season 10-6. They were the best team in football right then.
Mm-hmm.
They would have won everything.
Mm-hmm.
But they missed the playoffs because they couldn't get the extra win they needed or some help along the way. The Bengals, watching them yesterday, I was like, this could have been the best team in the AFC. And if they somehow got through that game and didn't have like the weird, stupid things happen, they could have been one of those teams that finishes so close, like 9-7, but you miss by nothing. And if they didn't miss, it's possible they could have been one of those teams that rallied and brought you right through. Like
their defense might have been prohibitive for that, but nobody was going to want to face Joe Burrow in that offense in the playoffs.
No, I mean, what? Like
today,
it was snowing. It was snowing. There's snow everywhere on the field, and the dude's out there throwing like
dimes,
like he's in a dome.
Dimes.
You're like, what is happening?
Yeah. I do want to say though, I want to again because I try really hard I focus really hard on like the logic of arguments.
Yeah.
And I just want to say this because the evaluation that Joe Burrow was awesome yesterday for 98% of that game and that the tip interception and all that doesn't change anything. I got it. Yes. Thumbs up. I'm with it. Joe Burrow was amazing yesterday.
Yeah.
If Brock Purdy threw the 2 interceptions that Joe Burrow threw at the end of that game, you've got people calling for Mac Jones.
Oh, yeah.
If the exact same game happened in all the same ways, now Brock Purdy would have never been able to do that in the snow, but let's pretend the snow is not a factor.
Yeah.
And he throws those 2 interceptions. That the interception by, I think it was Christian Benford, unbelievable play, like amazing play, but also he threw a pick 6 to a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
If any other quarter, let's not even say Brock Purdy. If Trevor Lawrence does that, it's like, oh my God, see, he actually sucks. I just want it to be fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes a defender makes a really good play. Joe Burrow's awesome. All right. Let's get back to the Sacramento Kings before we get to the handoff with D'Lo and KC coming up in about 12 minutes. All right, James. You hit me with a text message this weekend, and I said, we got to talk about this because you have a theory. Please explain. About the Sacramento Kings. Please explain.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of things going on right now that are slightly confusing. Number one, Devin Carter got sent to the G League. Now, like in itself, that's not a strange thing. Devin Carter's not playing. I don't even know when the last time was Devin Carter did play, but I feel like every time I see Devin Carter, I haven't seen him for weeks before that. The Kings have lost a bunch of games recently, and a lot of those games were by lopsided margins. And even in those games, Devin Carter did not get on the court. So yesterday, the Kings shipped Devin Carter to the Stockton Kings. And this is what's kind of weird about that. The Kings are on a road trip. So they actually had Devin Carter with them this whole time. They had this break from Wednesday to Saturday where they don't play. Like there was ample time to send Devin Carter back to the G League and just have him not play. I think he's going on like 11 games without seeing the court straight. And even the last time he did see the court, he was actually pretty good against Atlanta. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I just find it really interesting that we're in this situation where Devin Carter is getting sent to the G League because, like, why now? Because the last time Devin Carter went to the G League, he hadn't played an NBA game before, and he went to the G League and just lit them up for just a ton of points. It was incredible. So I matched that with this other situation that the Kings have. And that is that Dennis Schroeder's missed 5 games in a row. And he's been questionable in all 5 of those games. But we're 2 weeks into what they're calling now a hip flexor strain. And like, again, a player who is questionable has a 50-50 opportunity to play. I am wondering why he's not playing.
Can I add something to this?
Yeah.
Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee was on the road with the Kings and posted a video from Houston of Dennis Schroeder on the court during shoot around, like throwing up half court shots and stuff.
Yeah, he's been there every day. I watch him like when the team was home. He's going out on the court and doing his pregame workout, and then he's coming back in and he's sitting down with his iPad. He's somebody like he watches film like every minute of the day. Like he clearly has an issue with death scrolling, but it's not death scrolling. It's straight up watching NBA clips. He's watching NBA and then he has his phone in one hand.
League.
Yeah, and he has his iPad in one hand and his phone in another, and he walks around. He's constantly watching film, and he's always ready. I have a feeling that Dennis Schroeder is not going to be on the Sacramento Kings very much longer. December 15th is the first day he can be traded. That is the only reason why I could possibly imagine a player being not a healthy scratch, a questionable scratch for 5 straight games over a 2-week period while his team needs him. And now all of a sudden the kid who's not playing at all, who can't even get minutes when Dennis Schroeder has been out for 5 games, is going to the G League.
Almost like to get his wind and to get his legs under him.
To get him some game action, so in case he plays in a week or so.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So let me ask this. Do you think there's a feeling by the Kings that, okay, we're going to sit Dennis Schroeder with this hip injury, quote unquote, and get Devin Carter his minutes? And because we know on December 15th at whatever 1 p.m. or whatever time it is, that we're going to have somebody calling and we've got a trade set up? Or is it we think, and we might get to December 15th and, oh, hey, actually nothing happened. Okay, Dennis Schroeder's back and Devin Carter's back and not playing. Do you think there's something like lined up?
Well, I do think that there's a possibility that something's lined up. I also think there's a possibility that the Kings just don't want to play Devin Carter at all, and that it's possible that Dennis Schroeder just can't go. But it doesn't make sense to me that a guy's questionable for 2 weeks.
That's wild.
I don't remember the last time I saw that. especially a player that you're expecting to come in and play 20 minutes a night, maybe 30 minutes, 20 to 24 minutes a night, and lead that second unit that totally went through this dark time without him.
If a player is going to miss 5 games, it's typically like out for 3, maybe doubtful for 1,
Yes.
upgraded to questionable.
Yes.
There's like a normal path.
Yes.
It's not typically, he's questionable. ... for 5 games, never been downgraded, didn't hear of any setback. Very strange. I think you are correct.
I've heard rumors that there are teams that have called on Dennis Schroeder. I know that there are teams that like Dennis Schroeder during the offseason that have also already contacted the Kings and been like, hey, what do you think? I don't know if he's going to be the first to go or not, but I'm going to put him in the same boat I will the rest of this group. Like, there is realistically, if this is the way the season is playing out, there is no reason to keep Dennis Schroeder on the roster. And if you're going to have to pay him $14.5-15 million next season, and you can find a taker for him right now, then go ahead and do that. Especially if you can get expiring contract, or you can get 2 expiring contracts and a second-round pick, or you can get 2 second-round picks, or a late first-round pick from somebody. Like, if there's a possibility to move Dennis Schroeder for an asset right now, it would not surprise me that that's what they do. And also, I'll throw this out there. It's very possible that they signed Dennis Schroeder exactly to do that.
Sure.
Because they looked at Dennis Schroeder.
It would make the whole thing make a lot more sense.
And their mid-level exception-ish, or their trade exception they used from the Kevin Huerter trade, and said, okay, can we maybe move this? And like, there's a possibility here. And so that's what I'm here for. I want to see what happens and see if there's a possibility that the Kings roll him right now, because I'm confused by everything else that's happening. But the Devin Carter going to the G League thing, Devin Carter flying out of Miami back to Sacramento / Stockton so he can go be on a with the Stockton Kings, that's a move that you don't see very often at all. And it's almost like they need him to go and play 25, 30 minutes, maybe 35 minutes a game and ramp him up, because he might be playing in the next week or so.
We have 2 and 2, and typically that equals 4. All right, we've got the handoff coming up next. Quick bit of NFL news. The Colts coach Shane Steichen has confirmed that Daniel Jones has a ruptured Achilles. He will need surgery, and that surgery is scheduled within the week. That's according to Stephen Holder, who covers the Indianapolis Colts he was at The Athletic, and now he's at ESPN.
All right.
Shout out to Stephen Holder. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The handoff with D'Lo and KC coming up next. We have a fun game to play on the handoff. That's coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I forgot to do the other NFL thing I learned. The Dolphins?
Oh. Don't forget our Paramount.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, but we might have broke open the playoff machine today.
Oh, what? All right.
There is a scenario where the Miami Dolphins are heading into Week 18 in a playoff position.
Love that for you. I'm rooting for it.
Just saying.
It's the AFC thing I care about the most right now.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just locked into the Dolphins every week. And it's just for you.
See, that's why I appreciate you in the chat house. Everyone's just kind of...
We're here, man.
Yeah, tapped in, going on this journey.
Ooh. Wait. Dolphins and Chiefs, same record?
Yeah, 6-7.
Ooh. Am I right? Am I right?
Can't do it.
I can't.
Casey Tucker, yeah, he's fine. He could have came in during the Jets game. Yeah, they can both get it. I think it's a matter of Chargers got to lose 3 times. Colts got to lose 3 times.
Colts might lose 3 times.
Well, Colts are going to lose 3 times. It's just the Chargers, I guess. Shout out Mrs. Mac 10 supporting. Yeah, because the Texans aren't really. I don't know if they're going to lose the rest of the season. Yeah, Jose, we're big go Birds today. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go Birds today.
All right. Kenny Caraway. Damon Barley. Well, James said Pete Carroll is just going to smoothly glide this thing in. So,
Whoa, hey, whoa, hey.
You can't talk like
What the hell
that.
is going on? Jesse, what's going on?
I wasn't here for that.
yeah, you were.
I must have been cutting
Oh
clips
wait,
then.
no.
Was it before
I
11?
think you were here. I think you were here.
Oh, no.
Oof. That's for you. It is incredible.
Oh, it's bright in here.
It is, dude. It is. What's that?
I forgot. I was going through my library and found a book that
What's up?
he wrote about, like, it's not this, but it's like the equivalent of. So we all know Jordan shot on the Cavs. Well, here's Craig Elo's story.
Oh
Like
yeah,
that type
sick.
type of thing.
Yeah.
Greg Elo wrote a book?
No. No.
That would be embarrassing.
I read his book, Wright Thompson's book. It's called Pappyland, and it's about like the whiskey scene and the bourbon scene in the South, and Pappy Van Winkle and all this stuff. It was really interesting. And so when I saw that he wrote this book, he is unbelievable, dude. 10 seconds.
Before the shot on Elo, he hit the game.
Yeah.
Damien, we can crack into some good whiskey at the house.
Shot on Elo.
Coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. D-Lo and KC are here. D-Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320. Well, they're not coming up next. They're coming up right now.
Yeah.
I have a fun game to play that James and I came up with this morning.
Okay.
We
But
don't care.
Okay.
How was Disneyland?
Crowded.
Oh,
Crowded?
Crowded. Extremely crowded.
Oh.
Very productive, though. Had a great time.
How was
Christmas is-
Disneyland productive?
We got a lot done.
I need more.
Rode a lot. Went on a lot of attractions.
Okay.
I thought you meant Christmas shopping.
Yeah, I was like,
I
I
also
don't
did some
know.
of that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was
All right.
good.
Very good.
Yeah,
All right.
had a good time. Had
How
never been with
many-
my buddy Randy, so
Total assumption on my part. Last trip of 2025.
Yeah.
Okay. How many did you do this year?
2.
Oh, okay.
I've been
All right.
twice.
I try and go once a year. That's when we typically try to.
Once a year.
Yeah. Once
Okay.
A year, yeah.
I've been twice in my life.
Wow.
Once when I was 2,
Well, hang with us, buddy, because
and
gonna
another
say,
time.
I
when
think I went twice
Like
this
a
year
family
too.
trip.
Another time when my son was 2. He was 3.
Nah, but you get in free under
2.
3. Yeah, nice.
I will be going next year though. It's time to take Ryan. She'll appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to go. If there's a child in our household, excited to go with a kid and experience it through kind of their perspective. That'll be cool.
You've been mentioning this prospective child a lot lately.
Mm.
Just a
Yeah,
casual
I'm
observation.
35 years old, dog.
Well,
Shout out
We got
Gunnar
life
Barling.
decisions to make.
no.
Shout out
I think
Wait, what
Gunnar
did you say?
Madsen.
Well, we can't. No, he can't be Gunner. You got to give him a different name. Gunner is the name of
Barling.
our fictitious
Gunnar
child.
Barling and
I think everybody takes
I'll have a
their
name by the end of
kid
the day.
to Disneyland too early.
That's
Like,
facts, dude.
It's
We saw full-blown newborns there this weekend.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we saw some.
we
of
did
that.
that.
Too.
Oh man, we took Toby was 4 when Braden was born, and we took them both
Oh.
and
Oh.
Tobe was a nightmare. our older one with the baby just slept the whole time. The
Right.
older one was a nightmare the whole time because he's dealing with babies being born and like
Oh, yeah,
attention
no.
and all that stuff.
4's the wheelhouse for me.
Yeah, 4 would be perfect.
4 is the wheelhouse to.
So you got to have this baby so they can turn 4 so you can get them to Disneyland.
Oh no, they're going immediately.
Oh, okay.
I'm
You're that guy.
I'm gonna have that baby carried like a football.
We were the last time we went. We were walking around, and Katie looks over and goes, "There's no way that baby's older than a month."
Dude.
Oh,
yeah. Oh yeah,
crazy.
for sure. You see him in there. They still got the crusty ass
Oh
eyes.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, dude.
You ask
you
Reese to
could
this
not.
day, he don't remember not one moment of that
Yeah.
Disneyland birthday.
Yeah, of
Nothing.
course.
He was 3.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember
And
anything
paying out the
about that.
wazoo to your kid did not remember it?
for
No.
you to take pictures of
Right.
the moment.
Right.
That's
That's
what it is.
Yeah.
And we did.
Y'all act like it's about the kid. It ain't about the kid.
It is with me.
Yeah, it's for your social media.
It is.
King
Oh,
KC
yeah.
_
No, that-
916.
I thought you meant- I thought
You see
you
the
meant going to
Jordans on this
Disneyland.
baby?
Hey, come on now. Come on now. I will gladly.
Oh, wait a minute. I've done that. There's
would
nothing
gladly-
wrong with that.
spend
So
the-
you just did that on Wednesday.
I
Wait a
have
second.
gladly, and I continue to pay the $60 for the whatever the number is, C size shoe for Ryan. That she'll be
Mm.
out of in 5 months.
Mm.
But she gonna have them.
I have wanted.
Well, when you get him when Michael sends them to you for free.
He don't send me. He don't send me those.
I wanted to get.
Not those.
I wanted to get an essential sweatsuit so bad for Morgan, but it's like $160 for both pieces. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Like, it's $30 for both pieces at Target. Like, I can't do this. Like, I'm not. doing
I
this.
do believe in dressing the kids like kids. You know what I mean? Like you be seeing,
Sure.
and it's each his own. I'm not judging anybody, but you know, people. Oh yeah, he got the little man. You know, at 3 years old, he got the Fendi crew neck.
You're
You
just
know what I mean? With the
sound
with
like
the
Debo
purple
Samuel right
label
now.
jeans on. Son, he's 3. Like put him in the Carter stuff. Let him be a kid. He's gonna have the rest of his life to wear that stuff.
Debo Samuel's kid has a closet that costs more than everything I've ever worn, for sure.
That's facts.
Well, Debo, yeah, different tax bracket. Like if Debo wants to burn money, like let him. Like it's fine.
Debo, big hat guy.
Oh yeah, he is.
Big hat guy.
So Debo, guest of Candlestick Chronicles.
Yeah.
I believe he gave his favorite shoe, Bread 11s.
That sounds right.
It's they disagree, but it's the greatest basketball shoe ever made. I mean, you can go between that and the 11 Concords, but I mean that's it right there. That is like it don't get no better.
What was your game?
He was on our show very shortly after he was on 95.7 The Game, and it just went disastrously.
Oh, was that where
Where he just
the spokesperson, the PR person was on the phone?
No,
Was it that one? Was that something else?
That was like CBS.
Oh, that's
Sports.
right. Yeah, that's right. That one was hilarious. Okay, guys, bye.
Yeah. No, but this one it went sideways pretty
I don't
quick.
think I remember that.
Yeah, with a show that was simulcast on this station for a while. And then
Not
a
to name
different-
names or anything.
a different place.
There was only one show.
A different media PR arm reached out and said, "Hey, we've got Debo Samuel promoting this. Do you want to have him on?" We're like, "Absolutely, that'd be great." And then I was like, "Oh no, like what happens if we do?" So we really made sure to not go the line of questioning that our show at 95.7 did. And well, we got a lot out of Debo Samuel. It was good. Good guest.
Which brings me to a topic that you guys were talking about earlier.
Okay.
And that everybody.
I don't want to forget this game, but I want to
my
talk
bad.
about.
Go
No, we
ahead.
don't have to do the game first. But go ahead.
Zach LaVine.
Yes.
Everybody very, very upset with what he said on Saturday night. Where he
That was the
said-
tenor of our conversation. Yes.
what he said Saturday night. I don't really care that much. I'm not here to defend Zach LaVine.
Let me ask
on
you
any
something.
level.
Go, you finish, and then I have a question.
In my opinion, that should have never been put out there. I'll ask you, James, if you see Zach LaVine on the way to the bus and you just say something flippantly to him and he responds, are you tweeting it out?
Okay, so the answer is someone who covers Zach LaVine every day. No,
Okay, good
but
point. Well, let me stop you there. If Giannis does, on the way to the bus,
okay,
I wouldn't.
it has to. Okay, so it
Was
has
that
to
the
be.
context that was sent out?
That's what he said. He said, I seen Zach LaVine on the way to the bus and just said, hey, something. And that's what he responded back to.
Okay, so that's tough because number one, did Zach know he's media? I mean, if he's wearing a big badge, but if he's on the way out to the bus, that's usually somewhere.
I mean, it
different.
appears he was in the locker room.
He was
That-
in the locker
the
room.
He
guy-
had
the
videos
guys-
of
yeah,
like
yeah.
he had videos. That's why. Okay, that I'm glad you said that because I've been like he had video of Malik and another king. I can't remember who. I was like, how does he not have video of Zach? But he has this quote from him, and I didn't recognize that
his tweet says, caught up with Zach LaVine, or just saw, he wasn't even like, hey, can I interview? Saw Zach LaVine on the way to the bus.
I asked Sacramento Kings guard Zach LaVine as he walked to the team bus on scoring 42 points versus Miami after having 2 points the game before. Quote, I can do that any night if they give me the damn ball enough. That to me, if you're accessing players where they're walking to the bus, you've got a credential on.
and
he doesn't know this guy.
And it also sounds like he's video, like he's got it, the audio of it. Like maybe not, but that sounds like if you're going to direct quote somebody, unless you're like spectacular at direct quoting exactly what he said,
Right.
then that means he had his recorder out or his phone out. And so I would like to know the circumstances for sure. But I also just like during the course of my career, there was a player who would mix up words. So you haven't seen Goonies, but I know you've seen Goonies.
I
Like
have not seen Goonies. Jesus,
how
James,
in the
we gotta
world
figure
could
this out.
no one have seen Goonies in this room?
Easy.
He mixes up words all the
Don't turn it
time,
on.
and people correct him. And the Kings had a player who would use words that he didn't normally use and then try to put them in a sentence, and it would be like, okay, I left a scrum. Well, actually, it was probably me and maybe one other reporter. I went back to that player and I played the tape for him, and I'm like, is that what you meant to say? And he just kind of looks at me. I'm like, you do know that you basically just flambéed DeMarcus Cousins. And he kind of looked at me as like, oh, no, that's not the word I was looking for. And was like, okay, so we were able to correct the word. And then it was not nearly as bad a quote. So if I wanted, like, that's where, like, I've never done this job to get famous or to be the story. The players' quotes and stuff, that's their stuff. Like, whatever they say, they say. I've also had a player who, like, we talked about how good a game he had, and like he hit a whole bunch of shots, and he's like, yeah, to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter if I make or miss shots. I'm just happy to be here. And, I'm like, and I've just looked at him like, dude, I'm going to give you one of those and that's it. Like, you can't say that because you sound like you are so ambivalent. What that would look like in print would mean you are so ambivalent to winning and don't care. And you're just happy to be here. You know what? Like, everyone in the buildings is happy to be here. They don't get to make a couple of $1 million to do this. Like, you should be. So there are times where you pull back a little bit and you go, okay, let me make sure I got this right. And that you might be right. You might be onto something that this reporter just got like a flippant, like off the cuff remark from Zach, not knowing that it was either not knowing his media or not knowing he's being recorded.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Can
Go ahead.
He still shouldn't have said it.
Zach LaVine been in the league 12 years.
That's what I don't know why the nature of the quote is the thing that matters here.
Of how the quote was obtained.
Yeah.
Because there's things we've all four of us have been in settings around an arena or around the court where we talk to an athlete and they say something that they know we want them to talk to us. We want them to like have relationships. They know this is not an interview setting. This isn't a post-game setting. And they say something that's just real. Like, it's just a person talking to a person. And they do that with the trust that this isn't going to get out, so to speak. And like I said, the guy can do whatever he wants. Zach can talk or not talk or whatever, or be filleted around Sacramento. I'm not really tripping off that. But I would think if I was the athlete in that particular moment, I wouldn't think this was a quote. I think this is somebody, I'm on my way, I got my bags. Hey, Zach, man, good game last night or tonight, man. You killed 42. Yeah, man, they give me the ball more. I could do that. And we're having that interaction right then and there, not for him to tweet and for it to be a story. Like it could be a
2025, man.
It could be a situation where it's like, hey, did you see Russell Westbrook get at the kid on the baseline? Like we're walking there. Yeah, Russ crazy. Russ need to stop that ball. I'm not expecting that to get tweeted out. I'm not expecting that to be, you know what I mean? Like once again, I'm not really tripping, but it is something that I observed when he said the quote. Like, cause I put it to you like this.
Does that change how you feel about what Zach LaVine said?
I would say this. If he knew it was going to be like taken as a quote and put in public, he probably wouldn't have said it.
I mean, I feel like you have to know.
Yeah, his unawareness, like that's
on
an entirely
him. That's
different
a
problem.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying we all
So
four
he
of us
threw
have,
his. Here's
all
what-
four of us have talked to an athlete,
Mhm.
not in a scrum situation, and they've said stuff that you probably wouldn't tweet out because the nature of when we're talking isn't that of I'm reporting what you're saying. We're just talking person to person.
I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. Like I had this situation with Willie Cauley-Stein where he sat down.
But I think we need to call a timeout. It's very different when you're a day-to-day beat reporter talking to people on a team that you see every single day versus you're a guy who works for Hoop Hype who lives close enough to Miami to go cover the Heat and Kings game. And you see Zach LaVine and you go say whatever he said to Zach LaVine to elicit this quote.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not on him to go, oh, I'm not going to use that because the player said it. Like, no, he's a media member. Everything's on the record unless it's not, unless it's specified. This is off the record. I'm not going to put this anywhere.
Yeah.
What do you think about X?
That's fair.
No,
Like,
I'm with you too, because I mean, we live in a TMZ world.
Mhm.
Like,
Yes,
like
that's it.
You know, like he shouldn't have said that to somebody that he doesn't know closely, or that he's not having a quiet conversation with on like. So I get you. Like, there's a time where I sat down at media day, and part of the NBC thing was I got one player after another to like this little sit down interview. And you guys have all seen him now. Other people do them. But I had Willie Cauley-Stein, and the first thing he says, "I'm about to get paid," and I'm like, okay, man. So we had like a 2 or 3 minute thing, and I tried to work with him to like, so that wasn't the quote. He said it probably 5 or 6 times in the interview, and every single time I was so cringy. So when we were done, I put it out there. Willie Cauley-Stein said, "I want to get paid," and blah blah blah. Right? I direct quoted him. Then I had the team reach out like, "Hey, Willie's saying he didn't say that," and you know his agent's calling, and I said, "You can tell Willie and his agent that if they want me to release the video, if they want to besmirch my good name and say that that's not what he said, I will put the video out there where he said it another 5 times, but in more offensive ways."
Send the video.
And there's one thing we're not going to do is besmirch the good goddamn name of James Ham.
That's right. You are not going to question whether I misquoted you or not, because that's not something I do.
And you're not going to question whether we got this legal ID in. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQHG2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento, sports leader, always free on the Odyssey app.
There, so everybody, I think both of you guys, all three of you guys, right? I understand it. I get it. One thing that we don't necessarily want as media members and as a public is, if I was Zach LaVine, or maybe even other athletes who watch what happened to Zach LaVine, every time I see somebody with a badge, hey man, both teams play hard, man.
Yes,
which is perfectly fine.
That is exactly what you should do.
I mean, Costa Kufis,
1,000%.
He did every single interview was one cliche after another until I was laughing the whole time and everyone else was laughing, and he's like, "All right, you guys have a good night."
It's a whole bit in Bull Durham, and that came out in the 80s.
So James, do you think that's good for your profession? If every time I see somebody with a badge, it's both teams played hard.
Okay, but that's where what James is talking about, that relationship building, that's where that comes
in.
It
doesn't matter.
If I walk up to I don't know, Bruce Brown, and I say, "Hey Bruce, What do you think about the Kings? He goes, man, they're ass. That I'm gonna, man. Hey,
Yeah.
you guys see what Bruce Brown said about the Kings? He doesn't know me. I don't know Bruce Brown. But if I'm there, if I'm in Sacramento every single day and I'm covering the Kings every single day, like I'm at practice, I'm at games, I'm gonna build relationships with players where I can ask Zach LaVine or Keegan Murray or whoever, like, hey, what'd you think of X, Y, and Z last night? Where I can get a real answer. But if I don't know you, if I'm an athlete, and even if I'm in Sacramento, I'm Kyle from ESPN 1320, and they might know, they've seen videos or whatever. They know I'm Kyle from ESPN 1320, but they don't know me like that. Then yeah, give me the most generic answer. If I'm them, I'm giving me the most generic answer that I can give.
Yeah.
Because I don't have that trust with you that you're not going to take something I say and run with it.
100%.
I literally can tell you the example that is absolutely fits perfectly into. I said something on the air. Zach LaVine did not like something I said a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I went in the locker room. Sean and I sat down. We interviewed Zach LaVine. I knew something was off right away because Zach wouldn't look at me during the interview. After we were done, Zach and I had a discussion about what I said on the air about him earlier. It wasn't a aggressive conversation, but it was an off the record discussion where we clarified, both of us, back and forth where we were and our stances on what I said. We parted amicably. We had a good discussion. He knows that he can approach me anytime. And that's where, like, being a beat writer, you have a responsibility to walk in the building every single day, look the people in the eye that you say stuff about on the radio, and deal with it. And not everybody has that. I mean, you're going to have a one-off guy, that comes up to you and asks you a question. Like, again, Zach should have known better from that. But, like, Zach had an off-the-record conversation with a media member. He didn't have to say, this is off the record, but we both understood that we were talking off the record.
Right.
And it wasn't, I've had a run-in with a player or two that was not happy at all with something I said. I've had coaches that come to me and say, hey, I don't like that you said this about one of my players. I've had those conversations, but specifically with Zach, he was chill. He wanted to make sure I knew, like, what I said on the air didn't bother him, but it was something that he thought was wrong. And so we had that discussion. And so I just, there's a lot to this. There are layers to it, Kenny. So I get what both of you guys are saying, but again, it's still a TMZ world. And if I wanted to go out there and say everything that Zach said, I might burn Zach LaVine, and maybe a couple other guys in that locker room are going to be pissed at me.
Yeah, this is definitely different too. And I think this is to your point, Kenny. This is very different than this is just him off the cuff saying that. This wasn't sources close to Zach LaVine told Sam Amick that A, B, C, and D. Like, I get this wasn't like a calculated thought, but that makes it worse for me. Like, it doesn't change my mind at all on if you just say, yeah, I could do that every night if they give me the damn ball more. Like, oh, so that's what you think. Great. We got an unfiltered thought from Zach LaVine. And as a person on the radio, I feel like I'm going to talk about that.
No, for sure. And this, for me personally, this has less to do with Zach LaVine, and more so to do with just athletes in general.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, who's coming? Denver's coming to town. If
Bruce Brown,
Bruce Brown, Jamal Murray. If I see them in the tunnel and hey, Jamal, man, hey, good game out there, big dog. Oh, thanks, man. Jokic finally passed me the rock. It's just me. It's not a right or wrong. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not tweeting that.
Yeah, because that's not what you're there for.
Yeah.
That guy was at that game specifically to get quotes and to get his stuff picked up by Legion Hoops and all that.
Which is, I'm just not necessarily a fan of
different structure.
where it's
yeah,
where journalism has gone in the last 15 to 20 years. But it's not me. I'm not tripping off Zach LaVine.
But you also get mad at Pablo Torre for doing journalism. So what do you like?
I don't get mad at Pablo Torre. No. I don't get mad at Pablo Torre for doing that. I was just like, okay, well,
Sure.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah. All right.
It's all good.
All
But
right.
Pablo Torre is also, he's like doing what I think is journalism. When he talks
Sure.
to this person at Aspire,
Mhm.
I'm Pablo Torre. I'm doing a story. I'm
doing a
talking-
journalism.
He's not talking to these guys. They're walking out of the building and then taking their quote and saying,
Sure.
guess what I heard?
Sure.
So
Yeah, I wasn't saying that this guy's the best journalist I've ever seen. It's just an interesting quote from Zach LaVine in the context of the Sacramento Kings, which is the
Yeah.
team that we typically talk about.
and I don't even know if that guy did anything nefarious or thought he was doing anything nefarious.
I don't think he was
just,
either. I think he got
just-
a quote from Zach
yeah.
LaVine and ran with it.
It was just like, all right.
All right.
Interesting.
Did you guys know that Will Hardy's middle name is Culverhouse?
Is what?
House.
That's not a name.
Oh, it
That's
is
a
very
membership
much is.
club.
Of the
The Culver
the
House.
head coach of the Utah Jazz.
That's something.
His name is William Culverhouse Hardy.
That's something people like Kenny probably pay like $400 a month for.
Culverhouse.
And you have to be invited. And it's like a black invitation and gold scribe.
William Culverhouse Hardy. That's great.
Well, Culver House is sick of these kids. I know that much.
I was looking.
He is sick and
Hey,
tired of this.
that video was wild.
No taking that one out of context.
Man, I saw somebody. I saw somebody post that, and I'm like, "Oh, can we use this for the show?" And I turn on.
Nope.
3 seconds. It's like, nope.
Emphatically
nope. Oh,
no.
nope.
Oh no, he
No,
curses
oh,
up a storm,
yeah.
like just normally. Yeah.
What do you
I don't want to do this every game. I was looking that up because I was going to talk about Will Hardy and the idea of sticking to a plan as a team, because Will Hardy, they've gone 37-31 and then 17 wins, and then he got an extension because they liked what he was doing as a coach. And we're talking about Doug Christine, etc. But what were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, I thought
No,
somebody asked a question.
No, I was just gonna say, like, what do you think that does to a guy like Will Hardy?
That his middle name is Culverhouse?
Not that, because he's fine with that. But just having to deal with it, having to deal with non-talented teams, these young guys, a direction, but no real direction with the specific team that they're going with. Like, he's going on what, year 3, 4 of doing this?
This is year 4. And they're 8-15.
And no end in sight. No end in sight. Like, it's not like
But I think
they're going to be contenders next year. He's talking about 5-6 years of this.
Yeah, but he keeps getting extensions. And so I think they're just he's got a program that he thinks he's got in place. And so now it's about finding players who fit that program. And I guess I don't know.
Good luck, Will.
I mean, it feels like if you wanted to back out now, it would feel like, man, I just wasted 3 years. You know? And he's got a job and they're paying him. Like, it's not.
He's also
easy to
like
get.
22.
38.
30, yeah.
Close
37.
enough.
30. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is he still
37.
the youngest coach in the league? He certainly was when he was hired. Is he
No.
still the youngest coach in the league?
Isn't the Spurs coach like 30?
Yeah,
Is he?
he's
He is
super
pretty
young.
young.
And I think the Grizzlies coach is super young too. That's a good question though.
Mitch Johnson is Mitch Johnson, 39.
I was going to say, I was going to say he does not look like he's 30.
Shout out Will Hardy.
Tomas
Youngest
Isolo
in
was
the
born in 1982.
Will
Yeah,
Hardy.
he's in his
43.
he's in his
Still
40s.
young in these
Wow.
games. Talking to his peers like that.
Man, hate to see.
Well, talking to people
Oh,
1 year
isn't-
younger than him like that.
Isn't Boston's head coach? Isn't he still like 33?
He might be
Oh.
the same age. as Will Hardy.
Joe's a good one.
He might be 36.
Joe's a
actually.
good one. Joe is 35. No,
37.
37. Also
I was going to
37.
say he was 35 when they won the
was-
championship.
He was June of 88. Will Culverhouse Hardy, January of 88. Joe Mazzulla,
What the
younger
I've
than
never heard that name.
Culverhouse Hardy.
Coach of the year, by the way.
Coach of the year, Joe
All
Mazzulla.
right,
yeah.
settle down.
Settle
He's
down
doing
what?
a fantastic
No,
job.
don't tell me to settle down. They're the 3 seed after losing all their guys, and they got the MVP on their team right now, too, by the way.
That's
Sounds like
fine.
Kyle Shanahan.
The other team is about to win 79 games.
Wow, because they got the best roster. That's great. Just
They
hand
don't
it to
have
the
the
best team. That's fine. This isn't
They
about
don't
me.
have
This
the
isn't
best
about me.
team.
Kyle, do your show.
About them Dolphins.
Can we? Do you have your? James? Do you have your Twitter
I'm just-
account
I'm just
handy?
going to
and
mention
ready?
JB
Yeah.
Bickerstaff. That's all.
Doing a great job as well.
He's only 38.
No,
I know.
JB Bickerstaff, coach of the year. And There's another initial guy who's probably going to get some love too.
Give Mike Brown some love too.
Okay, you're about to say
Oh.
something?
Yeah. So your
I
Twitter
want to
account.
play this damn game.
That's what we're gonna play.
Great.
So we came up with this game
We
today.
tricked off our whole opening segment. I was just begging for the Zach LaVine conversation to end.
Oh, sorry.
It's not your fault.
Hey, Zach LaVine, the Sacramento Kings.
That was a great visual.
We people be calling for 3 hours talking about Zach LaVine.
You ain't lying.
All
That's-
more reason
that's-
why he need to leave.
That's Draymond at 95.7. Don't
They
got
ain't-
anything planned
Oh
today?
man, we got a Draymond Green. Damn.
I mean,
Nah, I think Draymond has some percentage, actually a very high percentage approval rating in the Bay Area. Zach
but
LaVine
like
has
to an extent. But
a
you'd
1%.
be, yeah, you'd be surprised.
One?
RP.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Oh. Okay.
All right. So James started reading some of his Twitter mentions to me today,
Oh.
Okay.
Jesus.
and so I would
Oh,
like to
dear.
play a game.
Have you ever looked at your Twitter mentions before?
No,
you
just
strike me
today.
as someone
He
who
just-
does
he
not
just-
look at them.
No, I don't really care at all. I do block people, but I don't like when
Right.
they're super offensive. I don't want it in my timeline. But yeah, I get some funny Twitter.
So
Responses.
what I would like to do is I would like to have James read one of the replies to one of his tweets, and then we have to guess what that tweet is about.
Okay. I like this. Good stuff.
The general subject of the tweet.
Yeah.
So James, I would like you to pick one of the replies in your Twitter mentions, and then we will discuss amongst ourselves what that is about.
Okay.
Go ahead. Number one.
I can't say either of the first two words because one is a name and the other one is an F word.
Oh my.
But blank this player, nobody cares about him.
Zach LaVine.
No.
I know this one because he read it to me this morning. I believe it's an F
F
on the first word.
this player.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
About Devin Carter?
Nobody cares. about
That's a
him.
good call.
Yeah,
It
like
might be-
there's newsworthy
yeah.
over the weekend.
Yeah, it might be Devin Carter getting reassigned to stuff.
Oh, the Stockton tweet.
James Ham.
It's actually about Dennis Schroeder being questionable.
I didn't know it then.
That's
Oh for one.
crazy. That is
Imagine having
crazy.
that many feelings about Dennis Schroeder.
That's
crazy.
wild.
Do you know what emotion has to be invoked in me for me to put a curse word on the internet at this age?
These people crazy.
Anyways.
These people crazy.
Either an emotion or a real funny joke.
Yes, right.
Ready for
Number
another
two.
one?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Bust! Hey, Vivek. F you.
Oh,
You destroyed this franchise.
That's got to be the Devin Carter one. That's got to be about Devin Carter.
That is about Devin
Has to
Carter. That is in response to from Kings official Sacramento Kings assigned Devin Carter to the Sacramento
come on,
Kings. To the
man.
Stockton.
That's
All
amazing.
of a sudden, Devin Carter getting real.
Come on.
Vivek just gets dragged.
I didn't even.
I love the
I didn't even think people responded to tweets like that.
I love the the person who's so passionate that they're going to respond to that tweet, but B, that they think Vivek is the King's Twitter. Just how do I get my message to him?
Let him know.
You got another one?
No.
Oh.
Not today.
I would
I
advise
don't tweet
you.
enough
Have
to
to do
have
that.
funny replies.
I would advise you. Well, I mean, it's your Twitter. It's your Twitter. You can do what you want to do with it, James. But I would advise. I get a kick out of this to a certain degree. I don't block anybody. I do not block. You can see me shine. You can see my greatness, my friend's greatness. You can see everything we're doing. You're not blocked, but you will get muted.
Oh, I
And
mute
here's
people into
and here's the
oblivion.
hilarious thing about it. There are people who respond to my tweets and everything I do and are just talking to a brick wall. Like they responding like, "Oh, he gonna see this."
Yeah.
No, I don't even know you exist.
Yeah, you don't get blocked unless you're a bigot of some kind. Then I don't want to deal with it. But,
There's that.
but
There's
if you're just being mean to me, like, then I don't care.
the political guys. I'm like, yeah, I'm not dealing with you. And my approach has always been that like your stuff is mainly entertainment stuff. I'm trying to give people like up-to-date news.
Mm-hmm.
And so
when I block someone, it's literally just a giant middle finger that you can go find your new somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that's my point of
Good
view
stuff.
on it.
Yeah.
But
Nah, I just love people just be like, I know they be saying whatever, and I don't ever see it.
I get some good ones.
My
It'll
favorite
never
one-
get to me.
My favorite one is when I'll get a reply from somebody that is in some context that I have no idea what they're talking about. But then I'll see there's like 4 other people in the conversation, and then I'll look and it's like all people I've muted.
And they're all yelling at each
They're all
other.
yelling at yeah.
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 I also I decided to not live tweet the game on Saturday or do 6 quick dots, and I went to a concert.
Smart.
Yeah, putting out a picture of me and my wife, that may not have been the best thing because I did get a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
buddy,
strange
that's-
Yeah,
tweets about
Twitter,
that.
Twitter,
Don't do
not the
that.
space
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
for
Twitter,
sure.
not the space for that.
That's tough.
Twitter, that don't be one of them weirdos on Twitter,
James.
guys.
This was discussed in depth. Your
Yeah.
wife is a 10.
Yeah.
Do not post pictures of you and your wife.
And that's life advice on the handoff today. Maxime Moreno, speaking of that game on Saturday, started and played well. Kenny, how mad were you that
Oh.
one of the young guys started and played 25 minutes and played pretty well in a win?
You know,
Were you
you
just furious?
see those videos of like when somebody's team loses the Super Bowl or something like that, and they like rip the TV off the wall and break it and stuff.
I do that in the first quarter.
That was me. When Maxime Reynaud hit that floater in the first quarter, I said, and ripped the TV down.
Yeah.
Now I got to get a new TV.
But I do think that's the last 2 games for Maxime Reynaud is the perfect example of why people have wanted him to play.
Mhm.
Just to see, because maybe he's not going to be good. Like maybe you play a young player and they're just not good. Like shout out to him. He's one of the best basketball players in the universe ever, just by virtue of having played in the NBA. Colby Jones was not the player I thought he was going to be. Colby Jones got opportunities to play, didn't work out, moving on. I think Maxime Reynaud's first half specifically, really the whole game, but specifically the first half against Houston was a legitimate like building block moment. Enough that Doug went, all right, I trust this guy to start now. And that's what people want to see. And that's what I wanted to see.
I think what's great is he rewarded that trust.
Yes.
He played well versus Miami. He wasn't the story
versus
Miami at all. That belonged to Zach, but he played in his first nod. He played really well.
Yeah. I thought the Rockets game specifically was one. In fact, I think I don't know if we talked about it, but I definitely wrote it down in our rundown. That was a game specifically that I was like, maybe you just don't play him. Because man, you got Steven Adams and it's Clint Capella and it's Alperen Şengün. Man, he might just get crushed in this game.
I think you said that on Wednesday.
I at the very least wrote it down. I might have said it where
Yeah.
it's like, do you just not play the young guys here and say, hey, the Rockets are going to beat the hell out of you just by the nature of the team they are. This is not the learning game. This is a game that might kill confidence. And so for him to go out and not only play in that game, but play as well as he did, that was a like stepping stone moment where, okay, he's now raised his floor a little bit. And I think that's what at this point of the season at 6-17, I think that's kind of what you're just looking for.
Yeah. I mean, I love seeing specifically him doing things offensively, because I thought coming out of college and after we saw in the summer league, that would translate immediately. So I want to see, like, man, if I think that's what you're good at off the rip, like I want to see you be successful at that. Like I was telling Dame the other day, the things that I'm a little worried about or want to see improvement, I don't anticipate seeing it this year. That doesn't mean you write them off, like the rebounding, the physicality. I think that those type of things might take a summer to, to get better at. So if you talked about it earlier, James, where he, played X amount of minutes and had 6 rebounds. Yeah, I want to see him get better at that, but I don't expect that to change this season. I expect that to change with time, summer, training, all this other stuff, and coming back next fall, a little more physically ready to battle on the boards like that. If he does improve that throughout the season, that's icing on the cake. That's great too.
Yeah.
But I'm really happy that he's starting to score a little bit more efficiently. One thing that I want to see him improve on and get back to and find in the NBA game is that jump shot. We haven't seen that as much, and that was something that he showed in college and he showed in the summer. and we haven't seen him be able to find that touch so far this year. Maybe with more playing time or just more comfort, we start to see that, and that's the next thing I want to see. I want to see him hitting that jump shot more consistently. Like
he had
I
a
believe
couple.
He can.
He had a couple of good ones in the. He's only played in the last Denver game that they won. Most of his shots were, I mean, just by virtue of that front court, were those small little shots you're talking about right there. But that was, 7 games ago or whatever it was, and obviously he shot well versus Houston.
Yeah, the 2 threes early on, the bank shot, and then the regular.
Yeah, that was his summer league performance. That's what it was. Did he just hit a 3?
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Oh, he just hit a shot from the elbow. Oh, he just dunked. Oh, okay, he could do everything.
Yeah, he looks comfortable.
Yeah,
at all 3 of those spots.
Yeah.
Not to shift gears too rapidly here in the final couple minutes. Did you guys watch the Bills-Bengals game yesterday?
I did.
And I say this because there's a bit of news that came out of that game.
I did. I was ready to tweet something. Good thing I didn't.
T. Higgins is back in the concussion protocol.
That was garbage.
What happened to T. Higgins yesterday was insane. The NFL needs to figure this out.
I didn't see
T. Higgins
that,
from the early in the game. First of all, was in concussion protocol and then got cleared. And then very early in the game, takes a hit to the head. And then like the next couple of passes just drops. And then later in the game gets tackled and bangs his head on the ground. I think that happened twice. And after one of them, he like got up holding the sides of his head.
That was Seaman last night. Or
no spotter,
sure.
huh?
Like what's happening?
No independent spotter.
Like what's happening? And then today he's back in concussion protocol. Like, dude,
It's a work. Now,
it is
now
all
correct
a
me if
work.
I'm wrong. Wasn't he cleared Sunday morning?
Yeah,
Which is like you almost
Saturday
never
or
clear. Okay,
Yeah.
you almost never clear concussion protocol on a Sunday morning. Like you're usually just out at that point. Like once if you don't clear, I thought it was Friday. If you don't clear Friday, you don't play. But I guess
he was cleared on Friday.
Okay, I didn't see it Friday. I saw it
concussion
Sunday.
protocol.
I saw Bengals get T. Higgins back today. That's where I thought he got cleared.
I did
Brutal.
too.
The first, it was one of the
Absolutely
first
brutal.
plays. He dove backwards to catch a ball,
Mhm.
didn't catch it, and then hit his head on the snow. And it
On
was
the
like
frozen ground.
it was like
Seaman.
super clear that it was like, oh no, that's not good at all.
Right. And then he comes back in and then it hits his head later and gets up holding the sides of his head. And they're like, yeah, you're fine. Get out there. We need this one. That's
92 yards, 2 touchdowns.
and then
That
and
touchdown
then
was
today, magically,
nasty.
he has
Oh my God.
concussion symptoms today.
And the worst part is he could get cleared again for next weekend and do it all over again because that's the league.
This is but you're right. You're right. And you know what? You know what saves them is it was Sunday. It wasn't Monday.
Yep.
It wasn't Thursday.
Yep.
Because it was Sunday and it was multi-view or it was red zone
Yeah.
or it was isolated market. It's not going to get the same reaction or outrage that it would if it was a Monday night or even a Sunday night or a Thursday.
Or if it was Joe Burrow.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
It's
and
very true.
To that point, like I heard some stuff about that later Sunday night, but I watched the game on Red Zone. I didn't watch it live, and you say T. Higgins, the first thing I think about is that touchdown catch. That's what I saw. That was insane. That was NFL big boy type stuff. I didn't see the first play. I didn't see later and all this other stuff. But to your point, if it was Thursday or Monday night where I'm sitting there watching the whole game, or even Sunday night, like I watched all of that game for the most part. The standalone game,
Who owns Red Zone? Is it the NFL?
Now,
Is it ESPN now?
ESPN.
Yeah, I
ESPN
thought
got it.
it's ESPN now.
Okay, because so it was the NFL before.
Yeah.
Because
that's right.
they don't shy away from, hey, there's a weird play here in Cincinnati. Like they don't shy away from that. Normally the NFL will not.
Right.
But the fact that they put all of that out there and they'll run the replay back and here it is.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So anyways, T. Higgins back in concussion protocol. A true
Awful,
shocker.
man.
A true stunner.
Absolutely awful.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Matson. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out. We're the Insiders back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water, be nice to people. See you. Thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Hey, Jesse, can you get our headphones?
What's up, Jesse?
What's up, guys?
My main man, Jesse Top. How you doing, man?
I was thinking about it yesterday. It's wild how we've been working together every day for like 5-6 years now.
Yeah, man.
Like
What was you
25.
contemplating life over the weekend?
I'm always thinking, you know.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, man. 5 years. We've seen a lot of people go in that 5-year stretch too.
Yep.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. One more time. Yes, indeed. Sacramento Kings, they get a victory over the weekend.
Hey.
Shout out to Young Zell for that one right there.
Yeah, man. Big ups. Big ups, Young Zell. That's perfectly fine.
Hey.
That is perfectly fine.
You got me with the pump fake. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, no, that is perfectly fine. That's exactly how it should be played out right now. Good job by you.
Thank you.
I also got to say, and I say this every single time, I was riding around Saturday night after they won. I was with a car full of people, and they were like, hey, the Kings won. We should be able to see the beam. Oh, it's a little cloudy out. Like, oh, there it is. There it is. Hey, that looks fire. That looks fire. Every time. Teams won 6 times.
People
they stink.
Yeah, but have they ever seen it before?
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's just, even I was like, yeah, there goes. That's yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I don't know why that purple light in the sky. I don't know.
It's just like the bat signal, bro. It's just like
It's
you
so
just know.
It is pretty
It's
cool.
so
Like I walk outside, I see it outside. When I walk outside my door and stuff, it's cool.
Yeah.
Look at that. Just walk outside my door and there's the beam.
I mean, it's
Okay, so I don't live on a mountain like you. I walk outside of my door with my 3 other neighbors,
First
2
of all-
above me and 1 to the left of me. Is that what you wanted me to say?
No one would believe I live on a mountain.
but
Stop.
well,
You did say
do.
you can see the city once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can. Like
From
I'm
your
telling
background,
you, I
yeah.
can see this. No, that's not what I said.
Yeah. What are you
Said,
talking about?
the
Stop
city.
playing, bro.
No, that's not what
This
I said.
is.
You don't even get it. What are you talking
No,
about?
he does.
Well,
He
no,
does.
he doesn't.
Shout out,
No,
Kenny. Yeah, he gets it.
he
Shout out,
doesn't.
Kenny.
There's no way he gets it.
That was what Jim said. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Yeah, we had until you kept going.
You co-sign this dude?
Less details. Don't give him all the
Wow.
details.
Wow, you co-sign this dude out here.
Oh man. Oh, I don't want to mess nothing up, but Jesse was thinking over the weekend, and I was thinking too. Now Jesse brought it up. This is a pure freestyle. I was thinking too, but you could tell him who's on the show. You can tell him who's on the show.
Come on, today.
What?
You can tell him who's on the show. We ain't done it yet.
James.
No, it's D-Lo.
Oh, I'm so confused. Too.
Oh,
Like, what did I do?
I have no idea. We welcome you into the December 8th edition of D.O. and KC. I'm Damon.
5 years
Barber.
running.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Very confused executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
Well, no, because Jesse said before the show, like literally seconds or minutes before the show, he's like, "Yeah, I was just thinking about we've been working every day for like 5-6 years."
Oh, yeah,
And he was talking about how he was reminiscing and everything. And like I said, I don't want to mess nothing up, but I was thinking too. And I don't care what you guys say. I don't care what you think. I'm 100% taking credit for the fact that I, the only one in America, said the Chiefs weren't making the playoffs this year. It was just me and the Lions too. Put that on the board. I said it.
You know the beauty about being really loud? It doesn't change the truth.
No, I don't care what you guys say. You won't take that from me. I said it. I was the only person in this country.
Sir, we didn't take it from you. You handed it to us.
I didn't know. No, I didn't. I just
You
observed.
handed it to us
No.
about week 3, week
don't
4.
have
You're
to-
like, oh,
We
maybe I
don't have
was
to go into it. We
wrong.
don't have to go into it. Like I said, I was thinking about this on Sunday night as they were losing again, and people were looking crazy. Like you said, Kelsey retires right there after
He did.
loses the ball.
That man retired
I said, you know,
on
what?
the football, just on the bench.
Brother, hang it up.
Just like, man, he was thinking about his wedding and like all of that. Yeah.
I sat there and I said, you know what? I was right, and I'm not going to let them take that from me. I was right.
Jesse's right. We didn't take anything from you.
What does it have to do
You
with
literally
me?
walked in and took it back.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You know this show is like heard by people. You know, there are people listening. It's the only reason we've been here 5 or 6 years.
We got archives.
Let
You
'em
know
fi-
this show
let-
lives.
Let them find it.
The
Where I
only
say,
clip that does not live that we're aware of is you trashing Ty Lue at the beginning of this
well, that
show.
didn't exist.
It's called Lost Media.
That's right. It's KC the Lost Tapes. They're gonna
Let 'em-
they're
let
gonna
'em
come out
find it.
after KC dies.
They'll,
It's gonna be
they'll never find me saying, I switched up. I take that off the board. They'll just hear me say, looks like I'll be wrong. That's it. Which I wasn't.
Zabo.
Mine still have a chance, but
Zabo, if you're listening, I will send you whatever you want off the website. If you can go back to the beginning of this season and find the clip of Kenny walking this Chiefs Lions thing back.
I said, it looks like I'll be wrong. We're not walking anything back. It just looks like I'll be wrong. The statement is still the statement. Once again, we can move on.
I'm not
Because
gonna
I already
lie,
said
no.
last night,
Are you sure
I'm
you
not
want to
letting
do this?
anybody take this from me.
Every time we ran back the tape, it's not been good for you.
It's just been awful every time.
The Kim Kardashian one where he told us she was pregnant, and he's like, "No, I said it like a question." We ran it back. He's like, "No, you told us."
It's good to be right.
No, it's a great tagline. It's a great tagline.
Chiefs aren't cooked though. That was sad. Monstars got Travis Kelce's talent.
Yeah, that was pretty sad what happened to Travis. That was bad. That man, that man's whole career ended.
What was that Dudley Boys move?
3D?
Yeah, that's what the Texans hit him with yesterday. Oh, Travis Kelce's just on the ground like, it's done.
CJ! Get the table.
And like I was telling you guys off the air, he didn't even come out for the obligatory, the game's over, but let me steal 25 yards from Patrick Mahomes real quick. Because, they were just like, hey,
Trying to get
two
him
complete.
with it.
Yeah, he was on the sideline. He didn't even come out.
He retired. He didn't do any post game either. Or he didn't do any media availability.
No.
Apparently that's normal for him. I guess he doesn't have to do it, or maybe things have changed because of his personal life. But yeah, apparently that's a normal thing for him. But yeah, he didn't do it.
Oh, so long, Travis.
That shout out to shout out to NBC, because they did not move that camera. And there was a certain oh my God, I felt bad for him. He's going through it on the sideline in front of 70,000 people.
Wasn't he talking to himself a little bit too?
I don't think he was talking to himself.
Something like he had his hands and he was like sorry for the radio.
When
audience.
he
was sitting on the bench.
Okay. I don't remember that. I just remember him sitting down. He put his head back and closed his eyes. And I thought, oh no. Oh, it's over. And then I did think, man, this is 2 years where he's not been a good football player. It's not even he's not Travis Kelce.
Right.
It's he hasn't been a very good football player.
The moment retirement entered his mind, whether it was 2 years ago, 1 year ago, he should have just retired.
And that's, how many football players say that? I distinctly remember Ben Roethlisberger saying it, which I'm not a fan of Ben Roethlisberger, but I think he has a point. If a player says when you're a football player and you start thinking about walking away, or you start thinking about you don't have the love for it, do it, because you can't half-ass your way through this.
It's too crazy.
Not the way that this
game.
Yeah, not the way this game is played. You might be able to fake your way through a few basketball games. You might be able to fake your way through an entire baseball season. You cannot fake your way through a football game. And the second you start thinking about how nice it'll be to be at home, or raise the kids, or do your podcast, or do your next production company, or
be on Taylor Swift's next album.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fault him for that. It's just his number one thing is he's not a good football player anymore. And that's probably hard to deal with. And then you have the added dimension of his life after.
The title of this show is, damn, Kenny's right again. You know who told us about this just a couple of days ago?
Told us about what?
The game always has to be first, not your brand, not your relationship, not the other stuff. That's cool. But the game
What is going
always
on?
has to be first. The GOAT, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. You guys saying the same thing he said. And then you guys poo-pooed his segment on NBC. And here he is in real life. You see it in real
Kenny's
life.
got this show in a
Hold on
hostage
one second.
situation
You
right now.
see it in real life.
Do you want us to leave?
Yeah, Kenny's.
No.
Do you know no one said anything about Travis Kelce's brand?
His brand is Taylor Swift being on the next album. You got to make
No,
sure the game
That was
is
a
right.
joke.
He's not a good football player.
Because the game ain't first no more. The game ain't first.
What
no
is the
more.
voice? What is happening?
Because Mike told you. Mike told you. Hey, y'all need to start watching them segments, man.
Oh, Mike's got the same suit on he had 3 weeks ago.
Mike told you. Y'all need to start watching the segments, man. He dropping jewels, man.
Mike's suit stays the same, but his drink gets refilled.
I have never looked forward to December 19th at 4:00 as much as I am right now.
We joke about it a little bit, but I did.
You want hostages or volunteers? Me and Jesse are hostages right now.
I did joke about it a little bit, but I did think about that. He hadn't been the same since. I'm not saying it's that's the fault, but
No.
he hadn't been the same since the whole Taylor Swift stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
I wouldn't even just attribute to that, but he's just been kind of searching for that happy ending that's just not going to be there. It's like, oh yeah, the
I
Chiefs
think it's
retire,
that, like,
they
he's-
win the Super Bowl and he gets to retire and blah blah blah. It's like, no, you guys lost and you should have just left after that.
He's 36. Like that plays it like he's a 36-year-old football player. Again, he's a 36-year-old football player. He is not a quarterback. This is I know the era of 40-year-old quarterbacks seems to be underway. This is not normal. You cannot make people thought LeBron was washed because he had an 8-point game the other night. Awfully quiet last night.
He wasn't washed last night.
Awfully quiet last night.
Weird dynamic too. Watch that game.
But
We'll talk about that later. But yeah, you're right.
he's
It's not-
36.
it's
like
not-
if we go back to the beginning of Taylor, was he 34, 33? Like,
Well, I can't put this offensive line in front of you. I need you to go block real quick because we're about to run the ball 20 times. So it's like
And
you're taking hits all the time. It's not like every other player.
Yeah, I just think I do believe. Once again, just not he's older and all this other stuff. I do believe football wasn't maniacally number one anymore, and I think that played a little bit of a role. It's tough. It's tough. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody can be in that spotlight of what a Taylor Swift is and maintain focus the whole time. I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not, but I know.
Well, now you're doing the pod with your brother too.
Yeah, and some of that came. Now I'm like super famous. Let me cash in on that.
And I do think that's easier for a Draymond Green to do in the NBA than maybe a football player.
Draymond Green doesn't have that type of responsibility.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Man, that's a shot at Kenny just for no reason at all. Says KC is ass, not just Kelsey. That's tough.
Shut up, bitch.
Bro, he's talking about Kansas. He's talking about Kansas City, man. Apologize to that man.
I'm messing with him.
Kansas
The reason why I
City.
cursed at him was his Abby.
Oh, what's his Abby then? Say it for the radio because they
It's
don't
a
know.
little stupid Dodgers.
No, it's the World
It's a little
Series.
stupid Dodgers thing.
That's not what it says, though.
It says Doyers, whatever.
Shout out to the Doyers.
Yeah, get him out of here. No, I'm just messing with you, Scout Recycler.
Been a hot start to the show today.
Man, yeah, Casey.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Yeah, man. Did you have a bad
Man,
weekend?
No, I had a great weekend.
Travis has declined from 34 on 3 years ago, and I think he's been with Taylor 2.5 years. Reception, like just the numbers drop. The year before, 33. That's 1,300 yards. That's 110 receptions, down to 93, 97, 60 this year. He's not going to crack 1,000 for the third straight season. He's just not the football player he was. And you mentioned, yeah, like there probably is something to the brand. The brand maybe not necessarily being Taylor, the brand being, like his brother is retired. His brother can focus on, the podcast. And like now after that Super Bowl, like your parents are involved, or maybe it's just your mom is involved in stuff. And it's like now there's this, growing dynamic just within your family.
Mhm.
And again, none of this is factoring in your wife to be. This is just like the family that you've been around this entire time. It's maybe there is something to Jordan's remarks about the brand maybe has overtaken Travis a little bit. It just seems to be coinciding with 34, 35, 36, which I have to believe are major factors too. In the overall, as Scout Recycler was attempting to say, the overall decline of Kansas City.
No, shout out.
Not to be confused
Shout out
with
Scout.
KC.
I'm having a good time with you, big dog. It's all good. But to your point as well, yeah, the age absolutely plays a factor, right? And maybe if he had this relationship at 29 years old, he could handle all that because he's still in a physical prime, so to speak. Now, like if you're trying to do this at 36 years old, everything got to be locked in. Like the reason why LeBron and Russ or Steph because they are locked in on the production, the game, their body, everything. And I'm not here to we're having fun with it, but I'm not here to say Kelsey's just going halfway through being a Kansas City Chief. I'm sure he's putting in a lot of work, but he's being pulled in a lot of different directions, coinciding with he's not as young and as physically sharp as he used to be. And I don't know if any of that helps. I think
he has a group of people watching his every move that have never existed in his world before.
That's got to be different. You know what I'm saying?
God. Yeah.
That's got to be something that
I don't think we've experienced anything like this before, at least not in our time. Like when you think about the biggest pop stars in existence, like Beyonce, she married Jay-Z. Like they married on a level. Michael Jackson didn't. I don't know who else to put in this category. So when you have like the likes of a Taylor Swift and you're a football player, man, you hear so often football, you've got to be singularly focused. Yeah, man, you can't be. And I don't blame them, especially at going back to when they started at 34 years old. I don't blame them.
No, not at all. Not at all. And he went from being a football player to Taylor's boyfriend. Now, fiance.
Right.
That's got to be a little
like his
different.
podcast does very well. It's sold for the amount it's sold for because it does really well and people listen to it. Only one podcast is broke YouTube. And that was the one with her on it. Like that was not insightful. There was nothing interesting about it. Like it was her fan base listening to something he's a part of. And when you eat it up, right? You talk about making confetti sourdough bread and all of these different things. And like her fan base loves that. Yeah. But in the end, it's being Travis's, it's being, Taylor's boyfriend. It's different.
I brought it up.
It's really tough because before you were Patrick's tight end and now you're.
I brought it up because it is something that I thought about, but I do agree with you for the most part. He's 36 years old. They've played a lot of football over the last 8 years. A lot of football.
The first time that they will not win the AFC West since 2015. I thought I had that note in here. Hopefully that's the right number. Yeah, there it is. 2015. There will be a new AFC West champion for the first time in 9 years.
Since Patrick Mahomes took over as the starting quarterback, and like you say, you talk about 14, you can go a little further back when Alex Smith was there. They were playing playoff games then. But just singling the stat to Mahomes taking over, I'm pretty sure they've played a whole nother season, maybe a season and a half in playoff games. Like that's a lot. That is a lot of football, high level football, the highest level of football when you talk about Super Bowls and conference championships and things like that. That's a lot of wear and tear physically, mentally, and emotionally. So I thought 2 years ago that would have been a lot. When I think they had made it 3 straight years, maybe 4 straight years to Super Bowl or conference championship. I was like, that's a lot of football. Like, there's a reason people haven't done it in the past. And I think they did it 2 more times since then. So
yeah, they have been to, let me click this. I just want to get a number of games. Whew, wow. Travis is 18-7 in playoff games. That's 25 playoff games. 25 playoff games in his career. So that's dating back to 2016. Played 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3.
And
he had a hell of a career. And by the way, I have no idea if the man's career is over or not. I just know what I saw on TV last night, and I saw that man just.
I think we know this is his last. Not no, but it looks like this is his last season at the very least.
It should be.
And
how much?
He's not playing no punk position either. There's not any of them in the NFL. But like,
you got to work.
Yeah.
It was like kind of been murmured, not. It's more than murmured, but like, oh, George Kittle's getting up there, whatever. He's getting older, and I just looked up his age. He's only 32.
Kittle is?
Yeah.
That's a
and it's like he's already older. Like it's kind of hitting the end of his career, and Kelsey's still doing this at 36.
It's a little too. I have the. I think we could do this. I think we can do this.
Real quick, the Mahomes era played 21 playoff games.
21. Okay.
21 playoff games.
So he played a couple of those with Alex Smith then.
Yeah.
Just playing guarantees here?
So I have the cash total for each of them. I don't even have I believe all I have. Okay, here's the breakdown. I love how Stats airs videos now. Yes, these are the guarantees. These are the dollar figures that he's made. It's always sketchy doing this with football, but we're going to do our best here. Travis Kelce.
This is official, correct?
This is official. Kenny Caraway, by the way.
What are the records?
Yet to get on the board.
Whoa, what?
Yes, he has 2 victories.
For the people that aren't familiar.
Why?
Yet to get on the board. It is 2-0 right now. Travis Kelce, been in the league 12 years. The most amount of money he has earned in a single season is this current season. It's a lot like a basketball contract. This current season, Travis Kelce has earned $17.2 million. And when the season is complete, I should say, he will have earned $17.2 million. 12 years in the National Football League for the former number 63 overall pick. Round 3, the former number 63 overall pick in the 2013 NFL draft. We don't go into
These
the
NFL numbers feel so disrespectful when you write them down.
We don't go into pocket watching with the NFL very often, but Travis Kelce, 12 years in the league, peaked this year at $17.2 million, has earned what in his career? Wow! Jesse goes 87 million.
Yeah,
KC goes
wow.
86
All right,
million.
we're down to the wire.
111.1 million dollars. And the losing
It's another win.
continues. At least he didn't throw anything at me this time. The losing continues. Scout Recycler, if you're listening, that was for you, buddy.
3-0.
It is 3-0 in the early part of this season. And yeah, you
Ridiculous,
guys,
man.
it's
ridiculous.
You guys really did say that. What's good? So this is why we don't do NFL numbers very often. He peaked at 17, but there's in 2016 he earned $10 million. Remember how this works? That's surrounded by a $678,000 season and a $3.4 million season. With basketball, you can normally calculate the rise in a contract. With the NFL, good luck, pal.
I'm actually surprised he got $100 million.
So was I. That's what made me do this. I was surprised. And Scout, That's for you, buddy. That's for you and that Doyers logo.
No, not for that stupid
come back.
logo.
I don't even know what a Doyer is.
It's the Spanish version of Dodger. Like that's how you say Dodgers in Spanish.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Doyers.
Los Doyers.
Oh, that doesn't.
Putos.
I'm not even sure if you're allowed to say that.
Yeah, I dumped it. Let's go to break.
God damn it. In case he gonna walk this one off. Oh. Yeah, these football contracts are crazy. He hits 8, 9, 11, and then back down to 10, 12, and then back-to-back years at 17. These are roster bonuses, signing bonuses, restructuring bonuses, only $44,000 in incentives, and then like his base salary.
He's had 2 seasons at 17.
Yeah, the last 2.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, the last 2.
That is crazy.
Ooh. 2025. Oh no, that's this year. Oh yeah, his contract is over. Yeah, nothing. I mean, he's off the books and everything. This is the last year.
Oh man, that was tough. Hate to see it, Tony Edwards. Hate to see it.
That reminds me something about this weekend too. Where's the mecca of college football? I was playing NCAA this weekend. They kept saying it was Mercedes-Benz Arena or whatever it's called.
I was gonna say it might be LSU. It might be.
You mean like a venue?
Well, yeah, I was playing the SEC championship, whatever. It's like, oh yeah, Mercedes, maybe Louisiana. They're talking about. But yeah, where's the mecca of college football?
Oh, I don't know, because then you can say the Georgia Dome too.
I'd say the Rose Bowl.
The Mecca?
No, yeah, the wherever. What's the the Georgia stadium called now? It's Mercedes-Benz now, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, I was thinking
New Orleans is Caesar's Dome.
New Orleans is up there too. New Orleans is up there too.
Lauren says Rose Bowl. Polo says Rose Bowl.
When you talk about the Mecca,
I would not,
because the Atlanta only been around 7 years.
That's why I was wondering. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Chris Fowler on this PS5.
It ain't the big house.
Stop it. Scout Recycler, you're right. It is the big house.
I feel like the Rose Bowl's got status.
It's definitely legendary, that's for sure. I was at the WrestleMania. I'm just realizing this as they're showing the highlight on WWE's Twitter account. I was at the WrestleMania that John Cena won his first title, his first WWE title. Wait, is that right? No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. I was at the WrestleMania where he won. Wait, was I at this one? The WrestleMania, the match I remember the most about the WrestleMania I was at was the one in Los Angeles, was that Kurt Angle, Shawn Michaels match.
I'm going to be out on Saturday, so I'm just going to open up the phone, watch Cena's last match, and I think that's it for me.
I was just about to say, is that this week?
It's on Saturday, yeah.
Saturday?
Once that's over with and they count to 3, I'm out.
Oh, that was
out forever.
Yeah, that was John Cena beat JBL for the WWE.
That was the where was that at?
Staples.
That's that was
the last.
That
match,
was a WrestleMania, right?
That was the last match was the Batista joint.
Got you. I thought that was on Raw.
No, it was that one that set it up.
Got you.
Didn't plan to open the show with that much talk on Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs, but the other side of that coin is the Houston Texans. There's a lot that happened in the NFL, and we're gonna attempt to get to all of it as the day rolls along today. James Ham will be with us in the 3:00 hour. That'll essentially be your pregame show as the Sacramento Kings, I think, play at 4:00.
Yeah.
And I was thinking on my way in, is that the first time this season? Because
Probably
I'll
so,
be
yeah.
here, and I can't think of a time that I've been here watching a Kings game while doing work for KSFM. I know we've had 5:00 starts. I know we've had 5:30 starts.
The one that comes to mind, which I think is a 5:00 start, that'll be my guess, will be the Oklahoma City game when we were here for Coil Ray.
Oh, that's right. That's
But I
right.
think
I
that was
still don't feel
5.
like that was
I think
4
that was
o'clock.
5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a great interview.
What?
If I do say so ourselves. Let's shift our attention to the Kings. So again, James will be with us, and we'll take you right up to the start of that game in Indiana tonight. It is a Pacers and a Kings team, not where either one thought they would be, or perhaps it's exactly where the Pacers thought they would be, and they're okay with that. They are okay with that. We'll get back to, as we discussed in length, Scout's asking if Dennis Schroeder's playing today. I feel like he was already ruled out, but that could be I could be mixing up Miami's game with today's game. So we'll keep you updated on Dennis Schroeder's availability as it becomes available to us. For some reason, I thought he had already been ruled out, but I also could be thinking about that Miami game where he seemed to have been ruled out well in advance. He was ruled out, I think, the day before. So we'll get back to the Zach LaVine conversation here in just a little bit. But a thing that I think a lot of us were watching for going into that Miami game was, would Doug Christie, in fact, make the move and put Maxime Reynaud in the starting lineup? And he did. He did. He started him at the 5. Drew Eubanks went to the bench, got minutes as a reserve, and Max played about 25 minutes as a starter. And I perfectly good with what I saw from him.
Yeah, for sure. Perfectly good with what I saw. For sure, man. He looked good out there. He looked comfortable out there. And just getting that opportunity, I'm all good with that. I'm all good with that for Max to get those starting opportunities while Sabonis is out is a good look, and hopefully it prepares him for obviously the majority of it, the rest of his career. But just for when Sabonis comes back, it'll slow down the game that much more for him potentially when he goes to the bench, if he goes to the bench.
Yeah, one thing that I really like about him, you were talking earlier about you want to see him develop that shot a little bit more. That shot becoming a little more natural for him away from the basket. I'm thrilled he's able to rebound the ball. Sometimes you see young players get in the league, even tall players, and he's kind of like thin.
Mm-hmm.
And rebounding for those guys. I mean, we could go back to Summer League, and there were times where it just felt like he had a hard time grabbing the ball. Like the ball would hit his hands. He'd get his hands on the ball. He'd make a move. He just couldn't grab it. He's been able to do that in his time over the course. I really probably focus on the course of the last 2 weeks. Obviously, Houston and Miami being the two, marquee points for him. But you go back, we referenced the Denver game earlier. You go back to a couple of times this season. It feels like he's finally starting to. His hands are getting a little stickier. He's able to get his hands. He's able to secure rebounds. He's able to secure the basketball a little better than when we first saw him in Summer League, where it just kind of felt like the ball was always bouncing off of his hands. And that's a huge plus for this team, especially if there's a world at any point where he plays at the 4, or there's a point where he stays at the 5 and Domas plays at the 4.
Right.
I don't think that makes sense because I get it. Maybe in the end it doesn't matter. You'd have a stretch 5 versus a stretch 4. Maybe it doesn't. It's not that big of a deal. But having 2 guys on the floor who can rebound at that level, that's a big plus for the Sacramento Kings should they choose to go that direction when Domantas Sabonis is healthy.
Absolutely. And with those 2 being on the floor, potentially, at least you would think they'd be able to complement each other's games. Domas is more of a guy that in and around the paint, around the basket, that's where he gets his offensive opportunities or likes his offensive opportunities. And Max, if he can get that shot back to the level that we saw it at Stanford and saw it during the summer, could be the guy that could stretch the floor. It could be that stretch big for a guy like Domas. So that's really one of the important aspects to him getting comfortable with that shot again, because it allows for him and Domas to share the floor more. If he's a guy that can stretch the floor from that 4 or 5 position, wherever they're playing at the specific time, that can make it where you can play those 2 guys at the same time. And I think even if you're not sure by the time Sabonis comes back, even if you're not sure Max has gotten a certain level of comfort with that shot, I think you still go out there and try it. You see what it looks like if you're Doug Christie. See those 2 out there, because Max has shown the ability in the past, at the very least, to be able to hit that shot and kind of change that dynamic a little bit.
The best part about the Miami game and Maxime Reynaud's performance is he wasn't the best rookie on the floor for the Sacramento Kings that day. Neek had a little moment. He had a little NBA moment. He had a little Sacramento Kings moment on Saturday, where when you leave talking about rookies, you've got one in that starting 5 position, but you got your first round draft pick going 7 of 8 and, attacking the glass a little bit and doing some good things, being a little bit more physical than maybe we've seen him in games past.
Yeah, and he's had up and down moments in this rookie season, but the thing with Neek and Max is, with them getting more opportunity, getting more minutes, getting more comfortable out there. You just see, at least on Saturday night, you saw the comfort level from Neek, being able to make moves in transition, the decision-making in transition, finishing at the rim. Those are things that you want to see from these young guys, just having confidence, having their legs under them, so to speak, when they're out there on the court, as opposed to maybe the first month of the season when things might have been moving fast, or you're trying to physically get used to the NBA level and the real NBA level, not the summer league NBA level, the real deal stuff. Each game, they're getting more and more comfortable, which would allow us to see what their games are really made of once they're not shell-shocked by the speed or the physicality of the NBA.
One thing really interesting about this game on Saturday, if I were to pick a game that I wasn't sure was going to happen this year or wasn't going to happen too many times, it was this one. Kings were up 28. And ultimately, they blew out Miami. Miami had played a tough game against Orlando. Man, tough break for Orlando, too. Paolo comes back. Franz immediately exits.
That's all bad.
Yeah, he's, I think, 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain.
Luckily, it was just that, because it looked
pretty nasty.
It might be worse.
Yeah, they said he left on he had like a crutch cane. He was struggling, but it
Shout
looks
out
like
to Desmond Bain too, I guess, for whatever reason. I don't know why he would do that.
Yeah, what was all that about, Desmond?
What Desmond Bain?
You didn't see it?
I don't think I
Let me see if
did.
I can pull up the video before the break.
It was so
break.
egregious and unnecessary.
Yeah, well, basically, Desmond Bain tries to throw it off of somebody, but he throws a dart off of OG Anunoby or whatever, and OG's right in front of him, like 2 feet in front of him.
Oh yeah, and I saw that, and he throws the ball a billion miles an hour
Why
at him.
would you do that? Crazy thing is, he didn't even get a tech for that.
I don't know, man.
But
Desmond's having a very odd season.
He is starting to cook too.
He's gonna have to.
Yeah, but
he's gonna have to.
I thought the same thing watching the game. Like, look at the Kings.
Yeah,
Up by 20.
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't feel like I've seen this all year.
Yeah, it wasn't a wire-to-wire lead because the Heat were up 3 early. But, yeah, Kings led by 28, wound up winning by 16 or something like that. And they just kind of kept the pressure on. Like, they did a lot of good things in this game. We'll come back. The story of the game, though, of course, was Zach LaVine. That first quarter he had really, you talk about applying the pressure. He deserves credit. He had a great first quarter, and he kept the pressure on throughout the game. 42 points for Zach in that one, 8 of 13. Really aggressive, got to the foul line a lot. We'll break down all of that, plus the remark that he made, I guess, on his way to the bus that was making its way around social media over the weekend. Plus, we'll get to the crazy weekend in the NFL that could be shaping the playoff picture and the draft order in a very dramatic way. That's all I had here. It's Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Trey Hendrickson set to undergo core muscle surgery.
Who's that?
Trey Hendrickson. Who did that? Was that Joey Bosa? Core muscle surgery sounds.
Oh, Drake.
Who?
Drake. He got core muscle surgery.
That's actually funny. Tell them where'd you get your abs from. I always wonder how that works.
I
never read up on, like, how do you sculpt somebody's abs?
I don't know how the surgery works, but I've seen stuff on the I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but the compression, not compression. I don't know, but they put the I don't even know what to call it, but the muscle contracting machine on your abs. That's what it is. I've seen that. I wouldn't mind doing that, but definitely I wouldn't. No, ain't no way you're gonna cut me open just for some
they
abs.
do, and then they do the freezing. They freeze fat off or something like that.
Not interested in that at all. Yikes.
Oh, Coach Molly, man. Thoughts and prayers, buddy. I didn't know that was on the horizon.
Man, prayers up, Coach Molly.
There were some weird ass interceptions yesterday. God bless it.
That was good football right there. They were all upset about that.
They really have tried to figure out a way to bring jacked up back without calling it jacked up.
But what? Now that I don't mean to sound too old school, but that was some good ass football right there. He hit him in the shoulder.
What
That was good.
is it because he has the ball? That's why he's not defenseless?
Yeah. I was talking to Reese about this because we were watching it when it happened. I was like, you can make an argument. That was a fumble. I know he didn't like make a
Not after the
move.
Ravens game, you can't.
Oh man.
We will get to the incredible weekend we had in the NFL. Just storyline wise, man, you got Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Green Bay all grabbing division leads. The NFC is slipping away from my Tampa Bay, NFC South, I should say, is slipping away from my Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Loss.
We saw a catastrophic injury to Daniel Jones. And the other side of the Travis Kelce coin is the Houston Texans are red hot right now. So we will get to all of that, but we're going to talk about our Sacramento Kings as they take on the Indiana Pacers tonight in Indiana. 4:00 start. We'll be with you all the way until that game gets underway. We mentioned they beat Miami by 17, up by 28 at one point in that one. And the talk of the game was Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine, 42 points, went crazy in the first quarter. Kept applying pressure, kept being aggressive, kept getting shots up, got to the foul line. It felt like he got to the foul line. I didn't even look at the number. It felt like he was living at 11. The foul line. Yeah, but how many did he shoot in the fourth? 5 of 6. So 6 of those 11 free throws were shot in the fourth quarter. And it's the type of performance you want. It's the type of performance you hope you can get. Obviously, 42 that's a steep number for any basketball player that gets attention. But Zach LaVine had him a little moment, and it coincided with Miami not being able to answer. The Kings answered the bell, and they put the Miami Heat away. I don't think it's far-fetched to say they put them away early.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think anybody was comfortable. Just by the nature of, you're right. Just by the nature of the way things are. But in the end, like they held that lead.
There were obviously guys like Malik Monk, for instance, 1 of 7 from the field. Keon Ellis didn't put up a big number or nothing like that. But just watching that game, it felt like everybody played well.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody was playing good basketball. And you obviously can't rely on that from a night-to-night basis with this Kings team at least. But it was like, this is what it looks like when everybody is playing good to great. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, Zach was great on Saturday. But, Keegan was good. Maxime was good. DeMar was good. Russ was good. Neek was good. That's what this team could look like if you could get 3 to 5 guys playing good to great on a nightly basis. But that seems to be a little too much to ask with this particular group.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. Like, it's Zach LaVine says I could do this any night. You give me the ball more, give me the damn ball, or whatever the line was. But it does actually feel like it falls on what the rest of the guys are doing too. Like, you had 6 double-digit scores when you factor in Neek, and normally I think if you said you had 6 double-digit scores, you'd figure the 6th one was Malik Monk, or Malik was at least going to be one of those 6 guys who scored in double digits. And you noted it just wasn't his night that night in Miami. But it was Fanique, and another guy who I think has continued to just play really, really well. It's not that he's been overly impressive or has done anything absolutely crazy. It's just like Precious Achiuwa just plays. And it feels like they had a specific role for him on this roster, on this team, and he has filled it, and he has filled it damn near flawlessly.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to play with a full complement of their front court, given, they started the season without Domantas Sabonis and they started the season without Keegan Murray and then immediately went into a season with Domantas Sabonis. So we haven't seen Precious, integrated with both of those guys. And now you got Maxime Reynaud getting very real minutes with that group now. And his role will kind of be, he's obviously going to have a role, but what exactly will it be when Domantas Sabonis returns? I'm not really sure. Just make sure you find minutes for Precious Achiuwa, because he's been productive when he's been out there, and he's another one of those guys along with Russell Westbrook where you never question how hard they're playing.
Precious Achiuwa feels like one of those guys that you absolutely need on your roster if you're going to be a good basketball team. Like, he's a guy that comes in, will do all the dirty work, will play whatever position or role is needed that particular night, do it humbly, and play that position well. And I've enjoyed his time here with the Sacramento Kings. It's a guy that I think Scott Perry and this group should look at having on this team moving forward. Once again, I don't feel like you ever want him to start or play 30 minutes a night or something like that, but you need those guys off the bench that are going to give you solid minutes with that second unit. And it feels like Precious absolutely can provide that with a team that's good and that is surrounded with talent. And if you're trying to build something, Precious is a guy that I think you would want around and have him in the right role. You're not having him around to be one of your foundation pieces, but he's a guy that you want on the roster and want to be able to put into games because you can trust what he brings to the table on a nightly basis.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
7 points, 10 rebounds, good solid defense on Saturday night. It was good stuff, man.
And I don't question what Precious is going to do tonight against Indiana, but I'm anxious to see what the likes of Nick Clifford, what he's going to do tonight against Indiana. I'm excited to see what Maxime Renaud is going to do tonight versus Indiana. I'm excited to see how Malik Monk, if Malik Monk rebounds tonight versus Indiana. Not literally rebounds, but rebounds from the poor shooting performance that he had against Miami. And then I think, after a 24-shot attempt, 42-point game performance, and a quote, that says I can do that any night if they give me the damn ball enough. I think there will be a lot of people anxious to see how Zach LaVine responds to the Zach LaVine game, especially given the fact that it was just a couple of nights ago that he scored 2. And it's the Willie Cauley-Stein thing. Like, okay, he's averaging 21 points over the course of the last 2 games, or 22 points, or whatever it is. And it's, because he averaged 42, or he scored 42 and he scored 2. We're splitting that in 2 games. And it's the story of Zach LaVine's career. And, he says, regardless of how this quote was attained or the circumstances in which it was obtained, I can do that any night if they give me the damn ball enough. No, Zach, you can't. Like, that's literally been the knock on your whole career. You can't do that. It feels like you physically can. It feels like you have the tools, the ability to do it. But there is something that keeps you from actually doing it every night, and it's not the ball. It's not having the ball enough. There's something else that keeps you from doing that every night. I have no idea what it is. Maybe that's a Zach LaVine question. Maybe it's a sports psychologist question. I don't know. We could give you the ball all damn day, and you're not going to do that enough because you might not be interested in playing versus Indiana. You might be upset about something. You might be frustrated about something. You might be annoyed about travel. It feels like things weigh on you during the course of a basketball game. And I think I'm out. I think that's what Zach LaVine's 42-point performance did for me on Miami, or against Miami. I think I'm just out. Like, this dude's all over the place. And I don't know what to do with this. I don't even know how to cover this guy. Yeah. He's clearly a skilled scorer, a very skilled scorer. And you said this repeatedly. You said it last night on Sports Sunday with Jake and Brendan. He's one of the most frustrating players in NBA history. You watch him. He is built like a scorer. He moves like a scorer. He has the God-given ability of a scorer. And just some nights he doesn't score.
For no apparent reason.
And that's it. That's why I say it feels like things weigh on him on the basketball court, whether it's actually basketball or it's something else, because I don't know what other explanation to have for a skilled scorer who scores 2 points one night and 42 another.
Yeah. Is the right word the enigma that is Zach LaVine? Like, you just kind of.
That Jeff Hardy?
I was trying to remember
which
wrestler it was. I couldn't remember. But it's just a weird dynamic with him.
It is.
You can never really figure out what's going on. I was looking back to that game on Wednesday, and where he scored 2 points and played 18 minutes, I think, against Houston. And I was like, man, what did the run by Houston, did it start with Zach LaVine and him just coasting and not answering the bell or anything else like that? I went back and looked. No, it didn't. It was a tie game when Zach left the game. They started making the run and doing all this other stuff when he was on the bench. And I don't know if Doug didn't believe that he could help bring the team back, so he just didn't play him, or I don't know. But it's all so bizarre. It's always so bizarre over the course of time with a guy like Zach LaVine. The thing that I will never understand is when we were told about Zach LaVine, like from the outside looking in, not from the Chicago people, but when he was traded here, the book on him was, oh, great, just another guy that just chucks up shots.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what he does.
Mm-mm.
It took us
Not even
about
close.
5 games to be like, hey, this ain't the guy that you guys told us we were getting. I need this guy to be more selfish. I need him to be more aggressive. He's actually too passive.
Mhm.
He's actually not a ball hog at all, and I want him to be a ball hog. And yeah, you just never can get a grasp on what you're getting with Zach LaVine from week to week, from night to night. Like, I don't know how he's going to play tonight.
Right.
I have no idea what he's going to do
Right.
tonight. My guess is probably 18 points on 12 shots.
Okay. 12 shots
12 shots.
versus
That'd be my guess.
24.
Yeah.
I'm doing an exercise here. I didn't intend to go through his whole career, but I'm going to wind up having done it at this point. Anyways, wow. I'm back to his rookie season. Hang on one second. I should have done. Wow. Okay. I can do that any night if they give me the ball enough. Zach LaVine's rookie year and his sophomore year, how many times did he score 40-plus points?
Once.
0. Zach LaVine's third year, he scored his first 40-point game. Zach LaVine in his, 12-year career?
Mm-hmm.
Zach LaVine in his 12-year career, let me do some math here, 10, 16, 19, 20, 12-year career, 23 40-point games. Surprising or no? 23 40-plus, there's a 51 in there somewhere.
No, that's about right. That's I'm not surprised by the number.
Okay. I mean, it's a far cry from I can do this any night you give me the damn ball, though, right?
Yeah. And we're talking
Or
about,
am I being
we're talking about
am I
that
being too literal?
a little too literal. I don't know if
Okay.
he said I could score 40 every night. But we're not asking you to
I
score
can do
40
that
every
any night if they give me the damn ball enough.
I don't know if
Again, I'm being literal. He only had okay, this is his rookie year, so that's a bit unfair. It's only one 30-point game his rookie year, so that's not fair.
But here's the cold part about what you're saying, though. Like, nobody's asking you to score 40 every night.
Right.
We're asking you to take 24 shots almost every night. That's what's being asked of you. And you definitely won't do that. I told you last night I was trying to work on this
21 games this year. 5 games Zach LaVine has scored in single digits.
It's unacceptable, man. Zach LaVine should never be scoring in single digits. Never. That is unacceptable.
Sorry, what were you working on?
Well, no, when we were doing Sports Sunday, getting ready to do, I was talking about like the exercise or research I wanted to do about a theory that I had. And I told the guys, I said, I think Zach LaVine isn't comfortable playing with DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt like the interaction between the two when Zach got traded to Sacramento, to me, it just seemed a little weird. I don't think Zach has any problem with DeMar DeRozan as a person or even as a player. Like, I think he enjoys being his teammate. I think they get along as people perfectly fine. But finding his way on the basketball court with DeMar DeRozan around, I don't know if Zach LaVine's always comfortable with that. And the reason why I bring up the interaction when he came back to Sacramento was it was like, all right, I got to deal with this again.
From LaVine's standpoint.
Yeah. I'm not comfortable with this situation. All right. But at the same time, I don't have a problem with the guy. I'm just not comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at some of his numbers without DeMar DeRozan, and the half of the year that he played last year in Chicago, which could have coincided with him, some of the things he talked about on media day, as far as like just kind of clearing his mind of all the nonsense and having a different approach. That could have played a factor in it as well. But he took almost 17 shots a night, 51% from the field, 44% from beyond the arc, 79%, pretty much 80% from the free throw line. The numbers when he was here in Sacramento last year are damn near the exact same. So there was nothing there. But this year, he's taking almost 2 shots less a game. He's shooting still respectable 48, 49% from the field, 39% from 3. And it just, he doesn't seem at ease all the time on the court. This goes into what I'm talking, from game to game, you never know what you're getting from Zach. That could have just been who he's been his entire time in the NBA. Bulls fans will tell you that. Maybe Timberwolves fans will tell you that as well. But even with the Timberwolves, there were 2 other scorers there. And if it's a situation where there's another scorer in the lineup with him, I'm not sure he, on a night-to-night basis, is comfortable taking the lead shots-wise and aggression-wise. I think he does a little too much filling out the game and just playing it by ear. Don't know if any of that is true at all. Just something that I thought about. With DeMar DeRozan in the lineup, I wonder if he struggles with his aggression.
So, okay. The games don't mix.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about DeMar's game that you think? Is it the place on the floor that he plays, kind of living in that mid-range area, his inability to shoot, ISO ball, all of the above?
All the above. All the above.
Would you not like playing with DeMar DeRozan?
I don't think I'd have a problem with it. I don't think I would. Especially when you got a guy like DeRozan who, at least outwardly, encourages guys around him to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, take your shots. I think DeMar DeRozan, for the rap that he gets from like a James Ham or other people, and like, I don't think he necessarily wants to take 18 shots a night. At this point in his career, I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do. He's a scorer, he's a shooter, so he's going to do what comes natural. But I think if he was in a position where he had other guys that were taking the reins of the shooting, and like Saturday, he took 11 shots, I think he'd be okay with that. But earlier on the Insiders, Kyle and James were talking about how, I think they were talking about Zach LaVine because of the quotes, and they were saying everybody else around him was like, all right, and how messed up it was. It was like, what Zach LaVine do we have tonight? Is it the aggressive one? Is it the, and it's like, all right, we don't really know like what we're getting. I feel like, once again, we talk about how selfish the guy is and me, and all this other stuff. That might be what DeMar DeRozan is saying about everybody else every night. What Keegan am I getting tonight? What Zach am I getting tonight? What Sabonis am I getting tonight? Go back to that playing game and DeMar DeRozan taking all those shots. It was almost like, all right, nobody else is here to do it. I'll shoot it. I feel like he'd be he'd be fine to play with. But I don't know if Zach has found the consistent groove area for his offensive game and his aggression with DeMar DeRozan.
Okay, so I was going to say with the Kings or in the league, and you just mean with DeMar.
DeRozan, yeah. It could also just be who he is. I'm not trying to stall him out. Like, he could just be this type of person, this type of individual. But I know with Chicago last year when DeMar was gone, there were career highs, and he was looking fantastic
In Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar and Zach have played together now. Well, they played together 3 seasons in Chicago. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe. I thought
because LaVine got there in 20.
It might have been 2 seasons.
1.
LaVine, or you mean DeMar? Because LaVine was there for a while.
So okay, so was he there? Was he there COVID year?
He was there COVID year.
Because so DeMar got there the year after then.
Yeah.
So that's okay. That's okay. 3 seasons, 3 seasons.
I feel like
plus
they played
part of the Kings.
I feel like they played 2 because they had the really good year. The next year, I thought LaVine got hurt, and then DeMar. I think DeMar only played there.
If
twice.
only there was a way we could find out.
I think he only played there 2 years.
Let's see. What do we got? Oh, I have some of this stuff. Oh, this is DeMar. I have DeMar getting to Chicago in the 2021-2022 season. He was an all-star that year, by the way. He was an all-star the next year. So I have DeMar in Chicago for 3 years.
3 years, okay.
He gets to Sacramento. LaVine gets here a little over halfway through. They've played, figuratively, 23 games together this year. Yeah, that's a lot of time together. That's a lot of time together. DeMar, 27.9 his first year in Chicago, 24.5 his second year in Chicago, 24-22 his first year with the Kings, now about 18 points per game. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's those two or them individually, and I don't know if there's something off between those two together or just a specific type of game individually, and it doesn't mesh together. But I don't know who DeMar meshes well with. I don't know who Zach LaVine meshes well with, because I don't watch DeMar and go, man, he's a bad teammate, man. He doesn't make anybody better. I don't look at that with Zach LaVine either. I look at Zach LaVine and go, what the hell is wrong with him tonight? What is he doing? Like, he literally looks, look, we're all human. We all go to work. Sometimes we're tired. Sometimes we're dragged. Sometimes we have bad shows. Sometimes we have great shows. Whatever. You could see it on him. It's like, oh, man, Julie from accounting, she looked like she had a tough weekend. That's Zach LaVine. Oh, Zach LaVine looked like he had a tough night or a tough day, or maybe he's arguing with the missus, or someone in his family is sick. Like, he's not focused on whatever's happening out there. And obviously it's very fresh because that Memphis game was last week. And that Memphis game is just how? Like, how and why? And then you follow it up with what you did Saturday. It's like, all right, cool. It's the Eminem track. Will the real Zach LaVine please stand up? And I couldn't tell you who that is. Is it the guy who averaged 31 the first couple weeks of the season? Is it the guy who had, what do we say, 5 or 6 single-digit games this year? Is it that guy from yesterday or 2 days ago? I have no clue who Zach LaVine is on a game-to-game basis. We can look at Zach LaVine's numbers. We can go through averages, but who is Zach LaVine as a basketball player, bro? I have no idea. No clue.
Zach said something on over the weekend that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
And just kind of how you feel about it.
This is a dramatic tease for when we return. Kenny's going to ask me something. Plus, Mark Spears is talking. And he said something that got Kings fans' attention. So we'll hear what Mark Spears had to say on NBA today when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Don't forget that question.
th round on Wednesday. 13th round on Wednesday. Because I got to go back and watch those fights if I can. I know what happened, but I got to watch them. Russ Dog, we should be getting to that a little later. We'll get to it a little later. Keeps it a G. We'll talk about it very soon. I don't know. I know what you're talking about because what I'm talking about, I don't know if it's the same thing. I wouldn't label it catch or no catch. Are you talking about Aaron Rodgers or was there another play? I had to go to a baby shower yesterday. So wasn't locked into that last hour or so, the early games the way I wanted to be. Oh, the lively TD. I actually missed that. I didn't see that. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I thought you were talking about the Aaron Rodgers situation that looked like an interception, and they said he caught his own.
Honestly, I don't think Likely caught that ball either.
Let me look at it real quick because I missed that. Once again, I watched that game on Red Zone too. So usually when you watch the games on Red Zone, if you miss anything,
what'd you miss?
I missed the lively catch no catch thing.
Ooh, yeah, you got to see that. That's the whole story. Well, it's not the whole story, but it's a pretty damn big part of the story. Live, I didn't think he caught it.
Yeah, I feel.
But of course, ever since Dez in Green Bay, I don't know what a catch is. So.
Well, no, Dez was a catch. This was not Dez. I think it's like pretty clear it wasn't a catch. If you look at the
I don't
video.
think it was.
Yeah. We'll look at it right now.
That's a catch.
It is?
Oh no.
1, 2, still got the ball.
Says it has to be 3.
Who said what? Okay,
That's the rule. You got to make
said?
Yeah, you got a football move.
Oh man. There is a problem. Well, let me first say you've been on one all day.
I've been right.
You called
all
Scout
day.
Recycler out his name.
Well, no, Scout. No, I was just messing with Scout.
Mm-hmm.
I called the Doyers out of their name. I didn't call Scout.
Wow.
I was just messing with Scout. Scout's okay with me. Scout been okay.
We were just going over the Isaiah Lively play from last night, and Jesse got it. Okay, pull this up on the screen. I think we have a difference. So what I was saying, we were just talking during the break, Chatty House and Jesse. It's like when I saw it live, I didn't think he caught it.
Mm.
And it's mainly because I don't know what the hell a catch is anymore. But I thought just by the way he lost the ball that they're not going to give it to him. And of course, I think breaking the plane is funny. You only have to break the plane if you're on the ground, not in the air. But like he clearly catches it right there, and a hell of a play by Joey Porter Jr. to knock the ball away.
Yeah, the ball got knocked out before
But
he even got a
it's
third foot
caught,
down.
1, 2, and
Ball's
ball
out.
out before
Yeah, that's not a catch.
I mean,
No, that's a touchdown. That's a like
You got to complete the
1,
process.
2.
the play's over. He's in the end zone.
No, because it's 2 feet in if you're going out of bounds or whatever. But yeah, you got to
Man.
catch it. Like you got to possess it here. He didn't.
He almost gave him the business too.
That's a catch. I mean,
I don't
their
think-
rules. They got the rules of the 3,
1.
the football play. Like, what football play do you need to make when you're in the end zone?
I
You
don't.
need to turn up the field.
It's the
You
rules,
you're in
Kenny.
the
I don't
end
know.
zone.
You need to secure the ball.
It's
If he-
secure.
I don't think it is. Joey Porter knocks
Yeah,
it out
Joey,
of his hands.
he doesn't get a chance to make a play.
It's already ran 2 steps.
It's got to be 2 steps, catch, and then you got to complete the 3rd step or a football move, like the rule says.
My thought would be, if you're catching the ball in the air the way Lively did, like he jumped up to catch it, he catches it, 1, 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not arguing this shouldn't be a catch.
This off.
I don't know what a catch is anymore.
Bad job by the NFL. Because
That was not Des Bryant.
Des was a catch.
That was more of a catch. This was like, that was like, I was like, I get it. I
Des
get why that
damn
wasn't a
near
catch.
did the 1-2 step with the ball, and they said it wasn't a catch. Like if he had held on to it and hit the ground, they would have said, and the ball pops out, they would have said he didn't survive the ground. He could have taken the 3rd step and hit the ground. Wouldn't they have said that he didn't survive?
So, but technically, this is the same thing as Des. Des took 2 steps, and the ball got he.
See, I thought Des made a football move though, because he caught the ball 2 steps and then he tried to reach out.
Yeah, he had to make a football move because he wasn't in the end zone. Why do I need to make a football move in the end zone?
I don't know. It's what the rule they wrote. I didn't write it.
But I don't even think it's. It's language. Football move, like that's what they're saying. You do have to make the football move, and in the end zone, the football move is the 3rd step. Why? I have no idea. I don't understand football.
Okay, so now I know this is different. I understand. But if that was in the back of the end zone and he got 2 feet down and then Porter hit the ball out of the end zone, it wouldn't be a catch because he didn't get the 3rd step.
I don't know.
They usually,
if you're saying he did
down, you got the 2 feet and you secured it.
But
that should be it. If you're by the pylon, that's it. 2 feet down and secure. Your third step don't matter.
Well, you don't step, right? You have both feet on the ground, right?
Even if they don't even have to be simultaneous. It's 1, 2. You catch, get the left foot down, get the right foot down. You secured it. That's the end. They don't worry about the 3rd. Like your 3rd step could be out of bounds. They don't call it out of bounds.
Yeah, I don't.
I
have no answer to that.
I know. You understand what I'm saying. I thought it was a catch.
As soon as the ball got loose, I was like, they are not going to count as the Ravens are going to get screwed again.
You could have called it either way, and I would have agreed either way.
I would have been shocked if they ruled that a catch just because it was so close. It was clearly close to something. I just didn't know what. He didn't survive the Porter. I didn't know what they were going to say when they came back from that review.
Like if he gets his 3rd foot down, I think they call that a touchdown before it gets knocked
I mean,
out.
it is like bang, bang. It could not be closer from the time his foot hits the ground for the 3rd time and Joey Porter Jr. knocks the ball out. It could not be closer.
There's something where it's like if he gets the 3rd foot down, I think that's a catch. But also like Kenny and Kyle's been yelling in the studio over here. Like if he catches it, gets 2 feet down, he's got the ball extended out. Like that's what more does he need to do at that point?
Tell Kyle to mind his damn business.
Dude, he's been acting just because he's my boss.
No, that's what he does. Like it's like he's gotten so power hungry. We haven't even hit the new calendar.
Facts,
year.
yeah.
Looking at me with that menacing stare. Charlie never looked at me with a menacing stare.
Charlie just came in here like, hey, what's happening, Jess? How you doing?
Danny in San Francisco never stared at me while I was working.
PDX stare at you?
Through Zoom.
Jesse stared at
Boy,
PDX.
oh my God. I wish we had those archives.
I was
somewhere.
like a pre-fight where I'm just staring him down, not even moving, just my eyes.
Jesse took 3 steps on those meetings, that's for sure.
See, I missed that. I missed that watching. Well, I told everybody I had to go to a baby shower yesterday. Shout out Brookie Brooks. Shout out baby Gigi. It's coming soon.
Brookie Brooks having a baby?
Yeah, she has a little girl. Yeah.
Hey.
So I missed a lot of the end of the first, slate of games. I did see when I thought people were talking about Aaron Rodgers when it looked like he threw a pick and they said that he caught it and his knee was down. I don't know about that one either.
Oh yeah, that game, that particular game was a massive F for NFL officiating. It was bad on every front. And it feels like when those games happen, it's always bad for the Ravens. It never goes well.
Except when they play the Niners. That was a hold on Jacoby Jones' kickoff return. Got the benefit of it out there. I even think it could have been pass interference
Jones
on that.
For the Kings?
Jacoby Jones?
Oh, you said Jacoby Jones.
Yeah. Oh, no, not Jacoby. No, not
like,
Jacoby.
Wait a minute. Yeah, 2-sport star going on here.
Jones, man. That's crazy. Yeah, it could have been some PIs on that final 4 plays too. But that was just bad play calling.
That was on the timeline.
There was a lot of that yesterday too.
Oh,
particularly on Sunday nights.
Well, I thought we were going to Cleveland.
Oh my God.
This
the
guy is
worst
terrible.
2-point conversion call in history.
And he's making it tough for the people that say he's working against him or something like that.
Oh
Like,
man, you know
what
what?
are you doing, bro?
My rookie quarterback's having the best day of his career. Get your ass out of here. Let's run some wildcat nonsense. Oh, what? It's like he's begging to be fired.
I think he knows he's gonna be fired. He don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's the case. He can't be that dumb. This guy's
Well-
been in the NFL for I don't know how long. Former coach of the year. Isn't he 2-time coach of the year or something?
Two-time.
Time, I believe.
Yeah, he can't be that stupid. He's got to be sabotaging himself at this point.
Shador, 364 and 3 touchdowns yesterday.
Man, a lot of offense in that game, surprisingly.
Took him out of the game on that 2-point conversion where they could have tied.
After he just made the pass. He just threw a little dot
Unbelievable.
to
He made some throws yesterday, boy.
man.
He made some.
He can make the throws. He needs
yesterday.
better pocket presence and stuff like that. But he's got.
Well, he's getting a little better. Like he threw the ball. Like he's starting to, I guess, feel the game like a little bit better. Like he got rid of the ball a little bit. He moved out of the pocket. Like I thought he was a little better yesterday. Definitely better than the first time we saw him.
What do you?
Jesse said it, man. Man, what happened in that draft was looking funny, bro. I know. I think
It
Kyle
looked funny
said
then.
Kyle said he didn't play that well against the Niners. I thought he was okay. Like I didn't think he was as good as he was yesterday, but I thought he was fine against the Niners.
I think
I don't
most
know
of
if
what
any-
he's done has been fine.
Yeah.
Like it was just like okay. Like last night was like, or yesterday was. Oh,
I don't know if they were working against him in the draft or whatever. I mean, it's the NFL. Who knows? But he was much better than the guy who got drafted ahead of him on his own team. Much better.
yeah.
Dylan Gabriel and I saw him at Oregon. Like he was cool at Oregon, but I never watched Oregon and Colorado and was like Dylan Gabriel's a better quarterback than Shador Sanders. And then we get to the NFL and we see them.
Bro was crow hopping for 30-yard throws down the field. Oh, he's lining it up.
Who did that? It was Flacco. Remember the Hail Mary?
Oh, that was sad. I thought his arm was going to go with the ball.
Oh, that Joe Flacco Hail Mary.
Oh, can Joe do it? Here it go. Oh, no, this is bad.
Oh,
This is bad.
there you go. He got it to the 30.
Joe Flacco's
Exactly.
down, grabbing his off.
Oh, he must have been at his own 20.
he
Yeah, I
didn't-
get it. I
He
understand.
didn't even hit the warning track.
Get that man an ice pack now.
I don't think we've
Oh,
seen Joe
man.
since that Hail Mary.
That was it.
Mm,
That was it.
That's tough.
Hey,
You know what we're not going to see is go ahead. We're going back.
Yeah, we're going back.
Yeah, let's go back. There's a lot more football to talk about, which we absolutely will before James joins us at 3.
Yeah, there's
And
a
we-
team that's won 4 in a row out there. Just saying.
You called it.
Niners only won 2 in a row.
Hey,
You called-
hey,
nah, he called it.
No, we're
Hey.
not saying
My
it.
bad.
We're not
Hey.
saying it. We're not saying it. I'm just saying there's a team out there lurking. All right, I'm not gonna name drop, but there's a team out there lurking.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
What's
you think
up?
the Chiefs got a chance to make the playoffs?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Chiefs aren't the hottest team in football
I
right
was
now,
just saying they got the same record.
or the second hottest team.
Oh
in
no.
football.
Well, yeah, but the Chiefs have a tougher schedule.
Oh, that's true too.
Like,
Let my man live.
yeah, what are you doing?
What is
I don't
wrong
do
with
this
you
to you.
today? What is
I even
wrong
let you
with
joke about
today?
The Office earlier.
Yeah, he had your
Yeah,
back
I
too.
did.
Then you buried
Yeah.
yourself.
No, look, I
You know what's crazy is Kenny's big ass backyard with the court. And it's got TV back there. It's
Yeah.
got seats. Yeah, it's insane.
I be tapped into the Dolphins from my boy though.
He
I be
wasn't
tapped
name
in
dropping.
for my dog. I be tapped
I
in
don't
for
even
him.
know what you're talking about. I'm just saying there's a team out there like
Did I once again red zone watching and then the baby shower. Did the running back, did he come back?
no, but he
18?
was fine. Yeah, he
He's
could have
good?
came back. Yeah,
Okay.
Be
All
nice
right.
if the quarterback came back.
Went out, you got a shot, huh?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
but
already
these
opened up the
Colts ball out,
playoff
too.
machine, the little playoff, the ESPN playoff machine. I've already mapped it out. Chargers got to lose today and 3 more times after that. Colts, they're done. So who cares?
So
Yeah.
once again, that athletic percentage is crazy. I was
I
messing with that
opened
on
up
Friday.
the playoff machine. Is awesome.
No, hey,
That is
you literally got to go
awesome.
game by game. I got this team winning. Like I literally predicted 4 weeks of NFL schedules coming up.
Well, regardless of the outcome tonight, that's a hell of an outcome.
Yeah.
Someone's losing their 5th game tonight.
Hopefully it's the Eagles. I'm telling you,
Um,
go to the athletic. The other one's crazy. I had to just.
It might
was
not
too
tell me
much.
what I want to hear.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And as sports fans, that's all we want. Just
Yeah,
tell us what we
I just
want
want
to
to be
hear.
delusional right now.
Here, bring us back. But let me mention great Christmas gifts. As always, is a great bottle of wine, and there's no better wine than what Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines offers. You can head over to their tasting room in West Sacramento on Industrial Boulevard and have your pick, whether it's the 755, whether it's that dark rosé that Dusty made for his mother that he told us about here on this show, or it's any other of the long list of wines that they make. They will have all of them available for you at the tasting room in West Sacramento. If you're just looking to grab bottles, you could do that at the Nugget in Elk Grove, Granite Bay, the Roseville locations. They all got them. Look for that wine bottle with the baseball stitch on them. They even have them at select Rayleigh's and Bel Air's locations. But Baker Family Wines make terrific gifts here for the holidays. So head over to bakerfamilywines.com. While you're there, join the wine club, just Dusty's Clubhouse.
Yeah,
to find
man.
out about exclusive releases, tasting room specials. Probably get some discounts too if you sign up. So go to bakerfamilywines.com right now. Go ahead and bring us back.
We were talking about Zach LaVine and his performance on Saturday night against the Miami Heat, 42 points on the game, 24 shot attempts, 12 of 24 from the field. What it is, let me see what is, because he was cooking from beyond the arc. He ended up being 8 of 13 from beyond the arc. It was a crazy offensive game. A lot of people are talking about the comments that he made on his way to the team bus, but I could do this more if they give me the damn ball. Another, as we were talking about it, kind of reminded me of some other comments that he made, and that he has been adamant about making to anybody who will listen. In the post game, he said, and I don't have the exact quote, but something to the effect of, "We have not quit.
Yep.
We're not quitting out
Damn
here.
James Ham.
We are not quitting. We're playing hard, and that's the way we're gonna keep approaching this thing." And Zach LaVine, man, he is such a confusing guy. Like, I can't get a read on Zach, but he has been consistent and adamant. I'm not quitting. I'm playing my ass off every night. What do you think when you hear him say that again?
So I caught that live, and I couldn't figure out who he's trying to convince. Us or him. He has, man. So we talk, you and I. This isn't a sports media thing. I think this is very unique to you and I. we are very careful about questioning like effort and intent, right? Whether someone has quit or people have quit or a team has quit or whatever. When we first said it looked like this team quit, we didn't like say that lightly. It wasn't said in the heat of emotion. It wasn't said like frustrated. It was said after like a conversation about that's what this looks like. Like they're out. Whether they're out on each other, they're out on this season, they're out on something. Because as you pointed out several times, you're not this bad. You could write up whatever you want to about Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook. They're not this bad. And some of the games that they had was like, y'all just aren't interested in playing. Him talking about, yeah, we're not quitting, we're out here fighting. Once I got past the thought process of, because okay, did he mean that? Like immediately it was like, I don't think he did. Like I don't know if it's a line that he's saying. I don't know if he's hearing the noise and he's responding to it. And in the end, an hour later, I didn't think about it. I was like, all right, like, because my last thought was, you could show all of us. You cannot have another 2-point game where you look this engaged. If you have a 2-point game where you're 0 for 15, yo, that happened. Like that literally happens. Doug didn't play you 18 minutes because you were 1 of 5. He played you 18 minutes because you shot 5 times in 18 minutes. He played you 18 minutes because you looked disengaged. You don't have any of those anymore? Yeah, you could convince me. Right now, those are just words to me.
Man, the more I think about Zach LaVine, the more I'm definitely not a psychiatrist or a doctor or anything else like that, but he seems to be potentially a fascinating case study on sports psychology. I think even if you're like, you said when Zach says something like that, he's trying to convince himself. Let's go with that.
I wondered. Okay.
You're right. You wonder. Let's go with that. That to me says he is, oh man, it's just crazy. I need somebody to break this down even better. But that to me says he's struggling internally where he's like for instance, if he's like, man, this is terrible. Down 12 again. This is whack. Man. The thought is they're down 12. He's quitting. He may actively be telling himself, man, this is whack. Nope, not quitting. I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting, which in turn, like he cares. He said, no, I'm not going to quit here. I'm going to keep going. Or if you lose, you lose to Houston, by 14, you're going, nope, we're not quitting. I'm going to stay with it. We look at the 2 points as he quit, but isn't him trying to convince himself or trying to psych himself up or do whatever, essentially him not quitting? In essence, because he may recognize like, hey, I'm starting to slip a little bit because I'm frustrated or whatever, but nope, I'm not quitting. I'm really getting after it.
Okay. Perfectly fair.
Mm-hmm.
What would you call what we've seen?
Well, I would there are 2 different answers. I'm not trying to be on the fence. That week and a half, that 10 days, I can't put it any other way than they got in those games and they quit on those games. Mm-hmm. They quit. Outside of those 10 days, I don't think they've quit.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
think,
fine.
And maybe it's the
idea isn't I think that they've just quit on the season, they're done. They get in a game and something happens. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's over. Like it ends so quickly, and that is unique to that 13-day stretch where they were losing by 30 and 40 and repeatedly losing by these massive numbers. That a game would start, they'd fall behind, and then it would just end. And that is unique to that part. Like I wouldn't even equate. Yeah, I mean that's unique to that part of the season.
And I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that
either.
was about. But like just the on its face value, if once again, if you get caught up and like I said, you're trying to figure, oh man, we're down, and like your natural energy or your mindset is like to slump your shoulder. Oh, we're down 15 again. Or perfect example. Oh man, we went to Houston, we lost, I scored 2 points. Nope. You snap yourself out. Nope. I'm not quitting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bounce back. Isn't that by definition not quitting?
Sure.
Like just kind of work. It's
But
more so
again-
like working through whatever you're going through.
But again, I'll ask: is quitting on a game is okay? Let's change the word. Is disengaging in a game the same as disengaging in a season? Because I don't think that it is.
I was just about to say I don't.
I think
no.
the disengagement comes when you get kicked in the face, and you get exactly what you just said. Here we go again. All right, come on, man. Let's just get a stop. Come on, man. Let's get a stop. Well, you can't get a stop. You gave up a 3. Sorry, man. Let's get it back. Well, we missed a 3. All right, let's get a stop, man. We're fine. It's only 15. Well, you just gave up a 3. Then you turn the ball over. Now it's 21. Now Doug's calling timeout. Now you are walking to the bench with your shoulders slumped and looking down. And at that point, maybe you become disengaged. If you're a Zach LaVine type, again, maybe those 4 fictitious possessions that I just laid out, Zach LaVine doesn't touch the ball. It's DeMar, it's Domas, it's Keegan, it's whoever. And he's like, well, I didn't touch the ball. Now all of a sudden we're down 18, 19, 20. And I gotta be the one to get us out of this. Whatever, man. And then you get through it. You lose by 20, 30, you lose by 5, whatever. And then you regroup and you start fresh the next game. Like, okay, here, let's go. And there was a stretch where it was like, God, just don't let these games start bad. Because if they do, they're not going to come back.
Right.
So maybe we dead the word quit and use the word disengage.
And I think that was perfectly laid out by you, because maybe their problem isn't quitting, it's working through adversity. Maybe
there you go.
Maybe Zach, for instance, struggles with in the moment adversity and working through that. And because it just stood out to me again. It's like the 3rd or 4th time he's tried to make it clear, I'm not quit. We're not.
He's
quitting.
Alvin Gentry.
Yeah. But he's aware of it. And
he's absolutely aware of it.
With him saying that publicly and privately, to me, it gives off that he cares about that.
Okay.
Like he cares if people look at him as a quitter or something like that. I've also thought about Zach, and I wonder, Zach, and I'm careful with Zach and guys like Zach of putting them in a box just based on what I see from them. Because Zach he may, I don't want to say social anxiety or something like that, but he may not always know how to deal with being a celebrity. He's been able to maneuver and make it work, but maybe he don't deal well with speaking his emotions or his feelings publicly, or how to verbalize and communicate how he's feeling. So sometimes when that happens, people who aren't the best at that or can't verbalize it and get the understanding of what they're trying to get across from others, it just kind of shell up. And it looks like Zach often just shells up. He just kind of, hey man, yeah, we're just playing. Because maybe not knowing how to express his true feelings in a way that people can understand it might bring a bunch of different problems. So he just said, I'm just gonna do what I have to do to get through it. Or he could not care. I don't know. But you know, I wonder about this stuff with Zach. Because Zach doesn't seem like a bad guy. So I wonder why he would.
He seems to have a very chill personality. There he has a lot of similar characteristics to De'Aaron. We'll come back.
Kuminga
Oh boy.
watch.
It turns out it's back. A couple of DMPs.
That's crazy.
And Mark Spears is on NBA Today talking about the Kings and Jonathan Kuminga. Once again, you'll hear what Mark Spears said when D'Lo McCasey returned here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I see y'all talking about that Matt Barnes story. Can't be real, is it?
I think it is.
Oh my God.
Oh man, that's tough.
It's tough, Matt. It's a tough one, buddy. AI Snow Bunny is hilarious. Somewhere Stephen Brown is smiling. All right, let's get TC in here real quick before we hear from our man Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer Mark Spears, 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Shout out to our people over at Elk Grove Kia. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers, man? Top of the morning.
What's up, man?
Afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
All right.
Sun's
Come on,
almost
man.
down,
Let me
bro.
correct
Not
it.
Carmichael Dave, man.
I
Come
know.
on now.
Nah, hey, listen. Hey, if you really want to be technical, I only really call to argue with dude because he don't be making no sense and he stays trying to shit on our team, bro. So I'm cool on it.
TC, what you doing?
TC, act like you've been there before.
Come on, TC, what you doing, Rook?
All right, now listen, no, I'm good. So
No.
I don't
Hey,
think he knows what he
TC,
did.
acknowledge.
I apologize.
TC,
I
okay.
apologize.
All right,
I
TC, go
apologize for that.
go ahead.
That
Real
was
quick,
it.
real quick, TC, real quick. Dennis is out tonight. Dennis is out. Keegan Murray is available. That's from the Sacramento Kings. Dennis Schroeder is out. Keegan Murray is available. Go ahead, TC. That's directly from the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, no, that was solid. So before we get started on Zach and then a couple draft picks, I want to ask you about Kenny. D'Lo, you probably peeped them too. So before we get started, Ray, no, Maxime, I like what I'm seeing from my guy. I know we all said he needed more work, right? But am I wrong? Is he kind of like Shangoon a little bit with his footwork and how he moves? His left both can use both hands. He ain't just right-handed. He can do the left-handed hook. He can move like his footwork is kind of like Shangoon's. Only thing he don't do is all the flopping that Alfred does. But maybe I'm moving too fast. But if you watch his game, he kind of resembles old boy. And if that's that's where we're going with Maxime, bro, we hit big. We hit big. Also, Zach LaVine, bro, we all know you don't want to be here. We don't want you here, right? I was one of the biggest guys backing you up when you first came out here, right? When everybody said, oh, the Fox trade, we got Zach LaVine. I said, bro, y'all act like Zach LaVine ain't the dude. Like he can't score. Y'all act like we just got nothing for De'Aaron Fox. Well, I was wrong, bro. I get it, the whole mental health situation, but this ain't that type of situation with Zach, right? The part is Zach doesn't want to be here, bro. He want to go back to Chicago. So we'll see you back there, big dog. We're trying to work a trade. So you coming out with these subliminals, your whole manner, your mannerism, you coming entering the game talking about we got to fill it. No, bro, Tristan Crick was right. You an empty stat dude, bro, that really don't amount to winning. What Scott Perry said about you, he stood on business. So any Kings fan that really can't agree with how Denver got at Zach, have a conversation. Now let's get into the draft picks because I don't want to.
No.
TC. Oh, TC.
TC was a bit over the place today.
TC, you wild. Hey.
Oh, man.
For those on the radio, that's a bit. The fade up, the fade down, the fade up, the fade down. That is just epic levels of trolling from our man Jesse right there. Absolutely.
TC came in hot today.
Oh, he did. Yeah, very hot. Like, come on, rookie.
It's fine that you call other shows, by the way.
Yeah, like
no one was hating.
Nah, Dave is our man. Like, you just get boy, something about that fired him up.
He got turned up.
Man, goodness gracious. Okay. Let's go to NBA today.
Let's do it.
This clip is circulating around King's World here. It's Mark Spear, and it's back.
Kuminga Watch.
Let's see what they was talking about today, Jesse.
So it seems like Jonathan Kuminga is saying all the right things, but
yes, you're right.
How big a deal is this DMP?
Free JK. You can see it in his eyes. He's trying to be professional. I mean, it's still several weeks away before he's eligible to be traded, and it just started off so well. He averaged 15 points and 7 rebounds the first 12 games. Then he got hurt, just like last season after he came back from injury. Just doesn't mess well with the Warriors. Obviously, it's going to be a couple weeks till he's eligible to be traded, but I know the Sacramento Kings are still interested. They threw Monk at it before in the first, but I don't think that first would be available anymore. But now Kuminga's at a number at $24 million, where perhaps they could get a better player, or they're going to have to get a bigger name player probably than before because of that number. So that will help the Warriors out.
So I guess the noteworthy thing from there is it is no surprise that the Sacramento Kings are still interested in Jonathan Kuminga. We all knew we'd be here.
Mhm.
Whether anything happens or not, it isn't the point. We all knew we would be here at this point where at the very least conversations were had again. The interesting part, at least what I think is the newsworthy part, is he kind of just casually says, they offered him, they offered the Warriors, Malik in a first, and he just kind of says, I don't know that first is available for them anymore. And that's certainly a development in the Jonathan Kuminga Sacramento Kings story. And it would be interesting to see how many teams followed suit with that and didn't have any interest in giving up a first-round pick for Jonathan Kuminga this trade deadline.
Do you think he meant that more so because of the Kings? Like with the Kings, the first round pick?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is I wonder if other teams follow suit and see I don't think Kuminga's worth a first-round pick to us.
I got you.
But yes, 100% he was talking about the Sacramento Kings right there.
Man, I wonder what they would have to do to get the money to work, to match up. It feels like if the Kings are going to get into the Kuminga sweepstakes, it'll probably have to be some type of three-teamer. You got to involve somebody else.
Well, it seemed,
because I don't know where you get that.
You heard now
Monk and Devin.
He mentioned Malik because that was a conversation from earlier. I don't think there were. I don't think the way Mark said that, I'm led to believe that hey, what do you think about Malik playing well? I just think he's referencing the deals, in the past, the discussions in the past, with the new caveat being that maybe that first round pick isn't going to be available for them. It still feels like the Kings want to move Malik Monk. I don't know.
Disagree. Not with you. Disagree with Scott.
Yeah, and so I don't know how appealing that is to the Golden State Warriors, which brings in your three-team option. They think, I believe the Warriors think, this Jonathan Kuminga deal, it helps them land Giannis. It helps them land a big player who, and I mean they're right. The money works. You pair that with, I guess, Draymond Green. You could get virtually any deal in the league that you wanted done. I don't know that Malik or anyone on Sacramento, except maybe Domantas Sabonis, moves the needle for them at all. And I don't even know if Domantas Sabonis moves the needle for him. I feel like it makes sense. I don't know that they care about him as a player.
Right. I was about to say, I wonder, when the Warriors will stop doing this charade with Jonathan Kuminga, and maybe they have already told him, look, you're here for a trade chip. Don't think it's anything more than that.
Yeah.
Don't think it's, hey, we want you here. We want to see this whole thing work out, or what. That's not what this is. This is, you're a trade chip. So don't get so in your feelings when you're not playing in crunch time or you're not playing down the stretch. You know what it's, as long as you know what it is, we know what it is. It should be all good.
I don't think that conversation has happened.
I don't think so either.
He got a DNP yesterday. I think he got benched in the fourth quarter against
Cleveland.
They beat Cleveland too. Actually, they won their last two games, but they beat Cleveland. Cleveland's a interesting early season story here too. He got benched, I think, in the fourth quarter of that one. He didn't play in the fourth quarter of that game. So, and I had the numbers here somewhere. He hasn't played for one reason or another. He's been inactive 8 of the last 11 games. Again, multiple reasons, but still.
Do you? I was trying to figure this out. I don't know if it's going to be that easy because we just heard this on the fly. But I wonder what a Warriors, Kings, Pistons 3-team deal would look like. Who on the Pistons would Golden State potentially want? I only say that because maybe you combine that with the rumors that we heard earlier in the week, which are substantial or not. We're just talking, having fun with it, about the Kings and the Pistons potentially talking about Schroeder going back to Detroit, which they couldn't do directly. But I wonder if he can be. I don't think there's any way. They'd have to trade him to somewhere else, and then he'd have to be rerouted to Detroit for him to go back to Detroit. So I don't think this Warriors deal would be part of something like that.
Mhm.
I don't think they'd want to do all that maneuvering.
What is Golden State looking for? Like if I mean, is it really in case you can get in the Giannis conversation, in case you can get in the conversation with, whoever? But I mean, would you try to trade for Anthony Davis?
Yeah, I would try to if
you're Golden
if I was the
State.
Warriors. Yeah, I absolutely would.
They need the 24 million. It's just for what? Like, what do you need the 24 million for?
24 million to maybe go with some of the other young
That's
contracts.
but that's what I mean. That 20 from Draymond or 25, I can't remember which one it is. It gets that, and pick a player, gets you just about any player in the league. If you're willing to do that, and his final pledge of loyalty to Steph Curry would have to be to go along with the trade. And then he could retire at the end of the year.
Would you have to? Yeah, I think you would. I was about to say, would you have to trade Draymond if you're using the 23 from Kuminga?
Well, if you're going for like that, like an Anthony Davis, a Giannis Antetokounmpo, like that, I don't know how. I mean, then if you didn't, it'd have to be Moody, Buddy. Yeah. You would need another rich contract.
Just not enough contract. Because I'm looking
that
at
only
now.
Gets you to like 40.
Yeah, Kuminga, Moody, Buddy, and Pods gets you to what's this? 33.
And that's 3 players. Just
42.
trade Draymond Green.
Well, you still want Draymond.
Why?
Like I want him. Like I'm trying to trade Draymond.
All right.
But yeah, that gets you to like, let's just for argument's sake, $47 to $50 million. Those 4 players.
Man, it's a lot. That's a lot of players to keep Draymond. Well, I guess 4. It's 4, and that includes Kuminga. That was really 3. Yeah, I don't know. That seems too steep to me.
The funny thing about that
is Draymond 20 or 25. Do you have that in front of you?
25.
It's 25. Okay.
25.
So that's 49 million. It's all right.
I'll say this: if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm the Warriors, I love this guy the way I love this guy. I'm not trading Draymond. Draymond is going to be a part of a championship we're trying to win. We don't feel that way, but we also wouldn't have gave him $100
because it would
million
ruin his Hall of Fame candidacy when they go win a championship, and all of the nerds who said they can't win a title without Draymond Green, even though they won in 2020, essentially 2022 without Draymond Green, basically.
The Kings, I'm not settle down. Not saying that this is the deal that the Warriors would take, but you could get to, and this would have to be a 3-teamer as well, in certain cases. But with Schroeder, Sarge, and Devin Carter, you could get to 23 million. Schroeder's 14, Sarge is 5.4, Devin Carter, he's essentially 5. He's 4.9.
Yeah, the math works. That's about the only thing in that deal that works is math.
Yeah, and that
does absolutely.
That's why I say the
nothing for Golden
3-team
State.
aspect of it. If you can find something, I just put Detroit in there. If you can,
and you say Detroit to get Dennis back to Detroit,
back to Detroit and get the Warriors somebody they would want. because I don't think
Now,
there's
we
anybody
didn't,
on the,
and we didn't settle in on who that would be,
No, I mean they wouldn't want to buy.
or why Detroit would do it. That's the top team in the East.
Backup point guard. May feel like they need that. They loved Dennis last year.
No, definitely.
So,
let's get back to what I think is the newsworthy part of that clip from Mark Spears on NBA Today, that the first round pick that the Kings were offering in its protected form, for those that forgot, may not be available for the Golden State Warriors anymore. If Dunleavy called Scott Perry today and said, all right, man, you twisted my arm, Malik in the pick, we'll get this deal for Jonathan Kuminga done. You think Scott goes, nah, that's not the price anymore. You lost the pick. Well, we'll send you a second rounder. You know, we'll send you 2. They're going to be 3 years apart, maybe 4 years. We'll send you 2 second rounders. But no, that first round pick, that's off the table. That was the summer. You think Scott does that? Because Mark didn't make that up.
Yeah,
he didn't pull that out the sky.
I think so, for a number of different reasons. Once again, the price has changed. Number 2, maybe not to Scott's surprise at all, but our situation has changed.
Mm-hmm.
And in the summer, maybe we were a little more willing to do something like that. Now I see
not
what's
we.
going
I
on.
wasn't. I never wanted to give up the pick.
I was
I was right about that. I never wanted to give up the pick.
I was not. I was like, man, because I looked at Kuminga. This guy's like 23 years old.
I said the same thing. I said, just trade the damn pick. I was being sarcastic.
Oh, no, I can't remember. I thought you did say.
No. I said, just do it.
Yeah. So
shows how much you listen to me. Man.
Well, I was getting confused.
How hurtful are you trying to be today?
With the handoff.
You told me shut up, bitch, earlier, and now you won't even. Man, what a terrible day today has been.
But
yeah, things have changed.
Don't do that.
Things have changed since July. Things have changed since July. Lord have mercy.
Man. So yeah, I agree with what you said. Like, that's not the. We're gonna have to do a whole different negotiation now with Mike Dunleavy Jr. Because
you call him by his full name, Mike Dunleavy Jr. That almost feels disrespectful. It almost feels good. Hello, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Imagine Scott Perry calling the words. Yeah, I want to speak to Mike Dunleavy Jr. right now.
I don't know why. It just feels so disrespectful.
Well, it's like anytime you ever got called by your full name, and like me, like we're always in trouble, right?
It feels okay. Okay, we can take let's take it up a notch. Let's do what we always do, just exhaust a bit. Hey, Warriors phone directory. I want to speak to Michael Joseph Dunleavy Jr.
Joseph.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that as like there's a problem here. Why did they call him by his middle name?
Oh,
Michael Joseph. Or would it be more disrespectful to call and say, "Hey, Junior, it's Scott"?
No, that would absolutely.
Yeah, I know. Mike's got to drive up and fight you after that.
Hey, Junior, let's get this deal done. Oh man,
brother. Yeah, I don't know what the Warriors thought was going to happen. Maybe the Warriors ain't tripping at all. They knew this was going to be the case. Jonathan Kuminga maybe thought it might have been different. Or maybe he didn't think it'd be this bad, where he'd be getting DMPs.
I think he had to have known. He had to have known.
Well, he did.
Yeah, I think so. I just know. Yeah, I just know he should have fired his agent, man. Sorry to that man trying to earn a living. Didn't he tweet something the other day? What's that dude? Did anybody remember that dude's name? I thought I saw a tweet.
Did the agent get him his money though? Like, do you think it would have been different
like
with
the
a different
money?
agent?
Yes.
Like he would have got traded.
Yeah, I don't feel like he'd be a Golden State Warrior.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like I mean, the answer to your question is yes. He got him the money. But I also feel like the money was like Kuminga got it. Like the money was there for him. He was going to get at least that.
Mhm.
And it feels like that's what he got. At least I think there's a lot of flaws in the way that whole thing went. The posturing and the interviews about what you were going to take and what you weren't going to take and what you'd be willing to do and what you wouldn't be willing to do and what Jonathan would be willing to do. And in the end, none of it was true. The Warriors got exactly what they wanted from jump. You just didn't give it to them till the very, very end. Like, they waited you out. They, with all due respect, they punked you in front of the whole NBA. They punked you. And I don't know why. So this, I guess, is going to be a little bit different because Aaron Turner doesn't actually have to be involved in this. His agent, Jonathan Kuminga's agent, doesn't have to be involved in this. Mike Dunleavy Jr. and the rest of the general managers and front office personnel have to be involved in this.
I guess we got to ask this question again because the watch is back on. Do you think at some point,
God, it's only December 8th. He's not even eligible to be traded yet.
And his eligibility is a different date.
Yeah, is it January?
Yeah, I think it's like middle of January.
I think it's January. For some reason, I think it's January 15th. So December 15th and January 15th, but I'll get the exact day.
Do you think Jonathan Kuminga ends up being a king in the next 9 months?
9 months. No. And it is, in fact, January 15th. So 2 deadlines to watch, December 15th and January 15th. But my answer is no. I don't think he's a Sacramento King.
Man.
Do you?
I don't think so. I don't see the pathway to it, but I think the frustrating thing maybe for the Kings and for Kuminga is I think both of those two entities want it to happen.
Let me ask. Oh, I think so too. Does it matter? Like knowing the way that this season is gone and the direction it appears this basketball team is going, the direction it appears this franchise is going. If Jonathan Kuminga is traded to Sacramento next month or in 7 months, bigger picture, does it matter?
I think it very well. I think
you were about to say might. You went with could.
Well, the only reason I say that is the reason when I think about it, and I don't know if this is a good strategy or not at all, but it could affect how you draft. If you've got the 7th pick and it's either Koa Pete or Michael Brown Jr. If you don't have Jonathan Kuminga there, maybe you go with Koa Pete. If you do, like, all right, I got our 3 and our 4 taken care of. I need to go get a point guard. Some people would say that's not how you go about things. You just, if you got Jonathan Kuminga, you go get Koa Pete if you think he's the best
player
guy
available.
And that, sure, I'm with that. But I don't know how Scott looks at it. I don't know if that affects his team building scenarios and mindset if he has Kuminga on the roster, if he doesn't. So that's where I say it could potentially matter if they get this thing done with how they want to build this roster out.
Okay. Would LaVine, I'll leave DeMar out. Would LaVine and Domas's presence on the team influence that at all? Like, it feels like Kuminga would be significantly more valuable, especially with the emergence of Maxime Reynaud, if one or both of those guys were gone. If Zach is gone, you have Keegan in a different position. You have Keegan, potentially at the 3, Jonathan Kuminga at 4, Domas at 5. If Domas is gone, you have Max at the 5, and you probably got a little work to do. There's probably no situation where DeMar is here next year. Like, even if this trade deadline goes the way no one wants, there's probably no situation where DeMar DeRozan is here next year.
Two things for me on
but it's
that,
possible for the other to be.
real quick.
Mhm.
It doesn't affect it because, number one, I think you mentioned him, DeMar is more of the hindrance to that lineup than Zach is.
Okay.
If Zach's
Yep.
still here, he's your 2,
Yep.
Keegan 3,
Yep.
Kuminga 4. And on the flip side of that, RIP, I don't see, not saying that you said this, but I don't see today Maxime Reynal as your starting center. I still have him in a
Well, I'm
bench
guessing
role.
Maxime Renault will start at center today.
Well, you're right. No, you're right about that. But moving forward,
But if Domas wasn't here, you don't think he would be?
he would be. The way I feel about Max right now, and you know, I've liked
No,
him since
I
summer.
know.
I look at him more of as a backup guy
Right
in
now.
this league. Yeah, that's how I
Or
see him right
period.
now. Yeah, he's starting right now because the starter is hurt,
Uh-huh.
not because we're starting him because this is the future of what we're trying to do.
Okay.
That's how I look at Max.
Okay.
He can change my mind though.
Well, he's going to get an opportunity to tonight when the Kings play in Indiana. That game just a little bit over an hour away, and we'll be with you. We are your pregame show here. Is James Ham is set to join us. We'll get his thoughts on all of this. We'll take a look at a couple of other things that happened in the NBA over the weekend. We'll try to get a lot in over the next 15 minutes before James joins us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man, stop that. Come on, man. That sounds silly talking about securing like that. Oh, there we go, Complex. There we go, baby. Yeah, Complex is cooking. Oh, damn. Okay. I'll figure out what it is. Sorry. I will figure it out. Probably changed. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, Jesse. I got it. Try that one. Steven, it is, man. It's a bad car. We have been eyeballing it for a while. We've been eyeballing it since we talked about it on the show. And then our man Colt out at Elk Grove Kia, who we've had a relationship with now for probably over a year. It's like, man, y'all gotta, if you do it, man, come in. And you never know, like, you know, car salesman, right? Like, we'll give you a deal. You did. That motherfucker did. And it is bad. Like, we gotta, you know, they're smart. They were like, look, man, this is the one that we think you'll like. We'll get you, you know, we got a black one. We had this like gray one. The gray one it was like a dark gray that we drove. And drove it. I didn't. Katie drove it. Loved it. We went back. It's like, okay, you know, talk to me. Do you like it? She said, yeah. I said, do you love it? She said, I love it. I said, okay. So they came back like, what do you want? What are you thinking? I was like, you got that car that we just drove in black. I said, yep. All right, let's do it. They brought the paperwork over. I was like, man, appreciate you guys. Shout out Colt, Brennan, Tony, that whole crew at Elk Grove Kia. Kids were super excited, man. It's got those captain chairs. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Brennan's a great dude, man. So, okay, so I got that. He told us he's getting married pretty soon. But yeah, it's very, very cool, man. Very cool car. Good stuff. Shout out Sky River Casino, man. I spent a lot of time in Elk Grove this week. We drove out to Sky River Casino, did some caroling. Katie and I drove back that night to do ugly sweater bingo out at 32 Brew Street, which was sold out to the rafters with Wake Up Call fans. And then on Saturday, we drove out to Elk Grove Kia, and as we're driving, I'm like, yo, we're an exit away from Sky River. Man, we made that haul 3 times last week. That is a hell of a drive out there to Elk Grove and Sky River Casino and Elk Grove Kia, but it's pretty dope that 2 of our biggest sponsors are right out there next to each other. So we were talking about the EV9 that Katie named Evie that we picked up over the weekend, and Elk Grove Kia, man, they take great care of you. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Katie. Like that's how they take care of their people. And if you're looking for a ride, head out to Elk Grove Kia, man. They got you. In fact, I think we work with all of those dealerships out there. But that EV9 is bad. It is bad.
Got a black one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Black. Got the captain's chair, so the girls can't, she's touching me. So we drove in my car to dinner once. It was the one time we all got in the it was one time we all got in my car together. We were going to dinner. So Morgan's in the car seat, Audrey's in the middle, and Abby's at the on the other door side, right? And like we're driving in Roseville, it's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Kate even like, we need this. I really think we should look at this EV9 or something with these captain's chairs in the 3rd row. Something that's easier when we all travel together. God, we don't travel together. That's not that big of a deal. Bro, we weren't even out of the driveway before someone said, and I quote, "Get your finger out of my ear."
Oh.
I'm like, all right, y'all win. We won't do this again. And it's just one of the many times over the last year or so that those girls have defeated me.
It happens.
Yeah, it's very humbling taking care of young ladies because they destroy you daily. Yeah,
you're trying to live, man.
That's it, man. That's it. Just trying to live. Just me and a house full of women. Yeah. So LeBron James is washed. Scored 29. I saw the video of him talking to a fan. I don't even know if that was last night's game, but the fan was like, "Man, you still don't have no hair," or something like that. And LeBron was like, "Yeah, it happens." So, but you know what I do have, and I have plenty of it. And everyone in the area like responded, and he just nodded his head like, "Yeah, that's it." And it was playful, man. It was cool. LeBron scored 29 last night. That's the story for those who want him to be washed so badly. That's what they want to talk about is LeBron's 29 because every time he has a bad game, they want to tell you, "See, it's happening. It's happening." The story's the Lakers are 17-6.
Yeah.
The story are this Lakers team is locked in.
Yeah, that was the game of the night for me, man. I wanted to tap in and watch that one. Lakers Sixers, Tyrese Maxey, who we talk about like Luka and Jokic, and Tyrese Maxey averaging like 32 a night. What? Yeah. 32 a night for Tyrese Maxey. He's going crazy. So I wanted to watch that game, and it was just I watched, and it was like a weird dynamic. It was like weird energy that LeBron had that entire game. And maybe
what do you mean?
Maybe it was just me because it was like, oh yeah, this isn't his team. This is one of the greatest, if not the greatest player to ever play the game. And he's like second fiddle to Luka. So, and he would make shots and he would do things, and it was like, damn. And even his expression until the very end, like when he hit the three and then a step back jump shot, even his expression was just kind of like business. Like it was like, I'm just almost, it felt like it just, I'm not saying this is how it felt like I'm just here not to get fined. Like I'm just here doing my job. This ain't my team no more. This ain't my thing. And Luka, to his credit, he's always trying to make sure everybody's involved, make sure LeBron's involved, felt some type of way. But it felt like LeBron. It was just a weird energy. I hadn't watched the Lakers in a couple of weeks. I only think I've seen one game when LeBron was back, and that was early on. So I expected more of him to just kind of fall back. But now he's been here for a while, and
I saw the first one, but I think he had 11.
yeah. And yeah. And it was, and like I said, maybe it's me projecting because I'm feeling some type of way.
I think you are. Because one, didn't Luka go crazy last night?
He did. He had like 35.
I mean, okay, I take it back.
Something like
he
that.
lived at the foul line last night, but he was aggressive. I mean, obviously, he lived at that means he's aggressive. I've seen a couple. I don't. Let me. I don't feel that way. I've seen LeBron in Luka play a couple of times this season. And I went back and watched the Rui game the other night that I was watching at Sky River. I don't feel like his energy is weird.
Luka played that game? Luka did not play
Luka did not play that game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Luka did not play that game where Rui hit the three.
It feels like
did he?
No, he was gone.
No, he didn't play that. Yeah, because he just had a baby.
Yeah.
He didn't.
And
his wife.
And maybe it's also like I watched that game last night. Once again, I didn't zero in on every single thing LeBron did. Felt like he wasn't even talking. Like he wasn't talking. He was just there, playing really well, doing his job, but he wasn't talking. At the end, he hit, like I said, the 3-pointer and then a step back, and he's talking to the crowd. He puts the crown on his head, all this other stuff. That was like the first time LeBron was anything but stoic all night. And I think maybe that's what stood out a little bit. It didn't feel like he was communicating, trash talking, nothing.
Could it be the course? Well, communicating is different.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be the flow of the game though? Like that was a fight. Like they were in a fight last night.
Mm-hmm. That would lend itself to more talking. If we fighting, like if we getting after it, like we talking. I don't know. I'm gonna keep my eye on it though.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to Synergy and say, hey, just pull up LeBron's body language. That's all. I don't care if he made it or missed it.
Stat category.
Don't show me. What is it? They have like a dribble drive handoff. Don't show me any of that.
Dribble drive body language.
Don't show me his shots coming off screen. Just show me LeBron's body language. That's all I'd like to watch here on Synergy.
Yeah, he felt very stoic last night.
Interesting.
You know what also kind of stood out watching that game? I don't even know what the box score was. I was just watching. Paul George looked all right last night. Off the top of my head, he probably had like 11. But I was just watching him move. I was watching some of the things he did. He doesn't get the same opportunities that he used to. So I don't expect the numbers. But
you got a couple. You got a couple hoopers over there.
You do. But
he deserved more opportunities than Joe, though.
Well,
Joel was 4 of 21 last night.
That was also another. It was like, oh man, Joe. And then Joe be out there shooting from like all over the court.
Yep.
It's like, all right, man, you don't really have it like that no more. Get on the block. Get on the block and go to work like a 7'2" big man.
I'm just gonna shoot from right here. Let me step back here. Step back. Let it rain.
That's exactly what he would do.
Probably all he can do with his knees, though.
That's it. So I wonder if
how physical and how much can you play in the post when your legs don't even really have them anymore.
I think that's a fair question. That's a fair question.
Paul George took 8 shots.
Mm-hmm.
He could probably take 2 from Quentin Grimes and 5 from Joel Embiid. Like he moved good. Not like MVP level Paul George, but He had some moves. He was handling some step backs. I was like,
he
look
moved. He moved.
I said, look at Paul
Good.
George. Look at Paul George getting the ball.
So are you getting excited over a CNI single?
No, maybe I just had low expectations. I hadn't seen Paul George play this year. I haven't watched him play in a game this year.
Okay.
So that stood out.
And you watched that one beginning to end. So that's the
Yeah.
first time you saw.
Yeah, it stood out like, oh, he's okay. That is Paul George. I was expecting to see something crazy. I was expecting to see something crazy.
You was expecting to see Travis Kelce last night.
Right. But no, it was a good game last night. A real good game.
Yeah, Lakers won that one 112 to 1-0.
Keep your eye on LeBron, guy. Just tell me. If you see the same thing.
I'm see though. You know what's gonna happen now is like we're gonna watch and go, oh, you hear what Katie said? Oh, LeBron, guys, LeBron didn't look at Luka after the shot. Uh-oh.
And you know what it is? You know what it is with LeBron too? Because when all this stuff was happening in the summer, I 100% believe that. LeBron don't have no problem with Luka. LeBron is not looking at Luka like, you stole this from me. I'm not cool with you. I think LeBron is cool with Luka. I don't think he's cool with the Lakers.
The Lakers
organization.
Yeah. There will be no congratulations on Women's Day or whatever it was. Women's Month.
First of all,
what was it?
Happy
First of all,
National Women's
that's
Day.
the killer. That's it. First of all, oh, King. All right, man.
A classic. A classic.
LeBron James averaging 16 points in his. You know what does kind of make me sad though, is LeBron just because he sat. Yesterday was Sunday, so he sat Friday. He missed. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Is he the first player to ever miss an NBA game because he had arthritis? Like
arthritis.
Like, did Kareem Abdul-Jabbar ever miss a game because of arthritis? Man, he's probably not going to make All NBA again. Between like I'm of the belief he'll play closer to what we saw last night versus what we saw in the Rui game a few nights ago. But or some hybrid of the two. But I think the Friday was like he's going to be on probably a limited schedule this year. And he no matter the season he's not going to accumulate enough games to be an All NBA player. And that's the run that he has had is, I mean, I already think he has the most in league history. I think there's very few records he's left to break. Like I think he topped Robert Parrish for wins last night. He's 60 away from Kareem for most ever. He's obviously not going to hit that this year. But that All NBA thing is pretty crazy, and I don't think he can do it or will do it.
And even with all that, even with the injuries, even with the age, I mean, this guy's still a problem. Like he's still a problem when he's out there. Last night he beat. I mean, Luka had a great game. LeBron put them boys away last night. There was times watching that game where I was like, I know they're going to run this through Luka, but they probably should be running it through LeBron right now because he's still him. He's still him, man. So next game, everybody can watch the body language themselves because it's going to be on Prime Video as they take on the Spurs on Wednesday. That reminds me, what's Wemby doing? Like we've been about 3 weeks, huh?
What was this? Was his timeline 2 weeks?
I thought it was 2 to 4.
Oh, 2 to 4.
I thought it was 2 to 4 calf strain.
I got to be honest. Those started raining down at such a rapid rate.
They did.
I'm forgetting like whose time, because there were some timelines that were 10 days to 2 weeks. There were some timelines that were 2 to 4 weeks. Sacktown Tony says Wemby just fully practiced yesterday.
Oh, there we go.
Right,
I missed that. Good job, Sacktown Tony.
There we go. Our Spurs reporter, Sacktown Tony. who's actually better than the Spurs reporter. So
I think he'll be. Do I have the timelines right? He'll be back in time for the NBA Cup. Is that this week or next week?
That's
I feel
no,
like
that's
it's
this week
because there's
because there's no
days
games
off. Yeah.
The slate is blank starting no.
Is Wednesday an NBA Cup game? I think it is. I think Lakers Spurs is the NBA Cup game. Now that I think about it.
Oh, you know what? Did they add the games to the schedule? Because they obviously have Denver.
Nuggets and Timberwolves are our games.
Yeah, Timberwolves are Sunday.
Mm.
So that game was added. Shout out to the Sacramento Kings schedule people who make sure to get on your calendar. They're in Minnesota on Sunday.
Yeah. So yeah, my bad. Yeah, that's an NBA Cup game, guys. Sorry. Spurs, Lakers, Prime Video.
So Wemby won't be back. Well, I guess if he fully practiced,
yeah. And that was yesterday, so that's about 3 days before this game on Wednesday.
Yeah. Remember when James used to join us right at 3?
Yeah, those were the good old days.
James truly does hate us at this point. It's like the hell with these guys. The hell with these guys. Yeah, Denver here in Sacramento and Minnesota in Minnesota.
So the Cup final is Saturday, right?
This is weird.
Semifinal.
That would make
finals?
sense. Yeah. And the semifinals now, that's next year.
Yeah,
aren't
home sites.
So it's Vegas this year.
Yep.
And then home sites next year. The Kings only play 4 games between now and next Friday.
Mm.
And then they have a back-to-back on the weekend. They've got Portland and Houston. But it's obviously Indiana. It's Indiana tonight. It's Denver here on Thursday. It's Minnesota on Sunday. And then they don't play again until Thursday when they take on the Portland Trailblazers. As we welcome in James Ham. James, we're just going over the latest additions to the Kings schedules with the NBA Cup being finalized. And I think the Kings, Casey pointed this out. Kings were the first team ever to get eliminated from the NBA Cup after one game that they lost by like 1,000.
800. Yeah. Brutal to lose the NBA Cup so badly right away. But I don't know. I don't buy into it all that much anyways. I just don't think it's that special, and the courts are crazy. And the first year was cool. After that, it's been kind of like meh. So,
well, you're getting a call from Adam Silver, buddy.
Yeah, he can call.
I like the NBA Cup. I mean, I feel like you're not losing anything. Like it would just, we could get rid of the NBA Cup and just go back to games in November and December that people don't care about anyway. At least there's something, even if it's a 2% increase in interest, it's something.
I think they just released the numbers, and it's way bigger than that. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I was just saying, just like personally, like if you're like, oh, I care 2% more, like that's still more than the 0 you were at before for that December 7th Kings Pacers game.
Yeah, I think something like they showed like a 90% increase in games watched. I get that part of it. My problem isn't so much with the cup. My problem is that they're condensing the schedule to do this. And I don't like that because I think it's led to a massive amount of injuries early this season. And the Kings have been part of those injuries, but like just as a whole, the league is struggling with their star level players all being out due to injury.
What's the answer? Do you think do you think it's directly attributed to getting these NBA Cup games in, trying to make them more valuable?
Yeah, I mean, all honesty, yeah, it's partially just trying to fit the games in, but it's also, you have to have a certain amount of West Coast games, because they're doing the late start Tuesday and the Friday night game. And so not only does the schedule have to like fit into a schedule, but on top of that, you have to have Tuesday and Friday night West Coast games. So it adds a complexity to building the schedule, if that makes sense to you. But again, like bring the players in a week early, like let them like condense training camp a little bit. don't have the big week off right before or 5 days off right before the season starts. Like, kick the season off a few days earlier and allow for those 5 to 7 days worth of rest that you're not giving the teams early in the season. I think they're getting out to too many games too quickly, and players just, they're building up through training camp and they're getting ready to play and they're coming in good shape, but NBA shape is different. And then they're hitting the ground running and we're seeing one injury after another. And that's just not good for basketball either.
The answer to that, James, is to get 2 more West Coast teams, Vegas and Seattle, and then you won't have to make the Kings, Lakers, Clippers, Warriors play so much. Also, they're getting the flip side, RIP to all of that, is what are they getting now? The Kings are playing, off the top of my head, at least it feels like, somebody can fact check it, like 8 games in 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Like with where they're at right now.
Yeah.
They got damn near all the last week off. They're
Yeah.
getting almost all of this week off. And next 2.5 weeks, I would say. The beginning of next week, they don't play. They play Sunday, and then they don't play again until Thursday.
Because that's because of the cup.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
you played a lot of games early on, but when in other schedules were you getting,
If you survived it, here's your
Right.
reward.
Are you getting a 3-week stretch where you're playing like 7 or 8 games?
Yeah, and I've said this too, like there are so many complexities to the schedule and stuff that people don't think about. But the Kings are, because of the cup, they now picked up an extra game against Minnesota and an extra game against Denver, right? And so now they're playing those teams 4 times. One of them's on the road, one of them's at home, if I'm not mistaken. But it just adds so much pressure to the early part of the schedule. And because of the draw that the Kings are in, where they're, OKC and Minnesota, and like their draw, they all of a sudden have to play those teams a whole bunch early on, and those teams are all playing each other. So it just complicates things. So I'd like to see it a little different moving forward, but I don't think that there's a true answer for any of this. I mean, I get it. Players get hurt in different ways, and I can't blame Keegan Murray's injury to his thumb on any of this. That's just something that happens. But watching Domantas Sabonis play with bruised ribs and like not having a day off, I think is a problem. And then on top of that, like, the league mandates, this is something that isn't widely understood or known by fans, but the league mandates a specific amount of days off during the season for players. So like, I think there's something like 19 days during the schedule where they have to have actual off days. And Mike Brown was notorious for using every single day possible that he could practice to practice. And that's not typical. Not every team does that. But if you can add, it doesn't seem like much, but if you can add 3 or 4 or 5 days to a schedule, those are like legitimate days where you could give players days off. So instead of, 3 games in 4 nights, maybe you can space that out where it's 3 games in 6 nights and just add an extra day in the middle. Fewer back-to-backs, that would help. But I don't know. I don't think there's any perfect way to do it.
Hammer, let's go back to Saturday. Saturday afternoon, Sacramento Kings get their biggest win, and biggest, I mean, margin-wise, of the season. I told KC I wasn't certain a game like that was going to happen this year, or if a game like that would happen very often. We've seen them win games by 3, 4, 1. I was like, that just might be the way that they win this year. Just they're kind of escaping with victories, but they beat the crap out of Miami. They led them by as many as 28 and kind of kept their foot on the gas for most of the game. It all started with Zach LaVine, but what was your biggest takeaway from Saturday in Miami?
Yeah, I mean, I thought LaVine came out firing right from the jump. It was like, uh-oh, like he looked serious. Like maybe he took the 2-point game to heart. And then, when you start filtering in Max Reno and you get a huge, like a breakout game from Nate Clifford where he scores 15 on 7 of 8 shooting. These are all things that matter, and I thought the Kings played with force. When you can look at a Miami Heat box score and see that, a lot of their players played like 26 minutes, and because they got dominated, not because they were able to rest, that's a good thing. When you hold Bam Adebayo to 8 points or whatever it was, and just that it means that you were the aggressor. It means that you were the one who punched first. And, they didn't have an answer. They didn't have an answer for Zach, or any of the things that the Kings were doing. I think it's interesting. The Kings are starting to show a few extra tweaks on the offensive end that, again, days of practice can help that. Last week, we talked about how, they were going to spend that whole week, they got like 4 days, 4 nights in Miami, but they also probably had practice on Thursday and Friday, and, where they had a game plan for Saturday morning with a shoot around and everything else leading to that game. So they were able to work out some kinks and give a few new wrinkles that Miami probably wasn't expecting from them. But overall, it's a make or miss league, and Zach LaVine made shots, Nick Clifford made shots, and you want a good game.
What are some of those things that you're seeing? Some of the tweaks maybe that they're making on the offensive end that stood out to you.
I think having an active big man like Max in the starting lineup, who's coming all the way out, and he's big, but he's also kind of frantic when he's setting screens, and there's like a lot of movement going on with him. He draws your attention, and I don't think teams, like, does it matter all the time? No, as you get into a game, you start to figure out that that's just him. He's just kind of all over the board. But early on in a game, I do think, like, just his activity and sort of the frantic nature of the way he plays as a rookie, it does draw some attention. And he's a major threat. So when you're coming off a game where, he goes for 25 against Houston, all of a sudden people are looking around like, do we need a game plan for this kid? Probably not, but do we? And so I just think that there's a couple of extra wrinkles there. Some of the passing, I mean, the sort of the offensive schemes where different guys were coming out to set screens than normally do. I thought that was new. Just like overall, it looks like they were a little more functional offensively. And I'll keep saying this. I know Doug talks about defense all the time. He doesn't want to talk about offense, but that offense is so bad. It has that it's inefficient. And when you have an inefficient offense, that leads, and the number one rebounder in the NBA is on your team, but he's hurt. That just leads to, like, defensive breakdowns everywhere. So that's one of the biggest problems I think the Kings have had this year. It's that we keep focusing on how, the defense is struggling, but the defense is struggling because it never has a shot. They don't have a chance to get back and to do what they're supposed to do. Because oftentimes not only are they missing shots, but they're not getting offensive rebounds hardly at all. And on the defensive end, it's the same. They're not closing out they're not closing out possessions with rebounds because they're not a good rebounding team. And so I think this is, they're not good at multiple facets of the game. And that's a problem. It's like last year we watched the 49ers lose multiple games because their special teams was bad. And I think in the NBA, you can almost look at, like, rebounding as special teams, because if you can't secure the offensive rebound and get some easy second chance points, that's one thing. But if you can't secure a defensive rebound, now the team you're in scramble mode. They're getting easy buckets, and it just comes back to bite you in the end.
What'd you think of Mac's first outing as a starting 5 in the NBA?
I think it's good. I talked to Kyle about this earlier on the Insiders. For me, one of the biggest things is that he's starting to rebound and starting to figure out how to rebound at the NBA level. And, there isn't a lack of trying with him, but I think when you get to the NBA, you realize very quickly that this isn't college, that not every team in college has a player that can match up against a 7'1" guy. And you get to the pros and everybody does, like, they're, except for maybe the Kings, typically they don't have a guy who can match up against a 7-footer. But I think that he's starting to figure out, like, if he doesn't do his work early, if he doesn't put a body on somebody, he's going to have a ton of issues. And I think the best thing for Max to do is even when Domas is back, watch Domas work, because it's not like a coincidence that, Domas has led the league in rebounding 3 years in a row. It's not some randomness. It's because Domas is physically battling people like the entire offensive and defensive possession. He's working to get the rebound. And that's something that I think Max can, watch film of Domas, but he's just way bigger than Domas. So not only you have like a size advantage, but now if you start boxing out and start rebounding like Domas does, but with better size and length and athleticism, then you might be able to turn yourself into a really, really good rebounder. And that's something that I think he should be watching for this whole time. And it's something that's really helped him, from the jump. Eventually he's going to get comfortable. He's going to take people off the dribble. He's going to go shoot 3-point shots and mid-range jumpers and stuff like that, because he is a very good offensive player. We're talking about a 20-10 guy from college, but that's not how you get on the court as a young player in the NBA. You got to play defense. You've got to do all the other things.
James, is that the next evolution of his game, at least this year, is being able to rebound at a high level consistently?
Yeah, that, Kenny, to be honest with you, what I want to see from him first is, get up to, a rebound every minute and a half that you're on the court. Maybe what you can't do is, if you're playing 12 minutes, you can't get a rebound every 4 minutes. And so you can't come out of a game with 3 rebounds. I know Costa Koufis used to have this thing that he wanted a rebound every, I think, 90 seconds that he's on the court. And he tracked it. Like, he wanted to make sure that he was getting a rebound. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, look, in year 1, it's okay for him not to shoot, 5 threes a game. It's okay for him not to ever once take somebody off the dribble outside of like a 2 dribble drive at the basket when you're in the post or something. Those things will happen as he develops as a player and as he's given more and more from the team. For right now, it's rebound, it's score around the rim, it's be active, set screens, get better as a screener. But also, like, I think he's a super active roller to the basket, and he's going to continue to score buckets because he's a really big kid. Like, you can't teach 7'1". And, just look at him versus like Alex Len. He's just so much more agile than anything we saw from Alex Len in the last couple of years. Now, Alex is a better shot blocker and probably a better rebounder per minute. But you can see the outline of a player here. And to be honest, I'm really surprised that Max Reynaud fell all the way to the second round. And, that did not make any sense when it happened. And it even makes less sense now when you're watching him on the court and watching him grow. And then, I think he has a double major from Stanford in mathematics and computer engineering. Like, this is a brilliant dude. Like, he is so incredibly smart, and he's good people. And so, like, all of these things, like, bravo to Scott Perry and his scouting group, because they found a really good one here. And I think they found 2, because I'm looking at Nick Clifford's defensive metrics and going, holy cow. Like, he is so good defensively. Now, he's making some errors and he's picking up some cheap fouls, but all of the advanced statistics, all of the field goal percentages against and stuff say that he's already an elite defender, and he's got a chance to get even better. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you next, Hammer, because we saw Maxime Reynaud start his first game on Saturday, and that coincided nicely with what I think was Nick Clifford's best game as a pro so far. I thought he played really well in Miami.
Yeah, he did. And, again, it's going to take a little while for him to get comfortable on the offensive end. That's something that, we've seen. And to me, it's not even that he doesn't have confidence or that he's not good when he does do things. It's that there's too many times where he's gun shy, where he gets the ball and he's trying to do the right thing. And what he doesn't understand is the right thing sometimes is for him to either shoot the 3 or race right past his defender and get into the key and make the pass. And those are things that we've seen him do a little bit of. I just need more. What he needs to not do is just be like a catch the ball and pass it right back guy. He's got to be somebody who's actually using his skill set. And I think once he gets a little more comfortable, and again, if they do ever figure out this offense and they start doing back cuts and they start doing, some of the other things that this offense should be doing, more motion, then I think he'll have a better opportunity. Right now, it's pretty stagnant just as a scheme. And I need more like player movement, ball movement, and stuff like that. And that's where I think he'll start to really come out of his shell.
Want to ask you a little bit more about Maxime real quick. What do you think the chances are of him continuing to start when Domas comes back?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to say like my first instinct is to tell you he's going to play like 13 minutes a night when Domas comes back, and that Domas is going to start at the 5 and Keegan's going to continue to start at the 4. And it's not because Max isn't doing things right or anything else, but it's specifically because like I don't think anyone wants to make that difficult decision yet to pull DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine aside and bench them. And so you're not benching Domantas Sabonis to play Max Reynaud. I mean, Domas is just a much better player today. And whether you're going to be able to bench one of the other guys, that's a possibility. But I don't think we know yet if Domas and Max can play alongside each other. And I'm not going to start a game that way initially. Maybe a month from now, if they play like, 3 to 4 minutes a half together, and you think that it's going well, and the advanced statistics say it's going well, and not only that, but you're able to find a group of players that work around those two. Whether it's LaVine or it's Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis, you're going to need shooters and everything else, just because Max isn't going to garner the respect when he's standing out at the 3-point line that some of these other guys will. But eventually, I think you have to test it. You have to see if that's something that can work long term. Because, again, I'm not ready to throw everybody out and just say blow this entire thing up, because I know how long that process takes and how impatient, not only Kings fans are, but ownership is. And, there is a percentage of the fan group that's okay with that. Just, let's start this whole thing over. But I think there is a way to sort of bounce back from this season and sort of this downward trajectory by, adding the right pieces around the players that you already have, changing some of the players you have, but also keeping some of the players that you have, and seeing if you can sort of pull out of the tailspin, even if it's for next season, not for this year. This year, I think it should be about getting one of those really, really high draft picks.
Well, James, you thought it was over.
Kuminga watch.
It is not, as Jonathan Kuminga is back in the headlines, sort of. A couple of DNPs with the Golden State Warriors, has Kings fans talking again, has the trade market talking again, and has our man Mark Spears talking again. I want to get your thoughts on that, what Mark Spears said today about what the Kings might be willing to offer, and whether Jonathan Kuminga, given the way the season has gone, should still be a pursuit for the Sacramento Kings. So we'll talk all about all of that as we get ready for the Kings and the Pacers coming up at the top of the hour. We are your pregame show here with James Ham, dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I did not see what Mark said.
I would just use I don't think so. Like if it's on the app, you should be fine. Normally you see what it sounds like. See what it sounds like. Yeah, keep it kind of low, but mess around with it, have fun. Long as there's no words. Mark said that the Kings may not be willing to offer a first-round pick anymore.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. But I just don't know how the Warriors didn't see this coming. I actually kind of agree with you, Drew Down. That's why I landed on my answer earlier. JC Smooth, I saw you asking earlier, brother. No, we're not together anymore. We haven't been for a while, but that's still my dog. We still work together. We still do a lot of business together. We still talk all of the time. It's all love. All love, all love. Always will be. Here we go. I'm with it. Sarge and Carter. Come on, Drew Down. Call it in.
Here's the problem with that.
There's no problem with it, James. It's perfect.
No, the Warriors gave Kuminga too much money for that deal to still work.
Damn it.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Well, too bad. Make it happen anyway.
Yeah. Now there is a couple of other players on this roster that all of a sudden are becoming more and more interesting. Yeah, I can come up with the deal right off the top of my head that I think would work. And I'm going to look just to make sure.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. This playoff format in college football, I think, has ruined it's kind of ruined my love for it maybe not ruined it, it's changed it. It's changed it for sure.
See, the Niners claimed Garrett Wallow, linebacker Garrett Wallow, and placed Ben Barch on the injured reserve list.
Oh, poor Ben Barch.
Can't stay healthy. Lots of injuries today.
Yeah, I was telling Casey earlier, I'm having trouble keeping track of who's out for how long. We're coming back, James.
All right.
All right, James Ham back here with us as we are headed to the top of the hour. The Sacramento Kings will take on the Indiana Pacers in Indiana, Hammer. But Sacramento Kings get a win. Can they make it 2 in a row, which would match their longest win streak of the season?
Let's do this, guys.
Yeah. Go team.
Or maybe.
Maybe.
Some people say let's not do this, guys.
Well,
Let's
yeah.
not do
Well,
this.
there's that too, which brings up the Jonathan Kuminga conversation. Obviously, his season is going the way that it is. Mark Spears was on NBA Today talking about Jonathan Kuminga, talking about free JK, talking about it's just not working in Golden State, and mentioned the Sacramento Kings are still interested and that they floated Malik Monk out there during the offseason and a first-round pick. And maybe, Hammer, that first-round pick might not be available in a deal for Jonathan Kuminga anymore. What do you think about Mark Spears' comments? And with the season going the way that it's going for the Sacramento Kings, does it still make sense to pursue Jonathan Kuminga?
I mean, maybe. It would just have to be the cost, right? So, I think we've all heard enough about the Malik Monk thing to understand that might not work with the Warriors. That maybe you have to move to a different player in that trade, or a potential trade. So like, how do you get it done? And can you figure out a way to make it all work? And I'm not sure that we have an answer to that. But if I'm the Kings, yeah, first round picks off the table. Like for the Kings, like realistically, a first round pick is off the table for almost any deal, because you're now looking at being a team that has 6 wins. And what does next season look like? What does the season after that look like? We understand where they're heading as far as like blowing this thing up a little bit, but like it's a tough move to make. Like I don't know how Jonathan Kuminga fits. You can look at him as a rental because you can get out from underneath his contract for next season. It's a team option, and anyone that is trading for him understands that he expects that team option to go away and for him to be able to get whatever money he wants in the future. But that's not the way it works. Once you sign the contract, you're under contract, and you get traded. So I'm at least a little bit intrigued by Kuminga, just because the whole why not question. And I think we all know that we like to see a player like Keegan Murray move to the small forward spot and stop playing out of position all the time. But at the same time, I'm not sure that there aren't better options out there, and that's going to be something that I think the Kings and the Warriors are going to have to figure out. But I'm not giving up anything substantial at all. Maybe a second round, maybe a couple of seconds, but yeah, the whole idea now of giving up a first round pick, you're not good enough as a team to give up a first round pick, and you got to know that moving forward. So yeah, I think it's weird. Someone, Michael in the chat says DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, DeMar DeRozan contract wise would work for the Kings, and they would save $3 million. But I also think that there's a way to get a second round pick or something out of DeMar DeRozan going different direction. Would a Dennis Schroeder and Dario Saric package work for Golden State? Is there a third team out there that would take on Dennis Schroeder and again and have one of their players go to the Warriors if Schroeder isn't something that intrigues the Warriors? That's a possibility. I think, again, this Kings team is going to be moving and shaking. And the one problem I kind of see with Kuminga is like it's January something, right? He can't be traded until January 15th.
That's it.
Yeah. And so like I think the Kings are already looking at December 15th with pretty big eyes and saying, okay, what are we doing that day? And are we going to wait another month to go work out a Jonathan Kuminga deal? And maybe they're not going to. But we'll see. We'll see. Because, they are intrigued by the player. BJ Armstrong loves him. But it just never works with Golden State. And we're just kind of stuck watching this thing look ugly and not very conducive to winning. So,
James, the interesting thing about the Kuminga saga and everything else is it feels like, not saying like, oh, he only wants to play with the Kings, not saying that, but it feels like the player, Jonathan Kuminga, and the team, Sacramento Kings, want to have a union. They just can't figure out how to get to each other. They can't figure out how to make it work. Like in a free world, like free agent, all money, like, yeah, I'll sign with the Kings. Like, I like what they're talking about. Like, and the Kings like, yeah, we like Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah, come on. But they can't figure out how to get to each other.
No, I get that, but I also, at a certain point, you have to look at some of that as kind of a negative on a player too, right? The Golden State Warriors are 13-12. The Kings are 6-17. If you're a team that's hungry to go play for a 6-17 team today, like you got to kind of go, okay, man, why aren't you just trying to make it work where you're at? We've seen the knee issue pop up with him, which the team was very forthcoming saying, hey, the MRI was clear. We don't know what's going on there. Like there's just too many things here that are already popping up. So I do know that when he was in Sacramento, he's pretty vocal about like, yeah, I'm surprised I'm in this locker room and not the other one. And, like, why have I not been relocated yet? And of course, there's reasons for that. Part of it's because of the contract situation and the fact that he can't be traded yet. But I just don't know. Like it's a gamble. And are you willing to take a gamble on a player that clearly wants a whole bunch of money and wants a much bigger role? And, a lot of times those are things that you earn and not just get. And I kind of need to see it now, especially with him kind of fizzling out here this season.
KC brought up earlier, I'm sure you saw this, Zach LaVine post-game Saturday made it a point to go Alvin Gentry on us and mentioned that he and they have not quit, that they're working, and this is obviously on the heels of his 42-point game. And we've questioned. I proposed the idea of, because quit is a very, very strong word. It is a very, very heavy word, and it's a word that causes people to react to it. Disengaged might be a better word. I think there are numerous occasions where Zach LaVine has been disengaged with what's happening on the basketball floor. But what do you think about his response to, I guess, being accused of or being labeled as a quitter?
Yeah, I think, again, I've actually had conversations about this with him, and he's very offended by that word, the idea that he's quit. He is a player who does work, who does take pride in the fact that he's, one of the top probably 30 scorers in the world. And, he's a guy that can go out and get 42 points anytime he wants. But at the same time, like we've all played sports, and, there's always somebody on your team that's way more talented than everybody else. Like everybody's played with that guy, and sometimes that guy just doesn't want it. He doesn't want as bad as you. You're already. I think as fans of professional sports, I think we all look at players who don't try very hard, and we get frustrated, and it's because we know how hard we would have tried if we were out there, and we had the opportunity, and we were making that kind of money, but our parents weren't 6'10" and didn't give us a shot to be a 7 foot tall NBA player. And so for me, I think that Zach can say what he wants, and he can feel the way that he wants, and he can believe that he hasn't quit. And I also think that people who watch the team, people who, are in the building or watching on TV, they can see a player that disappears for long stretches. And so while he doesn't think that that's quitting, there are going to be people out there that do think that it's quitting. And, again, it's not an easy job to be an NBA player, because you've got, 17,000 people in the building staring at you and a bunch of people on TV staring at every single thing that you do. But, that at the same time, it's not like it's any different than, when you go work at a grocery store and you're, bringing in 25 carts, and you look over and one of your coworkers has 2 carts and just kind of chilling and walking past all the other stuff that he's supposed to be doing, and you're doing all the work and he's not. And that's like, that's sometimes what it feels like when you're watching some of these guys. They're just not doing any of the extra stuff, or sometimes even what they should be doing. And so you get frustrated by it. And I think that that's where, it's like super visible for everybody. And I don't think some players don't get that. Some players were, they're born in a bubble. They've spent their entire lives as good looking dudes who make a ton of money playing a game, and From the time they're little, everybody wanted them on their team. They're always the first pick, and they're always leading scorer on every team they've ever gone to. But when things turn south, like there has to be more. You have to give more. You have to perform more. You have to go out there and show that you're not part of the problem. And so I'm hoping that Zach can do that because, like, again, I believe in when I was talking to him and he was very upset. Well, not upset, but frustrated with the idea of quitting. But you can't just say, hey, I'm not doing that, and then go out there and disengage and go 1 for 5 from the field and score 2 points. Because that's your actions are saying something much louder than your words.
I was just about to ask you, James, does that say anything to you about the player, the individual, that he's on multiple occasions like really focused on being clear that no, I'm not quitting, and I don't take that lightly. Does that say anything to you that he continues to address that?
It tells me that he's hearing it, that he's hearing the murmurs, and he's watching the social media clips, and he's seeing people respond to his wife, or like he could just look at my timeline. We read some of the tweets that people sent at me about players earlier.
All very normal. Totally normal.
Well, totally normal. And those aren't aimed at me. They're not. Like, it's not like, hey, man, your radio show is bad. Your podcast is horrible. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
It's very specifically aimed at players who they feel like just aren't holding up their end of the bargain. So it's tough.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic. It's not normal. Very weird.
It's very weird.
I think sometimes it is it's a dangerous game to like try to define somebody's effort just by looking at him. We talked about Zach earlier, and Zach is just he's kind of even keeled the whole time. You know what I mean? And sometimes that lends itself to staying calm in the moment. Sometimes it lends itself to when people watch you play or hear you talk, they can say you don't care about what's going on. They may be right. I don't know, but I try to be aware, and sometimes I fall victim to how I feel and my emotions and stuff like that. But I try to be aware of, like, just because somebody doesn't look like they don't care or it doesn't affect them, to putting that label on them, because some people just handle things differently.
Yeah, I know DeMarcus used to hate it when I talked about like the look on his face, and it would be like, all right, well, don't look like you're angry every single moment you're on the court. Don't yell and scream at everybody, and then I wouldn't think that you're angry and yelling at people.
Zach LaVine's facial expressions can look however they want to. If you're sitting in the corner, like after 6 possessions, or you're not, attempting to drive to the basket, or you're jogging up and down the floor, like that's what disengaged is to me. Disengaged doesn't have anything to do with, like, he is a chill,
super chill dude.
Demeanor. Like that is his,
super chill.
That's him. That's his personality. He is a low key dude that you probably can't work up.
Yeah, even like when he and I had a discussion in the locker room, like it's not like I felt like he was angry at me. I just felt like he wanted to clarify something, and I was clear with my point as well. And I've always told players, you have a problem with me, go ahead and talk to me anytime you want. Go ahead, and if you need to ask media relations to pull me aside and have a conversation, or if we're walking by each other and you just want to say, hey, let's have a quick chat, I'm always okay with that. And I've had those conversations with tons of players. But Zach is super chill. He is. He's very laid back. And, I think in a lot of situations, he might be too laid back, especially he's too laid back for the amount of talent he has. You're usually, when a guy is that good and that gifted, they're usually like a super type A, and he's not a super type A. And that's okay. It's just, like, again, you have a collection of guys like that. And that might be part of the problem as well. It's not just fit. It's not just, defensive players versus offensive players. Sometimes it's that you have too many guys that are willing to not be the guy, or too many guys who, don't have that voice and put that pressure on other people. So it's tough.
What do you think about the matchup tonight? Not exactly one NBA fans have circled on their calendar, but Pacers and Kings.
Yeah, I mean, I thought when Tyrese Halliburton got hurt last year, I think we all thought, oh boy, that's going to hurt their chances next year. They're certainly not going to be a team that's going back to the Eastern Conference Finals. They're more like a team that is going to be a 6 seed and struggle throughout the year to with a little bit of consistency, but they have Nembhard and, he'll be able to step in. Mathern's probably going to take a leap. Neesmith is going to take a leap, so they should be okay. But then when you lost Miles Turner, that team they lost too much. They lost 40% of their starting lineup, and probably their number 2 and number 3 best players behind Siakam, and they just can't keep up. And they've also had a whole bunch of injuries. So this is a team that, again, is at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. They're not very good at all. But the Memphis Grizzlies came into Golden One Center without John Morant and Triple J and half of their roster, and punked the Kings. So I'm not willing to just write this down as a win for the Kings yet. But look, you got to start figuring out things that are working and play to your strengths. And this entire season is always going to be more about the Kings than it is anybody that they're playing. Until they figure that aspect out, then, we don't know what we're getting from one night to the next. And that's why I'm never I saw this season coming pretty early, and I'm like, yep, I have no idea what to predict and what not to predict, other than, the nights where, they're going to get drubbed. Other nights you're like, okay, well, they're playing a bad team, but that hasn't stopped this team from losing to the Utah Jazz just, 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half, whatever it was.
Well, not to be a gambler on anybody, but they did cover versus Oklahoma City and got blown out by the Atlanta Hawks.
This is true.
So I don't know.
This is true.
You make sense of it.
I'd like to see Keegan have a game again. That was 3-4 games ago where, he put up the 26 and 15. It's like, oh, Keegan's back, and he's shown that he's been working on his game and elevating and the jump and all this other stuff. And then after that, it's just been kind of more of the same that we've seen for the first 3 years. I'd like to see him establish himself a little bit more consistently than what we've seen outside of that 26 and 15 game.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would like to see that too. I think he's been good since he's been back. He did score 16 in the last game, and clearly he's got something going on. He's playing tonight. He has been cleared to play, but he's got a trapezius issue, back of the shoulder blade type issue.
He's got arthritis, like LeBron.
Well, I mean, when you're trying to backpack an entire team on the defensive end, sometimes your shoulders are going to hurt. That's just kind of the way it goes. I think he's been better than just like a middle of the road dude. I mean, he's averaging 16.4 and 7.1 rebounds per game. The 3-point shot has not been going in for him, but I think, we kind of heard Zach LaVine talk about this, about how, give him the ball and sure, he can do some things. I think Keegan's probably feeling the same way sometimes, or at least he has the previous 3 years. And now it's just time to just go out and take the ball. And that's what I hope both of these guys figure out, that this team isn't like one of those unselfish groups that's looking to help everybody out. This is a team that's looking for their own a lot of the time. And sometimes that means you got to take it. You can't just wait for it to happen for you. And that's a problem for, guys with personalities that aren't super aggressive. So hopefully they figure it out and they start to take, they take more of their fair share of the shots.
We were casually talking about Dennis Schroeder and a potential trade and trade options. Like Dennis is missing like his 6th straight game.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I don't remember the last time I saw a player questionable for over 2 weeks.
And it's a hip issue, right?
Yeah, he's got a hip flexor, a strained hip flexor. But even that, like it was a sore hip for a long time, and all of a sudden it's a hip flexor, and it's like, okay. I've covered the NBA for years. Like when somebody is questionable, there's a 50-50 chance they will play. When someone is doubtful, it means they're a 25% chance they'll play. When they're probable, it means there's a 75% chance that they'll play. There's actually like a written number for what these terms mean. And I don't think I remember seeing a player miss 6 straight games that's questionable and like it gets ruled out the day of. That to me it's strange, but December 15th is a week away. Devin Carter just got sent to the G League. Like something feels like it's going on, and I don't know what it is.
Oliver Stone over here. This is a little conspiracy theory.
Just saying. I think it's very interesting that we haven't seen him at all.
Seen Devin? Oh, you mean like on the court?
No, Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah, no, Dennis. Yeah,
Shining
Dennis.
like crazy.
No, I think he means playing.
That's what I said.
Playing.
Court. On the court, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's been doing he's out on the court for warm-ups and he's out on the court for shoot around, but
is he out there trying to fight guys like John Morant does, or no? Does Dennis not do that?
No, I don't, I don't think there's a huge gun culture in Germany, and I don't think Dennis Schroeder's running around pretending he's Yosemite Sam.
Well, for the record, I don't think Jaw's doing that exactly. He might.
You don't think? Oh, yeah. All right.
Maybe some other version of that. I saw Jaw out there trying to pick a fight with someone again over the weekend.
Yeah, because dude was out of pocket though.
It
was Denny.
Down.
It was Denny.
Oh, it was Denny.
Denny was out of pocket. Then he tripped Coward for no reason.
Oh, Denny Avija?
Yeah.
Boy, is that guy
kind of dirty.
Yeah,
Denny Avija's kind of dirty.
You go look at his stats. That right there is a bona fide all-star. Holy cow.
Denny?
He's averaging 26, 7 and 7, something like that. That dude is balling.
Apparently not.
Does it affect winning? All right, we'll come back before. No, we'll leave.
We won't come back.
We'll just leave. If you're listening on the radio, we'll run it back. If not, we'll go watch Kings basketball together, and we'll come back and we'll talk about it all tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, like the beam. Denny hooping, man. This is a good ball player. What are you about 6'7", 6'8"? Can move.
Yeah. And they took so much heat for giving up 2 first-round picks for him. He's 6'8". He'll be 25 on January 3rd. But as of right now, he's at 25.8 points, 6.3 assists, 7.2 rebounds. He's shooting 38% from 3, 47.8 from the field. Man, he is crushing it. And you know what that is? That is Mike Schmitz, is their assistant GM, who ran Draft Express forever and then worked for ESPN forever. He said, we have got to go get that guy right there. And they're like, are you sure? It's like, yep, I'm sure. Yeah, he's done a good job of amassing talent there. Whether it all is fitting together or not yet, I don't know, but tough.
All right, y'all. Asked as soon as she turned 21, she could go to the Sky River. Oh, that's great. That's great, Scooter.
That's awesome.
Yeah, bring her in, man. Bring her in. Appreciate you guys as always, man. Enjoyed the game, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10.